Well, a very good morning to you all. From Eagles Canyon Raceway, just outside of Decatur, Texas, this is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. A very happy 2024 to you all. Welcome to a brand new season of the WRL. This is our fourth here at DriversEye Live, covering what we believe to be America's finest amateur endurance racing series. And I use the word amateur very, very loosely there. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Hello! What's going on, everybody? I'm happy to be here. We're excited. I will dispute one thing you already said, Brendan. You said it was a good morning. I'm just looking at the flags up in the flag stand. It is windy.
It's Texas. This has been a feature all weekend. It will continue to be a feature the weekend. Joined also this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
When last we left you, dear viewer and listener, we were not so very far from here, down in Austin, Texas. Our voices were up a couple of octaves on the final lap of the 2023 racing season, with a little bit of door handling, as the Brits would call it, side-to-side racing to bring us to the checkered flag. We will talk plenty about the way we left 2023, but for starters, it is a brand new season here in the World Racing League and a new venue for us here as well at a highly, highly revamped Eagles Canyon Raceway. It's a 2.7-mile layout, 15 turns, at least as they are numbered. A new extension up there to the north and west, as you see on our fly-in with thanks to Google Earth and our producer, Ryan Bauer, who joins us for the first time this weekend. It's a tight chicane through turns 1 and 2, lots of double apex changing radius corners, plenty of natural terrain and elevation changes, especially around the north end of the circuit there, what they call the Italian Canyon, up through a series of switchbacks there, and then back into the old circuit with, again, plenty of 90 degrees left, right, long sustained corners to go as well. It's actually a I think, really good racing layout here at Eagles Canyon. I think we're going to see some really great racing, and it will race very, very well, wheel to wheel. Being a new season, some slight changes to come for us here in the World Racing League. We've got GTU, which will start this race from pole by virtue of being quickest yesterday. The Stratus number 60, one of 3 Stratus entries this weekend, will lead the field to the green flag here in a couple of moments' time, the conclusion of this pace lap. Those GTU cars are going to be involved in every WRL event throughout 2024. A healthy GTO field will back them up at the start of our Saturday 8-hour race this morning. And eagle-eyed viewers, as you watch your cars head out on the second of our pace laps here, will notice the familiar Airbnb colors of Moorhead Speedworks adorned on an Aston Martin. That's Speed Syndicate, the number 68, a brand new Aston Martin 8 Vantage GT4, is going to start alongside a Ginetta G56 in plain white colors that does actually carry the name of Moorhead Speedworks. So gone is the number 147 from GP1, which opens up the top of GP1 in a big way. And instead, Moorhead Speedworks have started the 2024 year with an exclamation point. Ryan, we knew this was coming from Moorhead. I don't know what we knew was coming, or that we knew exactly what was coming, and I don't think we expected them to start from pole on day 1.
No, we didn't. And the idea, of course, behind the car, an incredible one, I think, as far as what you're able to do with the rule set in WRL. Especially this season, they've made a couple changes as well. But yeah, the Speed Syndicate number 68, Ginetta G56, more or less a tube-frame GT4 type car. Chad Moorhead had sort of given some teasers that they were going to have a new car for GTO and left us all to wonder what the car was going to look like. And now they've revealed it's this G56, but with a Chevrolet V8 engine instead of the standard 3.7-liter Ford unit that usually comes attached. So very interested to see how that car gets on. I trust that Chad Moorhead of all people, or I'm sorry, that would be the 290. I trust that Chad Moorhead of all people would get that correct as far as reliability, but on the other hand, I also believe that a new car is always going to have a little bit of a reliability issues just to get started anyway. So it wouldn't surprise me if it doesn't finish this race, but it also wouldn't surprise me if it does. So pretty excited for the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks to make its debut here with the World Racing League. You can just see it there, second in line behind the Aston Martin, the all-white car.
Plenty of other rule changes to talk about that we'll get to through the course of today. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG will start there in third in GTO. The Hitman Racing number 34 Toyota Supra, best of the Supras, will start P4 on the morning. GP1 will be headed this morning by the 522 of Choice Racing alongside the number 44 of PC Racing, and all BMW front row to head up our general production start. GP2 Quality Time Racing, the number 410, the number 321 of Lone Star Rallycross on the front row in that class. And then the only GP3 competitors this weekend, 85 of AOA, 27 of Rip Scallion. The field will head down the front straightaway to the start-finish tower to begin the 2024 racing season. The green flag waves. 3 Sebaco NP01s lead us to the green flag in 2024. The GTO field, headed by now the Ginetta of Moorhead Speedworks Speed Syndicate, will slot into second, and we'll go single file down into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Very, very clean through the first couple of rows. And we will look back towards the general production field to get their 2024 racing season underway, as we have a backwards 8.9X Aston Martin on the exit there of turn number 2. We'll go ahead and pick up the production field as they head down the front straightaway for the split start, as we do in the World Racing League. There is the green flag, and a horde of GP 1, 2, and 3 cars headed by that number 522 of Choice Racing will lead the field into that turn 1 and 2 chicane.
Yeah, there's not look like there's a lot of grip out there. We're seeing a lot of cars wiggling around.
You'll see it there with the Porsche Boxster right in the middle of the field. Gathered it up very, very nicely. It is damp. We had a lot of rain last night between the hours of about 9 o'clock and midnight or so. That's left it very, very muddy out in the weeds, rural North Texas. The track itself also lacking a little bit of grip. It's also very, very cool this morning and very, very windy. So not ideal conditions to get our race started this morning, but with the wind and race cars, we should have a dry line up here fairly early on in our first 8-hour race of the season.
Interesting dive by the, it looked like the lead Palomar entry. I believe that's 38 going into turn 4 and 5 there, but they kept it clean as they were passing the inside of the PC Racing BMW.
The GTO field now actually leads the GTU field. That Ginetta G56 has made an absolute rocket ship start, and now the 290 heads up what I believe to be the number 58. That's the blue Stratus MP01 through the first couple of corners here. Now, the electronics on that G56 vastly, vastly improved from what they were on the G55. I was told by Chad Moorhead that is an outsourcing deal. And I don't mean necessarily to get started on the electronics discussion, but with the conditions being what they are this morning, I think that G56 and any of the newer GT4 cars are going to show very, very strong in the early running this morning, as is evidenced by the number 123 Mercedes now slotting into second place.
So the 290 already a full second a lap faster than the 123. Now, it's lap 1. We haven't even got tires switched on yet, but you know, it's always astonishing to see such a stark difference in speed this early.
It is, and you'll expect it to be tentative. That is a new Ginetta G56. You don't need to be tearing things up this early on, and with it being a long race at a new venue in new conditions, we had a little bit of damp running yesterday. We had a little bit of damp running yesterday, but not too many takers, as I think we were hoping that we would be dry this morning. But in any case, very tricky conditions here. We've been told that the number 290 lineup is going to look very much the same as the number 147 did last year. So Ari Ballo and Johann Schwartz will anchor that number 290 Ginetta.
It look down the GP1 field here, the number 64 goes to the lead. So they had started a little bit deeper in the pack, I believe closer to 10th or 11th, and they're already up to first position in GP1. So that's 64, one of the two open throttle racing V8 BMWs that we've seen in the past. I believe they're now firmly both going to run in GP1, as evidenced by what we saw at the end of last season. So we'll see that there. I'm just trying to get my pop-up screen sorted here. Oh, it's not working the way I wanted to. They're followed by the number 522 of Choice Racing. I would want to speak with Wheel Choice, but I'm like 70% sure that this is the car which had the upgraded gearbox, the ZF 8-speed automatic that had been tuned to work appropriately with the older car.
This is the old GTO car that was later detuned to run in GP1. I think beginning with NOLA last year. And as our producer Ryan just said in our ear, a track truck has been sent out from the cut over by turns 5 and 12 in the direction of the new portion, let's call it, of Eagles Canyon Raceway. So we remain green around the full course with the exception of a standing yellow. Standing yellows here at turns 4 and 5. That is a long way to be for the circuit to be neutralized. It must be somewhere outside of our camera coverage, up to the north end of the circuit there. As we've mentioned, it is a little damp on track. It is very, very muddy off track. So it'll be just to the left of where this camera sits. And for those of you who are at all familiar with Eagles Canyon Raceway, you'll know we're a little compromised on camera locations this weekend. There isn't much to hit here, which unfortunately means there's also not much for us to mount to in terms of Armco and concrete barriers and flag stations and things of that nature. So we've had to improvise a little bit. And additionally, a little bit of cell service coverage down the hill, coverage issues down the hill at turns 9 and 10 there. Kind of left us a little bit of a hole in our trackside coverage there, but nevertheless, it looks really, really good on camera, all things considered, here at ECR. And happy and proud to be, I believe, the very first ever live stream from Eagles Canyon Raceway.
I'm excited. I'm happy for it. We've got great graphics now, too. Not that we didn't before, but we have better graphics, even.
Yeah, a noticeable and meaningful improvement. This is the way.
All right, so now lap 2, the open throttle racing BMW, the bright green guy, 2 full seconds faster than the 522 at this point. So that car getting on for what was GTU pace at one point. Yeah, pretty firmly in the GTU pace range for that GP1 car. I think the GTU is taking a little bit of time on this cold morning to get the tires switched on. I think that's why we haven't seen them put up the qualifying level pace yet. Being a pretty lightweight car and a cold, windy day like this, it'll take a little bit of time to get some heat back into the tires. Number 313 Cypri Motorsport car, a 221. That makes it the fastest car in class right now in GTO and overall. That's an older M3 as well. We've seen the E36 BMW go out of style recently in WRL, at least in the upper echelons. In GP2, we still see them from time to time. But in GTO, a E36 BMW making the pace that it needs, and less than 3 seconds behind the class leader in GTO. If we come through here to GP2, the leader, the 321 Lone Star Rallycross Mazda MX-5, that is the fantastic one. I'm trying to remember where I saw them race, if it was, I believe, Road Atlanta, or I got to look at that car up close.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ryan. The production-only race.
Yeah, and that was a lovely looking car as far as, you know what, we're going to take our rallycross car and just set it up to go road racing. And you can tell that it was a rallycross car. There's not been a single dime spent on making it look nice. Not a penny has been spent, but you can see that the car is well built. It's been thoughtfully gone through. the parts that have been added, you can tell somebody really, really cared about doing the best they could. And that car has really checked out at the front of the GP2 field, 7 seconds ahead of the number 151 of Kurdog Racing. Them in the 2023 GR86, I believe. Big moment there.
Yeah,
Still
rear wheels
ongoing.
very briefly locked and never ever got the grit back headed into turn number 1. That is, let's find the numbers here. 787 from Flying Apex Racing. It is the 787. That car is headed up down into now turns 4 and 5, facing the 46 from Ginger Racing. Welcome back to Ginger Racing, by the way.
Yeah.
Two car effort in GP1. Of course, the familiar number 46, slightly different or improved paint scheme on that car, let's say. To go with a second Ginger Racing entry, a brand new build, number 153, Ryan. It's a 135i.
Yeah, and I had spoken about this at the end of last season with Montgomery Motorsports in the 24 that ran really well in GP1. And it's something that we've been talking about off and on for a couple years now, and it's what's going to happen when we run out of cars that are available to convert to racing spec, and that's typically the E46 BMW. And I think we're now starting to see the change, and that's people moving to this N54, N55, which is the turbocharged 6-cylinder BMW car. The 1 Series is available, but you can also get that motor in the current 2 Series, or a 3 Series, or a 4 Series. So any of the sort of bottom half of the BMW-sized cars are available with this engine now. And I did also notice the other day that Grassroots Motorsports are now going to be doing a series on the 435i, which is the sort of Mustang-sized one. They're working specifically with Bimmerworld on this car, I believe, to make it a pro solo car initially, but I would have to imagine that they're going to put a cage in it and start developing it for road racing at some point. So that now becoming, I think, a viable option, especially on the back of the number 24 last season, having such a good debut season. Those Montgomery Motorsports guys really got that car dialed in and figured out for COTA, and it looked great. So I think we will only see more and more of those become prevalent.
I just Scott Pruitt, but I need to say hi to my family at home. Talking about Ginger Racing provides an excellent opportunity to say hello to Layla, wife at home, who notes that one of those things correctly describes her. The BMW.
Is she not a racer?
She is not a racer.
Oh, okay.
No. Racing support, all of the right things, and the best wife, but no, not a racer. One of the, I think, really cool things, and not to toot our own horn here at the World Racing League, but Ryan, you talk about the question marks that have arisen with the shortage of BMW cars and parts. We are kind of leading the charge here for the next step in BMW club racing. That 235 from Montgomery Motorsports, which I assume is the same engine as is in the 135.
Similar, very
similar. Okay,
not the same, but close. Yeah.
Okay, so that project was kicked off by Montgomery Motorsports, now BMM Montgomery Motorsports, by the way, under care of Big Mission Motorsports. That car was started as a project to find the next option for BMW club racing. You know, the E36, E46 option was a good one while parts were available, but eventually, you know, these BMW cars, the baseline that they provide was still going to be good enough to find whatever the next project or program could be. And that number 24, after it was a season-long development program. They showed up at Barber with basically nothing on the car, added to it, got the reliability sorted in time to run a really, really solid weekend down at Circuit of the Americas in December of 2023. And that car has come on really, really well over the course of the year. Now we've got this 135 from Ginger Racing that you would assume is going to undergo a similar type of development process. The aero and the build on the car looks very, very good, but obviously there are going to be reliability kinks to work out through the balance of the season. And now that you mentioned the grassroots motorsports project to look at the 435 as potentially being an option, they're already 2 steps behind the WRL.
Absolutely.
In terms of that next BMW step. So keep eyes on these 2 entries. It's the 53 of Ginger Racing in its first race weekend with us here, and the number 24 of BMM Montgomery Motorsports, both in GP1, which is very much a builder's class, right?
Yep.
So this is you're a BMW fan or fanatic, this is the class to be watching, and those 2 cars in particular are leading the charge.
I think a lot of teams with well-prepared E46s starting to have issues are kind of what's spurning that development. People who have been running the E46, in its sort of spec E46 state in GP2, I don't think are going to continue to have issues. I think that the car is very much working within itself. It's got about 200 horsepower, give or take. All the parts are the same. They're built by high-quality vendors, etc. But when you get into the GP1 or GTO level, we saw the GTR 99. We'll talk about them in a little bit as well. They had an excellently built E46 for GTO racing, and that car just started having issues with, I believe, suspension parts and axles, in the same way that the Screaming Goat Racing E46 hasn't really had the reliability lately, and it hasn't been the engine. When we were out at COTA, they had an issue with the axle and the hub sort of coming apart, and speaking with some people down there, they were saying, it's just too much power. Like, we're trying to run too much through it. It's really not built to be doing this, and we're pushing it as hard as we can. But I don't know if the quality of parts has gone down over time, or if people have pushed that chassis to the limit, and now the good parts are becoming hard to find. But either way, we're seeing more and more of these E46-based cars, the sort of 2000 to 2005 era BMWs, going out of favor, especially in the top end. And now again, I think GP2 will continue to see them about, given the swell of support for Spec E46 and how gentle those cars are, relatively speaking, on all their mechanical components, because they're designed to be cost effective, and they also have a really expensive suspension package on them if they're in true Spec E46 sort of settings. So it'll be fun to watch. I'm looking forward to it. The flip side, I think, of the N55 and the B58, this sort of 6-cylinder turbocharged BMW motor, is there's a lot more stuff on that. There's an intercooler, there's turbo piping, there's a turbocharger, there's blow-off valve. There's adding a turbocharger to a car adds significant mechanical complexity. So hopefully we don't see that become a problem, but I would imagine that at some point we're going to have a hot race, or we're going to get towards the back end of the season, and, having worked in a shop, I told all my customers, you need to think of your turbocharger as a consumable component. When you have a Ford F-150 come in with 145,000 miles, the turbos are leaking. Every single one of them. On Volkswagen Golf, GTIs, the turbos leak. Everything happens because that turbocharger is spinning so quickly trying to build the boost to give the engine more power that you just can't do that forever. Fortunately, in a racing situation, those things are watched pretty closely, and the turbocharger itself may not be especially difficult to get to, but a lot of the ancillary components, make it difficult to service the car in general. So hopefully I don't have any issues, but that would be my only concern with that engine formula going forward.
Turning our attention back to GTO, we have had a change for the lead, and the number 313 Cipri Motorsport BMW M3 is absolutely flying. Took the lead on the previous lap and has already built out a 4.7 second margin back to that number 290 Jetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks at the front of the field. I don't know if this is a track knowledge thing or whether that 1995 M3 is just suited to these specific conditions at this specific venue. But to have been wrapped up in GTO traffic general production traffic through the early part of the race, slowly building its way up the GTO field, it has stretched the margin out immediately, and now leads the full GTO and GTU contingent by very nearly 5 seconds. I think it's going to be even more than that by the time we get to the end of lap number 8.
NFC Motorsports, number 123, not letting the 290 check out from them. Still only 1.5 seconds behind the 290 Jetta. So happy to see that NFC Motorsports car continue to have strong showings here in 2024. They're absolutely a contender for the championship here this season.
Yes, some slight upgrades to that car as well. Not exactly in G4 spec. We do talk about the GT4 entries quite often here in the World Racing League. That does tend to make up the top of GTO, at least for those who would go out and buy a car rather than just build one. These new GT4 cars in particular, the Mercedes AMG, the Toyota Supra, the BMW G82, which I don't think we have any of here this weekend.
We do not.
Yeah, but because they don't run the car in G4 spec anywhere, nothing says you're tied to run in that type of trim. So it's a bigger rear wing on that Mercedes. I assume some front aero to go with it to help balance aero load there as well. And like you say, very, very much keeping touch with the back of that number 290 Jetta G56.
The nice thing about GTO with the way the rule set is written is if that's not useful parts to have, say at Charlotte or Daytona, you can take them off and put the original stuff back on. And it's, I mean, the car is going to drive different. A 219 from the 313 at the front. They're now 9 seconds clear of the 290. So they are absolutely caning that car.
Yeah, so some of that is going to be due to the continued improvements in track conditions. We are 22 minutes deep into the 2024 World Racing League season, and the damp track we started with is ever so slightly improving. Fast lap times yesterday for the GTU cars, which were quickest here, we're down in the 155s in whatever qualifying trim means in WRL. Maybe just light fuel and a new set of tires. 201s for the GTO cars. My guess is they might have a little bit more race trim than that with track knowledge and light fuel load. Maybe midday you get a new set of tires on the car, you can get down into the 2 minutes. So we are still a good 20 seconds off of where we might otherwise expect to be. But we've already got a dry air line that has formed, at least from my perch up here at turns 1 and 2. And that will continue to improve. So not just the 219 from Cipri Motorsport, we've got 220, actually it is just the 219. Everybody else is still mired in the mid 220s. 23 from Moorhead, Hitman's a 226.9, still a little touch of traffic. The GTU cars, your race leader, the number 58, 226.7. So that Cipri car has just, I mean, that car is hooked up.
It is going. There's also been a change to the lead in GP2. So the number 321 Lone Star Rallycross Miata has now been overtaken by the 151 Kerdog Racing GR86, the Cup-style Toyota racer that's typically run on SRO weekends in a sort of spec class sprint racing format. And then they gone back down now. So the 321 has passed the 151. The 151 was a second and a half ahead. They're now 3.8 behind. So if we could pick that battle up on track, I believe it's a mostly white Toyota GR86 versus
not much of a battle at the moment, Ryan. They're headed down into turns 3A and 3B. So
the lead
cameras
changed,
4 and 5.
By, a 5-second margin here. Oh, there it is. Okay.
So you'll pick them up headed down the hill here in just a moment. Is the race leading Lone Star Rallycross entry, and then the black fronted Toyota GR86 heads up the hill into turn number 5. That would be indicative of some type of small mistake, maybe from the Toyota. To drop 5 seconds, having just taken the lead, is not a standard, and it is very, very easy to just drop a wheel here.
Yeah, and indeed, their lap time went down to a 2:43, whereas the lap before, they had been in the 2:34, 2:36 range. So hoping to find some consistency, I think, that car. 2:43, 2:42, 2:37, 2:38, 2:34, 2:36, 2:43. So. Yeah, the conditions are a little bit tricky out there. There's a safety vehicle out on the course. We're going to pull into the cutout here. I think that's having recovered. They're now going to go back to their home? Question mark?
Yes, it's an tilt bed returning home, though, which is interesting to me. Normally would have expected that to have dropped somebody off there in the paddock. Producer Ryan points out a car in the pit lane. That is correct. Looks to be the 89X Aston Martin GT4.
This is early
Indeed
to be
it
making
is.
a pit stop.
Yeah, quite early. We are just 25 minutes into the 2024 World Racing League season here on DriversEye Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody. It's a very gray, cool, and windy morning in Decatur, Texas at Eagles Canyon Raceway, but we've started the new season with a lot of hope, excitement, and anticipation for what lies ahead. Credit to you all for being with us this morning, and credit also to the 40, how many did we start this morning? 40 entries, 41 if you include the number 68 that appears not to have completed a lap, which is something we need to chase down here a little bit. We had missed that, but these 41 entries that have been a part of our opening weekend here, a new venue for the World Racing League here at ECR. Lots of unknowns for how the season was going to begin, and obviously to some degree you take your chances with the weather in North Texas in February, but it's turned out actually to be a wonderful venue here at Eagles Canyon. And I think if we were to return to this place this time next year, it will look and feel fundamentally different. There are all kinds of upgrades being made to the facility here, some down in the lower paddock, some up on top of the hill here with various hospitality suites, and the race control building, which has just been opened recently as well. It's a lot of work and a lot of money being spent here at Eagles Canyon to make this a road racing destination, not just a Texan club track as it's been in the past. To that point, SVRA will be here a little bit later on in 2024. I was told that was that's a 3-year contract.
Nice.
Is what I heard. So there's a lot of commitment being made here by the track to bring it up to what you would consider a pro standard, or near enough a pro standard. And it certainly drives and races like a pro track. I mean, this set of sweepers we were just looking at there at turns 6 and 7 are, fourth gear in the dry, certainly fourth gear. Those Sebico and PO1s we just see there probably carrying 95 to 100 miles an hour through the first right-hander. The left-hander leads into a braking zone that's uphill, very, very short braking. But you've got to get it right, because then you've got to set yourself up through the fast third and fourth gear corners, headed down the hill through the canyon and onto the long enough back straightaway into one of the best passing zones on the track up at turn number 11, which we see on camera here. So that all, by the way, is to make no mention of the track upgrade, the upgrade to the track itself, not just what we experience here, not as racers, but in the paddock and up in race control. The track itself has had a lot of money spent and poured into it over the last couple of seasons as well to really make it, I think, an underrated venue here.
Quick update in GP2. Once again, Curdog Racing has gone around the 321 Lone Star Rallycross MX-5. However, it does sound like the 321 will possibly be receiving a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow.
Ooh.
That will send them a lap down. Not ideal, but you still have 7.5 hours.
That almost makes me wonder, JT, if that's why the 151 lost all that time, was waiting for a standing yellow for the safety vehicle, and the 321 did not. I, of course, don't know that to be the case, but if you look at around the time that pass occurred, and it was by a lot, and then the 151 caught and passed that car pretty quickly, going from 3.8 seconds down to only half a second after regaining the lead. So they made up 4 and a bit seconds at one point. In the space of 1 lap. Now the 321 back in the 234s, but they were at a 240 at one point. So interesting happenings at the front of GP2 right now.
Seeing coming through the shot right here, we have two cars that have come back out on track. Both the 66 from Open Throttle Racing, I believe that's their GP2 BMW, and the 68 Aston Martin, the Speed Syndicate. You see together right there as it does its first complete lap.
The number 24 Montgomery Motorsports Big Mission BMW is right behind the 44 of PC Racing, only half a second last time by. We should be able to pick them up here relatively quickly.
And they've been quite close for a few laps here.
Let's see, still looking for a 2 Series.
2 Series already went through.
Oh,
Is headed down into
have they
the braking
changed
zone at turn
the
5.
livery on that?
I believe black with a blue and a red stripe.
Oh, see, it used to be all blue with the sort of blue numbers like their old car.
It is still. Are we talking about the 24?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still the same.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
the
there
same
we go.
paint scheme. Yep, it's
I've
just
mixed it
come
up
through
with
there.
the
That is the whole GP1 pack is there.
Gotcha.
Just a quick word from myself here at ECR. The staff here at Eagles Canyon has been tremendously helpful in getting us what we need. One of those things was going to be a broadcast location that didn't interfere with race control operations. And so I've been allowed to use one of the new hospitality suites being built down in the braking zone for turns 1 and 2, just off to the right-hand side. It is still an active work zone, therefore there's some noise coming from the background that probably has made itself obvious or will make itself obvious. They're cutting some countertops at the moment. Also, there's no internet up here at the moment, so I'm running off a hotspot. If you hear some challenges as far as audio quality goes, I apologize, but we are new venue, doing the best we can up here.
So there's the 24. We are watching that, and then the white and blue car ahead of it is the Ginger Racing Machine. I'm sorry, the PC Racing Machine. That's right. It's white and blue, not the other color set. Also a big heavy hitter in GP1 that was on pace to have a good championship season, and I think just bit by some reliability issues towards the back half of the season. But typically a strong contender in that class, the number 44 PC Racing. Another vehicle, I think, bit by the fact that the Z46s are getting old and the car is getting tired.
Yeah, Sean Moffat in the YouTube chat gave us props for our summary of the number 24 build through the course of last season. They believed that reliability was eventually going to be the big advantage for a new platform over the E36, E36, E46 options. And I think that is beginning to come home to roost. That 44, which, I mean, together with Moorhead and with Edge Autosports, were the class of G1 with those BMWs. Just through the middle to end of last season, could not stay consistently on track. And PC Racing is not a team that would struggle its way through figuring out how a BMW works.
All right.
I mean, they have tens of thousands of miles of racing with that car in particular. And for them to continue to struggle with reliability and Moorhead as well.
Yeah.
Being, BMW experts there with the number 147 through the last couple of seasons. I think is positive that
right now we're watching on screen, I'm sorry, Brendan, the 123 right on the back of the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks. So this is the battle for second place in GTO. They were 2 seconds apart last time by, but now they are nose to tail on track here coming into turn 13.
Yeah, this is nothing new. This has been going on since the field kind of sorted itself out on lap 3 or 4, and now coming up to complete lap number 14. I think that 123 is probably content to just sit in behind the Ginetta G56 of Moorhead Speedworks. No reason to make a lunge, especially the track conditions being what they are. And as the racing line itself dries out over the first hour or two this morning, I think it's going to get harder and harder to make a pass offline until we get a couple of cars widths
I don't know, the lights are being flashed.
Clear gray track.
That's typically not somebody who's content to sit behind for flashing lights.
Yeah, I haven't seen him show the nose at all.
No. But staying right there with him, staying close.
If you are in that 123, what's the hurry? Right, we're 35 minutes in, 7 hours, 24 minutes remaining now.
The hurry is they're now the fastest car on track, and the 313's still checking out.
That's a fair point. Oh, the Jenetta's going to slide wide, headed up the hill in turn number 5 there. A little bit of dry line appearing just to the left of what you would consider the racing line as you begin to track out towards the exit curb. 290, maybe just putting some wheels to that dry patch there. The number 123 tucked it a little bit closer to the inside as the apex of the corner rises up to meet the right front tire. Not enough for that 123 Mercedes to
and then there
get
goes
the nose up the inside,
PC
headed into
Racing
turn number
24
6.
battle.
We made it 35 minutes without talking about Toyota Supras. And I think it is worth a mention, the GTR 99 that has, for the entirety of our time in the World Racing League, campaigned to BMW, be it an M3 or an M4 GT4, has swapped manufacturers over to that Toyota Supra GT4 and joined the likes of Hitman Racing, the number 34, Thunder Buddy Racing in the number 111. And associated customer cars for them as well. We kind of expected it to be a gaggle of Supras now at the top of GTO based on how they ran through most of 2023. But refreshing to say, not joyous to say, but refreshing, that number 34 Hitman Racing is the top Supra at the moment. GTR 99 runs in 6th, Hitman up in 4th. And I think finally, the likes of Mercedes, now the Ginetta, and Cipri Motorsport in that 313, a little bit more on level of, certainly for pace, that we saw out of those Supra GT4s most of last season. NFC in particular did pick up a couple of wins late in 2023 as they got both their car and pit strategy and execution up to the top of GTO.
That car truly firing on all cylinders. Anyway. Yeah, 217
in the background.
006 for the 313 of Cipri Motorsports at the front. So that's, I do believe that is the urgency that we're going to see from the 123 is getting back to that car, because I would also speculate that car may be able to go longer on fuel, question mark?
The 313?
Yeah.
It would make sense. It would make sense for that to be the case, particularly in these conditions. You've got a little bit more manual control over how you drive the car, rather than relying on the electronics to do all the work. So you are likely being a little bit more friendly on the right pedal, and therefore a little bit more friendly on fuel consumption. Not sure what the gearbox is in that car, but entirely possible it's still an H-pattern box, and that will be a little bit more friendly on fuel as well.
AOA Corvette goes around, coming up.
That's the number
14.
11A. Did we see that car in 2023 at all? That AOA Corvette?
I think we may have. It was on the entry list somewhere. Sebring or Coda, I believe.
Yeah. It's a C5. It looks strikingly similar to the old Corvettes we saw out of. We go all the way back. G-Speed, I think, ran one. W2W may have run one for a while as well. Braunschweig had a GP1 example of a C5 Corvette. It looks to be one of those cars, or a very similar build to one of those cars, up in GTO now. In the hands of AOA Racing.
Was running it just last season in GP1. with some success. So it's,
that was
it's a
great
capable car.
It's a great car.
If it can get sorted out, yeah.
Our second and third place runners in GTO working traffic through turns 6 and 7. The fast right and left-handers headed northbound around the 2.7 mile layout here at Eagles Canyon. Still very much nose to the tail. Janetta leading Mercedes AMG, all happening now 15 seconds behind the race-leading Cipri Motorsport BMW. Fastest lap of the race put in by the Stratus number 58. So the GTU cars starting to come back into their own now. Remember, those cars now run 9-to-1 on power-to-weight ratio, which is our primary performance formula here in the World Racing League. Did have a period of time back in 2022 where those cars ran up above 10-to-1, but now welcome to run at the same limits as GTO. And what that means is some places, like a more technical circuit that we have here at Eagles Canyon, that lighter car likely to be a little bit quicker than the GTO cars, and a more hungry circuit like we'll see later in the year at the Robles, or perhaps I don't know, Mid-Ohio. Maybe not Mid-Ohio. Road America. Let's say Road America. The GTO cars come back into their own, and they'll be noticeably quicker than those Sevico and PO1s that make up GTU.
Both leaders safely get around a bit of traffic there, including our GP1 leader, the 64 Open Throttle Racing BMW, as we see goes up the hill here in turn 2. It's the E90 generation BMW. Having a nice 24-second gap over the 522 Choice Racing in the class. And Flying Apex Racing Porsche Boxers just another 3.8 seconds back, so that's your top 3 all within 30 seconds there in GP1. It's good to see the two S2000s in GP2 running very close together here. Battling for second place with the 410 from Quality Time Racing, just slightly in front at the moment. That's the one that is mostly a red body, a black nose, whereas the other S2000 from ASM, I believe much more of a gray, silverish gunmetal color.
For those of you who have come to expect copious amounts of onboard cameras from us here at DriversEye Live, as the name would imply, we've got a little additional challenge this weekend with where ECR is located. Without going into too much detail, the coverage, most of the coverage here is not great. As it happens, we here use AT&T or an AT&T based network, which is quite good. Unfortunately, we learned this weekend that you can't use AT&T SIMs in most of the onboard encoders. So what would be the alternative, or the alternatives, been bonded, don't provide sufficient coverage around the rest of the track to get the onboards up and running. We've gone to some lengths here to ensure that we get the right links and everything synced up with our trackside cameras, and many of the teams have already been extremely helpful in getting that done. And hopefully by the time we get to Barber, we'll have more of what you come to expect out of DEL. But at least for this weekend, both cellular challenges and general geography not really lending itself to to the complement of onboard cameras, which is a little bit of a shame because actually it's a great track to drive around. Certainly in my rental Chevy Equinox, and I'm sure in most of our race cars here this weekend as well. Debris Motorsport continues to lead up at the front of the field in GTO. My Wi-Fi has just dropped off here up in the suites here at turn 1. My hotspot not really playing ball at the moment. Computer's fine. Tablet is not. Try and get that back online.
I want to say hi to Scotty Elkins at home.
Is Scotty Elkins at home or is Scotty Elkins Barber?
I believe he is at Barber.
I was gonna say, I believe Mr. Elkins posted a picture yesterday from Shin 9, maybe, at Barber for a different series.
Yeah, he's currently flagging.
Out flagging this week.
Wanted to text me to say good luck today, but he's watching on his phone, or at least he was. I don't know as a flagger if you can do that. So, I'm sure.
I mean, I'm not going to blow up Scotty's spot here, but
he did say he had
side
to
by
go.
side by side
Yep.
for a second.
There we go.
Headed up into turn 3. Mercedes. Sorry, Mercedes alongside the Ginetta.
And they're going to get it done.
Headed into turn 3, and move is done.
I think that 123 is going to check out now. I think they are going to go in hot pursuit of the 313 here.
It feels likely. Does feel likely. Already through turn 5, gapping by 7-8 car lengths. The question mark is going to be, what can it do relative to that number 313 from Cipri? The 313 has been a quick car through most of this morning, but we know that 123 has likely not been at all of its pace potential, being caught up behind the Ginetta and working through various production car traffic.
In GP2, having been assessed the one-lap penalty, the 321 has now fallen to 6th position. That now puts the 151 out the lead by a substantial margin, about 40 seconds, to the 410 Quality Time Racing, one of the Honda S2000s. Great builds, love seeing them here. They're followed by the number 150 of ASM, also an S2000. So it's a Toyota 86 being chased by 2 Hondas at the front of GP2.
Yeah, keep in mind that battle is still going between those two the 2 Hondas there.
Yeah.
But Lone Star actually was a little bit further back. They just got around the 135 from Rapscallion. That's the green MX-5 named Enola. Just this past lap. So we're seeing Rapscallion more or less kind of staying out of trouble right now. Unfortunately, the 469 was stocked a lap earlier for passing under yellow, because they were running quite a bit further towards the front. But we've still got a long race, and I'm expecting to see those cars work their way up the GP2 field, as long as they can stay out of trouble.
To update that GP1 battle between the 44 and the 24, the 44 has now consolidated its position a little bit further up the road. Now a 12-second gap between those 2 cars. The 24 couldn't quite get there to make the pass and has now lost a little bit of time. I understand it's Andrew Kohlfeldt in the PC Racing number 44, BMW instructor, long-time SCCA entrant, pretty experienced driver at the hands of the 44 PC Racing BMW. So no surprise there that the gap has now widened. You've also got the 787 just having made a pass on the 522. They were dead heat, 0.001 seconds at the line. They were half a second behind, but they have now passed the number 522 Choice Racing. So that's the 787 Porsche Boxster in GP1. I haven't had to call that very frequently in the last year or so. So happy to see the old Boxster make an appearance at the front of a competitive field here in GP1. To be around the 522 being driven by the Choice family. No slouches in their own right. That's a pretty well-run car as well.
Turns 1 and 2. The 87 Toyota Supra goes around and is now crossways in the middle of the track between the right and left handers of the chicane. Gets itself pointed now in the right direction. A little bit of assistance from the grass. And should be on its way here. I had concerns this morning that if you got off track into the grass, or as it is most of the way around this morning, the mud, your chances of getting out of that were not high. And it seems, based on the very few examples we've had this morning, ending up off the circuit, that actually it's not as bad as I thought.
Rejoins directly in front of the leader in GP3, number 27 from Rapscallion Motorsports. That's a new car for that team. I don't believe we've seen a third entry from them before.
We have not. More to come on Rapscallion Motorsports. I have some things to share, but for now, we've got a little bit of action on the track, headed down into the braking zone at turn 4 and 5. GTR 99 and the number 296 of HM Road Racing, which is a new entry for us here in the World Racing League, going at it. Both are at the moment being split by the number 313 from Sipri Motorsport. That is your overall race leader, who's being chased down rather quickly by that number 123 that Ryan predicted was going to start picking up time on everybody. It is indeed the fastest car on track. 2:13.119 is the fastest lap of the race. And that number 313 from Sipri is now just kind of caught up in this lap traffic. Not often you say GTR 99 is about to go a lap down, but that is where we find ourselves.
A new
I think
car,
perhaps that 313 is true, Ryan. That is very, very true.
It's funny you bring up HM Road Racing here as we see it come through the shot here, right behind the GTR Supra. About 10 minutes ago, that gap was 17.5 seconds. So that Porsche has been flying around the track, just reeling in that Supra.
Of course, the hot shoe in that... Oh, go ahead, Brendan.
No, go ahead, Ryan, please.
The hot shoe in that car being Cole Lofsgar, one of the more successful drivers in WRL history. So I would assume that he is the person in the car, especially if you look at the lap chart, where it's just a consistent lowering of the lap time. If it's not Cole, whoever's driving the car is doing an incredible job at wringing all the pace they can out of it.
Yeah, this 313 has been compromised quite badly in traffic here. Position change now that number 296 has gone past the 99, somewhere in the last sector of the lap, to put itself up into 6th overall, which will be top 5 in GTO. The presence of that number 58 from Stratus up there in 4th at the moment. NFC Motorsports resets fast lap down to a 2:11.7. So we're within about 10 seconds. We're within about 10 seconds of what we would anticipate being the ultimate dry pace for our GTO runners. And as you rightly point out, JT, you now, or the driver of that 123 now, can see the charcoal gray number 313 BMW out the windshield. A bit of traffic to contend with, but would anticipate it's maybe 2 or 3 more laps. 7 or so miles before that number 123 Mercedes is right up to the back of the 313. Getting there is I think going to be quite easy for that Mercedes. Passing, as we saw with the Ginetta, maybe not obviously the easiest thing here.
The number 58 GTU has now dipped into the 2:09, which is 2 seconds faster than the 2:11 put up by NFC Motorsports. So the 58 Stratus car in GTU has now found the pace, and they'll be coming back over the top, I think, of the GTO class here in the next hour or two. Just so much more pace once that car finally gets hooked up and the tires warm, the track surface nice. That's going to be a good battle to watch between it and the 123.
Yeah, being a substantially lighter car, it will have taken a lot longer for that car to get up to its tires up to operating temperature anyway, and really start to come into its own. That car we would anticipate hitting slightly earlier than most of the GTO runners, but obviously those fuel calculations get thrown off a little bit in damp or progressive conditions like we've had early this morning.
And as you can see right here going through our shot, it is the gray S2000 leading the red one. So that is ASM getting around quality time racing for second in GP2. That's a cracking good battle.
Yeah, the GP1, GP2 fields this weekend are actually really deep. They've been very well subscribed. A lot of them are plains-based, Texas-based. That's a Rapscallion. I think was that the 469?
Yes.
Out wide there at turn 11? Rapscallion Motorsports. I promised a little bit of additional information. For those of you who are not here this weekend, have had a Ligier JS P4 on display outside of the primary Eagles Canyon shed down at the lower end of the bank. That familiar sort of black or very deep gray color with bright green accents. It's an LMP4 car, which doesn't really mean anything, but it was designed to fit in between the European CN prototypes and the LMP3 class that we've come to know and love. As we have another pit caller there at the very south end.
The 469.
That is the 469, yep. Okay. I don't think that P4 is going to have a place here in the World Racing League. At least as far as initial calculations showed. The car runs in normal trim something closer to 5-to-1 on power to weight rather than 9-to-1. It's a very light car. But if you could either aggressively detune it or put a smaller engine in it, there's maybe the opportunity to slot it somewhere into GTU. But anyway, props to Rapscallion for bringing that car out. I'm under the impression that they'd like to be a little bit more hands-on with Ligier and bringing their cars to the United States. But very cool to see that car in public here. I think it's the first time I've seen it in the flesh.
Did you not get a ride for it?
I did not. No, I didn't see it on track. We've got a change for the race lead, gentlemen. Zippery Motorsport has ceded the overall race lead now to the 123 Mercedes of NFC Motorsports. They were side by side at the start-finish line to complete lap number 24, but by the time they got to the braking zone for turn 1, that Mercedes was up the inside and now leads by something closer to 8 car lengths around the turn 6 and 7 complex. That does appear from my view up here near turns 1 and 2.
Not an entirely rough weekend for Mercedes. It could be said. if the 123 can have a good outing here, I think that undoes a lot of stuff.
You think so, huh?
I do.
Hitman's gonna go off turn 1. Just about gets the car stopped. Very deep on the brakes into that first chicane, and has to basically stop the car to avoid sliding off into the dirt on driver's left. Stratus 58 puts in the best lap of the race. Leader in GTU, 209.1. And most of the top 12 overall now putting in personal bests. I think we're going to see this for a little while here. Every lap is just marginally quicker than the one before it. The one leader up into 8th overall. That's the number 64 from Open Throttle Racing. 219.1 last time around, being a little bit by the AOA Racing number 11A C5 Corvette.
Speaking of
we had
AOA,
a pit stop from Cipri. Moorhead Speedworks has come through start finish and past the number 313. That is the charcoal colored BMW off to the left there, just behind the timing tower. So at the conclusion of hour number 1, just coming up to 9 o'clock local time, your erstwhile race leader, certainly through most of the first hour this morning, makes the first pit stop of the day, leaving the rest of the GT4 competitors out on track. So on one hand, maybe we were wrong about the fuel chins for that.
Yeah, that lets the air out of that balloon for sure. That pretty effectively hands the advantage over to 123.
The flip side is actually maybe they're just standardizing their stints to an hour.
2:07 for the number 58. That's 2.5 seconds quicker than the 123 is running. So that GTU class really starting to find a head of steam here in the first hour and a bit of the race.
And it is just gone past hour number 1 of the 2024 World Racing League season. Hour number 1 of the Saturday 8-hour enduro from Eagles Canyon Raceway. Thanks for being with us here at DriversEye Live, everybody. Appreciate your company through the early part of the weekend. The balance of the weekend, we've got the rest of our 8-hour day today. Checkered flag to come at 5 o'clock local time, which if we don't get some sunshine is actually starting to push on for some lower light. Which should be a little bit interesting.
What we're watching on track right now, sorry, Brendan, is the 787 versus the 522. That battle has stayed pretty tight as we moved on to speak about other things. But that orange Porsche just ahead of the black BMW that's right behind it, that is the 787 Flying Apex versus the 522 of Choice Racing. Those two cars still staying right with each other. Just I noticed that we were following it. I wanted to make sure the people knew what we were looking at.
No, I appreciate it. My video coverage here is a little choppy.
Oh, okay.
We're doing the best we can. The tomorrow we'll get started at 8 o'clock local time. It's a 7-hour race, and that will be the standard through most of 2024. Starts at 8 o'clock at most venues, finishes up by 3 o'clock, allows us to make our way home for those of us that can get home on Sunday night. If there's work to be done on Monday, just opens up scheduling a little bit to be a little bit more friendly to those that are spending their weekends in the WRL paddock.
And they're right up on that.
Strategy changes as well.
Absolutely. They are going to go around this GTO Corvette here. I think that's a GTO. It's definitely the AOA race.
It's the 11A. Yep.
Yeah.
That the sister car to that Corvette, the 85 and GP3, I've been keeping an eye on. Fantastic stint so far. Every single lap, for the most part, with the exception I think 1 or 2 laps, has been progressively getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Very consistent. There was a roughly 30-second gap to the lead car, the 27 Rapscallion MX-5, but that gap is now down to 11.5 seconds. So that 85 is really starting to build a very good, consistent rhythm. So that's gonna be a good battle coming up. I don't know, probably next 20 minutes or so.
We're here for it.
The 313 from Cipri Motorsport has not come back out on track. So I think there might be a little bit more to the story there.
Yeah.
For that BMW M3. I don't know that was just standardizing their stint length right in an hour, but I think that car may have an issue.
Now, the 64 that had eked out a pretty big lead and had a huge pace margin in GP1 are now being caught by both the 787 and the 522. So the pace behind in second and third in that battle, starting to have the 64 fall into the clutches of them. So this top 3 is going to close up here just in time for pit stops, where we'll see who jumps who in the pit rotation there.
You know, it's interesting. GP1 has long been a fairly open category as to who can come away. Have sorry, the top of GP1 has always been fairly open, right? We often have had kind of topsy-turvy results, and every now and then you'll get a surprise winner in that class. But the departure of Moorhead Speedworks from the GP1 class and the continued occasional questions over reliability for the PC Racing number 44 have really blown open the top of GP1 first thing this morning. Open throttle number 64, Flying Apex 787, Choice 522 are not three names you typically call on the podium in GP1. Choice, yes, but the other two not always. And it's left us with a really, really interesting, what is about to be a three-way fight for the GP1 lead. That margin now, as Ryan pointed out, under 10 seconds is going to come together here in probably 3 or 4 laps time. If I didn't make mention of it already, the Cipri Motorsport 313 has now rejoined after losing close to 8 minutes in the pit lane.
So they'll need help to get to the front, and by help I mean a lot of help.
Yeah, I mean, that car, I think, was in the place it was in because it was being driven really well in pretty challenging conditions. It's not a car, we call it the lead at the front of the field very often. And, you know, you wouldn't always expect it to be, you know, at the very pointy end. It's possible also it was on maybe wet weather tires. That gave it an advantage early, but as the track began to dry out, the advantage waned a little bit. Maybe the tire is a little bit too soft for the conditions, or whatever the case might have been. But eventually, I think that car, even if it stays reliable, is probably a maybe top 5 car in GTO.
Sure.
So this is a little bit of regression to what we would have expected out of the 313, but that doesn't take away from what was a really, really strong opening stint to lead off. I mean, if you're going to start 2024 in any particular way, that is the way to do it.
Absolutely. Now, depending on which tire the 313 are running, the rain tire for one particular manufacturer you can run on for a long time, even if it's dry. And some have even told me that the rain tire is the better tire between the two from this particular manufacturer. I don't know if we're supposed to wade into that or not.
You know, I don't know.
I'm tired of not much of a discussion in WRL at all, so don't worry about it.
I mean, it's GTO, so, like, it's still, you know, a thing. Fortunately, Moorhead have not selected whichever tire they were using at Road Atlanta last season, where in the rain they were spinning down the hill coming to the front straightaway, doing, like, perfect pirouettes all the way down. Never seen anything like it. It was just incredible.
Last lap for the leader, 2:05.157. Last lap for Moorhead Speedworks, 2:10.5. So very nearly 5.5 seconds between your race leader and the second place car last time around, as the lead margin out to very nearly 30 seconds. Now the Stratus number 58 up into third overall, giving chase to those two GTO leaders. Hello to Cast Halo in the chat, who is with us for the first time, new viewer. Do they run slicks or semi-slicks in the series? Also, is GTO class a GT3 style class? I'll start with the second one. GTO is a GT4 style class. It's not a GT4 class. There is no homologation as such, but the base GT4 platform and pace is fairly close to what GTO is designed to be. So you have the option of building a car to a 9-to-1 power to weight target, or weight to power target, as I guess the case would be, where, you know, if you want to run a car at 3,000 pounds, or let's use a better number there. If you want to run a car at 3,600 pounds, you can run it at 400 horsepower. That tends to be where a lot of those GT4 cars reside, maybe a little bit under that in weight. But a restrictor or a change in tune can get you there. So if you want to go out and buy a car, the GT4 is a great option. If you want to build a car, that is also an option as well. And we do, on a regular basis, see those types of cars up at the pointy end of GTO. Screaming Goat Racing comes to mind. I'm surprised they aren't here this weekend, actually, with an LS swapped BMW M3. Are always competitive. We had a late model stock car chassis or similar that ran at the pointy end of our season finale last season with a V8 engine in it as well.
The rear end of that car is not symmetrical.
Plenty of options. What's that, Ryan?
The rear end of that late model is not symmetrical.
No, correct. Yes.
Yeah, well, it's still very much a circle track car underneath.
As for the tires, it is a 200 tread wear series. So the idea is nobody is going out and spending money on full racing slicks. We're trying to keep this to commercially available tires. And that is still an open tire formula in GTO and GT2, where you can go out and buy whatever brand of 200 treadwear racing adjacent tire, but still technically DOT certified that you would like. Yokohama tends to be a popular choice. We've seen Nankang's, we've seen Continental. Who else have we seen, Ryan? All kinds of brands. If you can go get the tire, you're welcome to run it here. General production is for now an open tire formula. Yes. As of Mid-Ohio, we'll head the direction of a spec tire, and we'll wait the official announcement on that. But it was teased that a yellow and black branded 200 treadwear tire will become the spec tire down in GP1, 2, and 3.
I feel like it was announced.
Oh, it was announced.
Yellow or was it orange?
It was announced. It will become a thing. But as
So it was
far as
announced.
I am, yes, it was announced. Yes, yes.
Okay.
We have not. They will also be a part of our broadcast here on DriverSeye Live as well. But that some details to be ironed out there. It's more or less what I'm getting at. But come mid-Ohio, all of that as well. Producer Ryan asked me a moment ago if I could talk about countertops. The answer is no. Apologies for the grinding in the background.
That is no worse than Jeff Burton clicking his pin during every interview. I don't know if Brendan.
I don't know that I've ever. No, I don't watch a lot of NASCAR these days.
No. It was for the Daytona 24.
Oh my gosh.
He's
Did not
in
notice.
the Peacock pit lane. Oh, go back and listen now, and you'll absolutely hear it. But he's sitting there fidgeting with his pin on the table. And so the entire time they're down on the Peacock pit box during the 24, you hear click, 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 click.
And
it's like
nobody's
very
out there to
faint.
tell him, Jeff, man, you gotta stop.
Exactly. And
Wow.
nobody, like, once you heard it and saw that it was him doing it, because you can like very faintly see his thumb moving, you couldn't unhear it. So if you go back and rewatch the 24 with Jeff Burton in the pit box thing where they're doing the interviews from, you will absolutely hear it. It'll ruin the broadcast for you. Sorry.
All right. I want to bring our attention to the more tail end of GP2 because there's been a very good battle going on for 8th class between two entries I do not recall ever seeing in WRL before. Currently in 8th is the 666 BMW 330 from Working Dads. And within a second is the number 5 Forsyth Motorsports G-Speed. I believe it's a white Camaro.
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
so.
Yeah, it is.
That
Mighty F-body having returned.
That
for
Camaro
racing.
was not on the entry list, so that was a very good surprise for me. Once our cameras went live, as we have a car moving slightly off here, slow BMW E36.
Hi to
think
Brian
it's a choice
Delaney
car.
in the chat as well, by the way. Friend of DriverSeye Live.
Yeah, the white Camaro going through the shot here as they start to come across the start-finish line.
Some additional pit stops in the production classes. The GP1 leader, previous GP1 leader, has pitted. That is the number 64 BMW from Open Throttle Racing, into and out of the pit lane. Also, the number 46 from Ginger Racing has come through in the pit lane for the first time on this Saturday morning as well. An hour and 15 minutes gone, and we're actually seeing some production pit stops before we see GTO and GTU stops. Cars stopped at the top of turn number 14. That is the number 313 Cipri Motorsports BMW. Is parked up on the grass just to the right side of your shot there. Cresting that long climbing right-hander. And I think that's a pull-off. That car was offline and not going particularly quickly back at turns 13A and B. I thought maybe it was just out of position in the braking zone, but it looks like that car was dead stick and now has ground to a halt. This is the car that led through most of the first racing hour.
And a spin
slow prototype there
MP01.
to the right. Yeah, it's obviously one of the Stratus cars, but little too far away to get a color. I think it might be the gold one.
It kind of looked like there was something wrong with the rear. It's pulled off to the left of the racing line there.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky because this is one of the it is the highest speed corner on the track. The car is probably doing 100 miles an hour there at the apex under racing conditions, and it is parked on the apex.
Now, two issues
right
usually triggers a full course yellow.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at, Ryan. ECR has been very, very good so far this morning and this weekend overall at doing hot pulls, but now we've got to go either dispatch two vehicles or go get one and leave the other. And neither of them are in great spots. One is cresting a long climbing corner that you don't really get a good indication of the position of the car, and the other is at the end of a long yellow flag zone. And now
we now have the full course yellow.
We do go full course yellow. Perfect timing for the GTO field.
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
Pit stops.
There we go.
So we'll look towards the south end of the circuit for the Mercedes-AMG GT4 NFC Motorsports. You would anticipate that car, or that pit crew being more or less ready to receive that car anyway. And you've got to jump at the opportunity before the field gets packed up behind the Toyota Supra safety car that we have here this weekend on behalf of ECR, Eagles Canyon Raceway.
This is Toyota country.
It is. And actually, representative of Toyota Gazoo Racing North America, I think is the branding, was up here yesterday being shown around the facility. Also, that organization has their trip down this weekend as well.
Do they really?
Yes. Pulling into Eagles Canyon.
Weird.
Rural.
Well, it's not that
outside
far
DFW.
It's not that far from where their headquarters is located.
Fair. Are they in Irving?
Anyway.
Is that where they are?
They're in San Antonio, I thought.
Yeah, I have no idea. Somebody will be yelling at their phone, computer, TV, etc. Not really my wheelhouse.
There's a lot of roads in downtown Dallas.
Yeah, so I'm fairly certain that the number 123 has come into the pit lane. I don't see it out on track at the moment. The safety car is going to pick up the number 27.
That's in Plano, I'm sorry.
And now waves by the number 27. It looks like the safety car is picked up. It's a BMW. A little too far away to pick up the number here. in any case, we will be dispatching our safety vehicles here shortly to go recover both our 313 and the stranded Stratus number 59, I think is the confirmation now. The card is listed as missing on racehero.io, which is our source for live timing this weekend and every weekend. So the 58, by virtue of the pit stop for the Mercedes from NFC Motorsports, will inherit the lead. So poor fortune for one Stratus NPO1, and good fortune for the other. Finds itself leading the race overall after having started more or less from the pole position. Under the first course yellow of the day. If you've just joined us this morning, or you've joined us a little bit late, welcome to the 2024 World Racing League season. Happy to have you with us. We're at Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur, Texas. 2.7 mile layout, just north and west of the DFW metro area. It's our first time here, at least while DriversEye Live has been involved in the World Racing League. It's a fantastic layout. 40 cars with us this weekend. We've got 15 named and numbered corners. I think we've actually got quite a few more than that. But pretty new surface here. New layout through the top end of the circuit, as you can see with our Google Earth fly-in on behalf of, or with thanks to Ryan Bauer, who's our producer this weekend. Has proven to race fairly well, even in the damp conditions early this morning. We've got the tight right-left chicane there at turns 1 and 2. A little bit of natural camber to those corners. Elevation changes headed up the hill from the south end to the north end. And plenty of hills and cambers in between. So happy to be here. I think the reception has been overall extremely positive this weekend. I certainly have no complaints of my own, and haven't heard anything negative about our experience here at ACR this weekend. Great staff, very, very helpful to us here at DriversEye Live. They've been great to work with on behalf of the series as well. The NFC car will have been in and out here before the Stratus 58 has been in. I think that actually the 58, just to the left-hand side of the shot here, you see the snorkel light on top of the low-slung prototype on the left-hand side. And now that the crews have had the opportunity to get themselves ready, wholesale pit stops. Open throttle is in. Fifth Gear Motorsports, the number 550 is in.
As you can see to the left of your screen, a lot of action on pit lane here as teams take advantage of the full course yellow to come in, save a bit of time on your pit stop. As you can see, the 64, I believe, open throttle racing BMW and GP1 being jacked up. Looks like they are changing tires on the left side. Towards the back, you can see two Supras. I believe that is the GTR ahead of the Stoic Racing. Oh no, that is the Hitman Racing Supra back there, I believe, as it gets released.
It says they've come through the pit lane that Hitman has.
They just
that is Stoic.
Yes, that's Stoic. Hitman just crossed start-finish line just in front of them.
So now we get to see how many positions the 99 made up in the pit lane. As is usual. Yeah, the 99, so we'll have to wait for everything to sort through, but they've went from a little ways down to now fourth-ish. We'll have to wait to see how that shakes as far as the timing and scoring is concerned. But the 99 GTR, of course, the one thing they haven't changed, I assume, is their crew. One of the fastest crews on pit lane. They try to take the time where they can. All of the folks down there, Harold Petit and company, very forward about not being the fastest drivers in the series, but always looking to take an advantage on pit lane by having a pit crew that works incredibly hard and has mastered their choreography together. So that is still the case we see here for 2024 as they make huge strides up the timing sheet here.
If you're new to the World Racing League, we've now completed our first round of pit stops. Under the full course yellow, pit stops are a fairly straightforward affair here. We have limitations on fuel canisters, no more than 5 gallons in a jug. You can put in as many as you need, but you have no more than 1 canister over the wall at any given time. No more than 5 crew members, including the driver, over the wall at any given time. So functionally, it's 4 people over the wall. And if you're doing a driver change, you've got to be careful that it's no more than 3, because obviously you'll have 2 drivers on each side of the wall. One of the unique and more challenging elements of World Racing League and getting pit stops and driver changes and all the other elements of endurance racing exactly right. And as Ryan said, GTR 99 has kind of been at the pinnacle of pit stop and race execution. Although, much like we saw, through the early and mid 2000s in endurance racing, people have started to realize that it's basically free time. Or if you're not doing it properly, it's time you're giving away. It doesn't matter how fast your car is. If you're giving up 10, 20 seconds every pit stop, you're only hurting yourself. And so we've seen a closing of that margin as well, particularly at the top. Thunder Bunny is not here. Thunder Bunny Racing is not here this weekend, but they kind of heralded as one of the pinnacles of pit stops and race and strategy execution as well. Very, very rarely do you see penalties out of the likes of NFC Motorsports and GTR 99, Thunder Bunny Racing, etc. Same goes for more Hitsburgs as well. You would assume that that crew has carried over from their GP1, GP2 cars as well to run both the 290 and the 68 for Speed Syndicate. So on rotation, the number 123 of NFC Motorsports has claimed the race lead, or maintains the race lead, sorry, from the 290 of Moorhead Sparks. My race hero is a little bit behind here, actually.
Oh, that's much better. And it moves
NFC leads Moorhead by 11 seconds.
Google Chrome is way less resource intensive than Microsoft's garbage.
That sounds incorrect.
Oh, absolutely not. I've now done a I've now done a Coke challenge on it, and it's way less tax.
Google Chrome is notoriously terrible on computer resources.
It's running way better. Way better. We're at 65% CPU usage versus 98.
This is a Firefox organization.
I mean, that's fine. There's more plugins on Google Chrome. That's what it comes down to.
That is probably true.
Not by a lot, but there is more. A lot of my school stuff requires Google Chrome as well. So. Doesn't.
As we get ready to go back to green here, hopefully within the next lap or two, it looks like they'd be ready to go this time around. I do wonder a little bit if they're going to hold the green flag until the emergency vehicles have gotten a chance to get back to their home over between turns 5 and 12. There's ambulance, flat tows, and beds that stage themselves over there. With 2 of them having been sent to go pick up the 313, the number 59, if they are, if they're just going to wait until those cars have been dropped and they can get the EVs back to where they need to be. The alternative is we go back to green and they can use the open track to scoot themselves over towards where the cut is over at the left-hand side of turn number 5. So we'll wait and see. New things to learn at a new venue. Will kind of dictate the flow of the race, particularly the flow of these full course yellows. Also, a few cars will need to catch the back of the safety car train. The Palomar number 38, which is a new number for Palomar this year, is in amongst them. The number 5, Forsyth Motorsports G-Speed Camaro is in there as well. Nice to see Palomar back in 2024. Campaigned the numbers 14 and 15 BMWs last season, based out of San Diego, California.
Yeah, and new numbers for both cars, actually. Both cars are on the entry list for Barber, and the other car is going to be number 83.
38 and 83, makes sense to me. Lights are off on the yellow Toyota Supra safety car, headed down into the braking zone at turn number 15. And we'll have a production, one of the production BMWs, I still haven't gotten the number, will lead us back to green flag racing. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes, number 1 in timing. There's a couple of cars deep in the queue. Moorhead Speedworks, number 290. A couple of cars deeper than that. 8 seconds further back, it's the 31.
That's Operation
who leads us back to green. Yes, it is. Number 123 works its way through some of the production cars that have headed the field on the way back to green. The 926 from Fast Track Racing is in there. 3 wide deeper in the pack. The Moorhead Speedworks Janetta has had to work through quite a bit of that. It's a very frantic restart down here at turns 1 and 2. Worth noting, the track here is actually very, very wide. Wider than even a number of other places. I mean, Barber has with two. This is at least as wide as Barber, if not more. So we're a little bit more free with passing opportunities, even on 40-plus car restarts like we've got this morning. Nice to see Fast Track Racing, the number 926 here as well. First time we mentioned them just a moment ago. I think they might be based here. I think this is where their garages might be, if I'm honest with you. Their sponsor on RaceHero.io is listed as Eagles Canyon Raceway, and that car very nicely tucked into its own little space down in the lower paddock at the south end of the circuit. So I do know that they do usually take part in the event down at Circuit of the Americas, and perhaps this is just that car's already a GT4 BMW, a nice opportunity to run at your home venue, near enough your home venue. Just a single car for them this week with the 926. I think we've had a change for second here. The Stratus number 58, which would be the green accented NPO1, is now ahead of the white Janetta G56 from Moorhead Speedworks. So as they come through to complete lap number 39, should have a change for second overall, although not a class position change. 203, 266 for your overall race leader off of the restart. And I think we're in pretty much fully dry conditions here, gentlemen. That's 60 is the green car. So 290 still sits second overall there. And the green Sepico NP01 that you may see if you catch the front of the field is not the GTU class leader. That car is about 10 seconds further back and is headed up into the turn 3 area as we speak. Is the blue accented Sepico NP01. Some people have been asking in the WRL Racers group, by the way, when we're going to get something different in GTU. We have seen some Mazda Miatas in that class in the past, made up largely at this point of the NP01s. Not a prototype class as such, it's just meant to be a lightweight racing category, racing car category, but it's still got to be closed tops. You can't get too creative with what you go pick up under the 2,200 pound weight limit. Some people have suggested that a VW Fun Cup.
Oh, okay.
That's yeah. A lot of people have been talking about that.
A lot of people have been, JT. You're absolutely right. Isn't it
A lot
weird
of people have
how
been saying
popular
it. Many
that
people.
is?
Yeah, and usually, you see the start of innovation or of trends appear in WRL before you start to see it in other race series. So hopefully that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, even if maybe you find one VW Fun Cup in the GTU category, you could end up with a whole host of them in GTU.
It would literally
be
be
VW Revolution.
The Fun Cup, the fun class.
It is a fun class. I know that WRL is committed to offering the GTU class as a place for the NP01s in particular to go racing. It was not built to the NP01, but it was designed to differentiate them as a non obvious GTO type car. So when you've got the bigger, heavier cars, the road-going based cars that make up GTO, this sits outside of that as a lighter, purpose-built sports racer type of vehicle. More aero, bigger diffuser. It does things a very different way. Even though it runs at the same power to weight, it makes its speed fundamentally differently from these GTO cars. And as a result, the opportunity is there if you can trim a car down to 2,200 pounds or so to try and do something a little bit differently. Those NP01s are purpose-built race cars, but like we said, we've seen very, very light Mazda Miatas in that class in the past that make a little bit more sense to run in like a GP2 if you can detune it far enough. And just nobody's really found the right formula yet to take the fight of what is often a contingent of 5 or 6 of those Sepico NP01s. Maybe a Fun Cup is the right answer. Who can say?
How big of a motor can you put into a B-spec car?
That is a good
Like,
question.
if we turn the boost up, like if we get a Fiesta ST, how much does a Fiesta ST weigh?
What does a B-spec Mazda weigh?
2,500. Can you pull that
It says
much weight out of a Fiesta?
2306.
Oh, I see 25,
Curb weight
27.
2306.
I'll just for the regular one. ST. I see it as 2742 for the ST. Don't think you're going to get enough weight out of that. 700 or even 500 pounds is a lot.
No, but so the Mazda is 2300.
Right, but the Mazda doesn't have an easy turn up the boost engine. The Fiesta ST
So
does.
what could you
just put a different
in
tune
it?
on it.
What does 2306 get you for power?
That's too much, though.
256.
That's too much, though. It's too heavy. Oh, but you get the
Oh, yeah, putting a bigger engine in the car would get you to it, yeah.
You get the plus, though, for running front-wheel drive. I wonder if that accounts for GTU. I don't think it does.
Listen, we're just out here solving problems, getting more cars into GTU.
We're trying.
I mean, hey RJ, how can we get a Mazda 2 into GTU?
Nah, what we need is a Porsche
What are our options
914. A Porsche 914 or like an MR2. That would do it.
Are they too heavy?
A 914? Heck no. MR2? Probably not.
Sounds like
Oh,
a
an
factory
MR2.
5
Didn't you
car
have
is
an
needed.
MR2?
I still do.
Ryan, didn't you have an MR2?
I still do.
Still do.
Yeah.
Huh.
In GP2, 5 Racing leads over the ASM Honda S2000. 4 seconds further back, Quality Time Racing still there. Great work by the Split 5 guys on pit lane to jump the cars ahead to take the lead there.
Apologies here. They're now cutting directly outside of my window. I think Isebico NPO1 of Stratus number 59 is now back out on track.
Nice.
You get
Oh,
there
no, it's
first,
not.
Jen.
Sorry. No, it is. Just come through. 26 minutes. Got to parse all the numbers and colors here for Stratus. 2 of them was easy in context. 3 of them are tougher. Not that sharp. That car's just come back out on track. Stratus number 58 is losing a little bit of time to the GTO leaders. I thought there was a chance that maybe it would just kind of make an early charge here off the green flag, but the pace hasn't really been there in that GTU race leader early on this morning. The number 60, though, the team car, this car on track at the moment, just done a 202. Oh, well, that's very confusing. 159.877. Has that car picked up a 1-lap penalty?
Which car?
The number 60.
Yes, it had a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow
Okay.
early on.
So
So
that
yeah,
was the
it's a lap
60.
down.
Right.
Battle in GTO is still relatively close. Moorhead just 2 seconds behind NFC last time through, as we see the 469 rejoining the race after a 47-minute repair. So it's good to see them back out.
Interesting at the front of GP1 after the pit cycle. The 44 has gone back into the lead, followed by the 522, but the 787 of Flying Apex, the Porsche Boxster, still turning laps about half a second faster than the rest of the front end of the GP1 field. So those 2 BMWs holding it down at the front of GP1 right now, and indeed the 44 PC Racing back where we normally see it. But as of right now, still doesn't quite have the pace of the 787. So that 787 is moving. Additionally, we've seen the number 38 of Palomar Racing, who we haven't talked about today, in their 1998 M3, another E36, driving all the way out from San Diego most times. They are up into 4th after being a little bit lower down the field. So a little bit of shakeup in GP1 after that round of pit stops. The 64, having led early, is now down in 10th position. They've lost some time there. Ginger Racing 53 now ahead of the 46. 24 of Montgomery Motorsports, I think, in 7th now, probably right where they ought to be as far as pace is concerned. But still plenty of time for them to extract some more from that car and move up the order here. They are a lap down now. I think fully a lap down, 4th through.
Oh, coming into
7.
turn 1, our 2 Honda S2000s, or sorry, 1 Honda S2000 and our MX-5 Lone Star Rallycross. Lone Star Rallycross has the white nose there as it separates the ASM and quality time Honda S2000s. That Lone Star MX-5 just 3 seconds behind the 31 operation BMW. Still fourth in GP2, so they're having a good run at the moment. Unfortunately, the Kurdog Racing Toyota, after leading a bit in class, has fallen back into 6th right now. Gap at the front of GTO expanding just slightly in favor of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz. Now up to about 4 seconds. Both Stoic Racing and AOA Corvette set their fastest laps of the race, respectively. As does a lot of the GP2 field here. Still about roughly a 1 second gap between Split Racing and the 150 ASM Honda S2000 for the lead there.
I think the 151 lost all of that on the pit lane, which for a newer entrant doesn't really surprise me, given the amount of practice that the rest of the GP2 field has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that.
Because they haven't lost any time anywhere else. It must have just been in the pit. 248 versus 251. Interesting. 323. I think they may have got a penalty, JT.
I believe they were given a warning. Let me double check here.
Because now they're down to 321, who also lost a lap for a penalty.
No, no penalty for them.
But their pit stop time, 248 and 513 versus 250. Oh, okay, so the time came off that second lap. Okay, got it. So yeah, they did lose a bunch of time. That's what it was.
Yeah, the only 2 penalties in GP2, Lone Star Rallycross and the 469 Rapscallion both had a 1 lap for passing under yellow.
Got it. All right. So yeah, I stand by my original comment of new team, new series, practice.
Couple takers on pit lane here. Looks like the Aston Martin of, I believe that's 89X Motorsports.
Yep, and they had that stop early on with, 20 or 30 minutes in, which would have been way, way early. So this is about on time with where they should be if they're trying to do a full stint from there. Which would have meant that they stayed out during the yellow?
Yeah.
They did not.
Possibly.
They came in during the yellow, so they've pit again. I wonder if they're having like a fuel pickup issue or something of that nature. Because they pit on lap 32 with everybody else. Maybe it wasn't the 89X that came in early. Am I thinking of somebody else? Stoic?
That's not the 89X, that's the 68, both with a black colored nose.
See. I had the
We're back in business, boys.
Because the 68 was just noted for a visor up warning.
68 would be the Speed Syndicate car, so it would still be the Aston.
Yeah. Our confusion was the same colored nose.
Yeah.
Perfect. Glad we got to the bottom of that.
Battle for the race lead, under a quarter of a second between Mercedes and Ginetta. They're headed up into the braking zone at turn 8. So they'll come into our view here at turn 11 here in a couple of moments' time. And it should very marginally still be Mercedes ahead of the all-white Ginetta number 290. Keep an eye to your right-hand side of the screen. Over the last rise, there's Mercedes, Ginetta, and then NPO1. That is not the third-placed NPO1. That is the other Stratus entries. Kind of a corkscrew-esque corner there at turn 11 and 12 chicane. Rises up just at the apex of turn 11 and then drops away very aggressively down the hill at turn 12. Ginetta doing well there through the long right-hander at turn number 14. And they'll come down to the braking zone, one of the hardest braking zones on track, here at turn 15.
And just ahead of them, you can see the battle for the GP2 lead between the Split 5 and the two Honda S2000s. So already past the shot was the ASM car, which now has the lead. Split 5 BMW goes to second, then the 410 is our third place GP2 car. Oh, as I believe that's the operation car. Just getting a little wide there on the exit, putting a tire down.
This 123 is determined through traffic. Picking and choosing the moves very carefully, but also using the lights appropriately. That smaller Ginetta is going to go around the outside at turn 7? And I think that's move done.
That's done.
Whoa! That especially in not completely dry conditions is a decision to go around the outside in traffic. Wasn't quite 3 wide, but it looks like maybe a slower car was at the apex at turn 7 there. Just balked the 123 a touch.
Yeah, the Camaro just kind of got overwhelmed there by all the traffic coming through.
Yeah, and to be clear, did exactly the right thing. You hold your line.
Yes.
Right, just hold your line. Don't push the car. Do whatever you can to keep the car on the racing line and be predictable about it. Unfortunately, the 123 tried to go left, and it just didn't work. And that slightly smaller, lighter Ginetta was able to carry a little bit more speed around the outside and get the move done. Talked to Chad Moorhead on Thursday evening about that G56. Somewhere in the region of 3,100 pounds is what I was told. And with tune situation, or the tune on that car being locked, I don't know that they're at exactly the right number, but it kind of feels like it might not matter because that car is going this morning now that the track has dried out a little bit. And now leads the race overall by just under a second from the number 123 Mercedes. Not that we needed more choice in GTO when things get, when we get to the bigger events at Barber or Road America. Man, having an extra top-tier competitor up in GTO is actually 2. You take the 68 into account, which is just hit early problems this morning. But having those 2 extra cars in GTO is certainly welcome. GP1 led at the moment, PC Racing from 522 of Choice Racing. Flying Apex another 8 seconds further back, so 15 seconds or so separating your trio of GP1 class leaders. Palomar Racing in the number 38 is a little bit further back, but as far as we can tell, still on the GP1 lead lap and the top 5 in the top production class. GP2 led by the 150 from the ASM.
It's one of the S2000s.
2:15 of Split 5 Racing in second. Spec E46.
Yeah, and again, that battle's, still at a half second. So it's the gray S2000.
We've almost wrapped up another hour here, gentlemen.
Excellent. You know what that means?
I actually don't.
The requested resource was not found on this server. What? Womp womp.
It's actually blocked you from doing irresponsible math to
What?
It's a terrible decision.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I reject your decision making here aggressively. We haven't even had a green
But if
light
it's not
yet.
working now, it's not going to work later.
Well, that might be true. But it was going to be meaningless then.
That's fine.
Pit
I'm okay with
stops. Hitman drops a wheel between 1 and 2. Gets the car gathered up, but not before it let the number 99 of GTR 99 sneak through up the inside. Just ever so slightly out of position on the way into the turn 1 chicane there. And again, basically had to park the car and then get it steered away from the grass on driver's left, and then allowed that blue number 99 Supra to sneak right on through for 4th place overall, 3rd place in GTO. GTR Supra is going to take me a minute
No, it's fine.
to start rolling off the tongue.
The Nissan GTR Supra?
There's layers there.
Yeah.
We can settle into a little podcast mode here. Speaking of Nissan,
Oh, I have one more joke that I've been
go
working
ahead.
on. That's
Do
a
it.
name game joke, and that's as a GTU entrant, the Tim Myers Manx.
that one escapes me. I'm sorry.
The Myers Manx is like the standard Volkswagen dune buggy thing.
Right. Tim
Anyway.
Myers. Yeah, no, I like it.
Okay.
I could be here for that.
You were saying?
What was I saying?
Podcast.
Nissan. Yeah, what's going on with Nissan's racing situation?
Nothing's going on with the racing
Yeah,
situation.
what's-
Same
what's
way nothing's
that?
been going on for the last 10 years.
Well, I mean, they have the
here's
GT3
the-
programs through like 2019, 2020.
Here's the reality. Nissan isn't a real car manufacturer. There's my take. Nissan is just Japanese Dodge at this point, which means they build rental cars and they sell people on subprime financing. That is the only two things they do as a business.
I mean, is that fundamentally different from,
It's not any different than Dodge or Chrysler, but it is very different to like every other manufacturer.
Sure. No, and I mean, they are obviously not involved in motorsports either.
Exactly.
Yeah. I keep expecting with the boom of hypercars that Nissan's going to decide to get back in, but I also assume now, as time goes on, that they just know they don't have the resources to be competitive.
Unfortunately, I think the
So,
person
if all
that
they're
they
gonna do
ran
is
out of
embarrass
Japan
themselves.
was the person who was actually pushing them to do cool things. So that's
They do.
Are you
GT4
referencing Derek Cox?
no, I'm referencing Carlos Ghosn, whose idea
right.
was to even remotely pay Darren Cox any amount of money.
Right.
They're Nissan's in
to
a world
be
of hurt
fair-
as a manufacturer right now. They don't have a whole lot going on for them.
Is there a Nissan we could sneak into GTU? Become Nissan's premier national racing program?
There's one you can put in GTO.
That's true. You could run in GTO. I bet it would fit in GP1 also. I think you could turn that engine down.
Which car is
The
this?
GT4 one?
Oh, I didn't know they were actually doing the GT4 car. I've never seen it.
Oh, I
Does,
have.
does it exist?
Yeah, it runs in SRO.
Was it really? Oh, okay.
Yeah. 370 or is
Yes,
it the new Z or what?
It's,
Well, it's,
no,
it's the new Z.
the Z.
Okay. I didn't know they had a GT4Z.
Yeah, it came out last season, I believe.
It was
at the
announced last season. I wasn't convinced it was actually going to
I didn't know that.
beginning. It has been racing.
Okay. JT's really
Interesting.
quiet to me. Is that just me, or is that Jason?
All of a sudden, yeah.
It
no,
could have been Ben, I don't know.
Okay.
That's interesting. I didn't know there was a GT4Z. I've seen that car a couple of times, just in random places. It looks fine. Somebody had also told me that car was didn't really seem like it was going to do what it was designed to do.
It's pretty heavily a 370 with a different motor, is my understanding. Like, the
Right.
styling's very good, but I guess the chassis, when you get in, it's like, oh, okay, this isn't that different. Like, the motor's cool, but it's the same car.
Is it a race prep motor? Or could it be a race prep motor?
It's the same. I don't know if they've run that motor in racing. It's the same turbo unit they put in all the Infinities for a long time. But it is not the GTR motor, importantly.
Can we go get one of the Infinities from Grandam? Run that somewhere?
You probably run that here. That probably fits in GP1.
Here's a question.
Yeah, let's hear it.
What did the old Prep 2 RX-8 chassis weigh?
Probably too much.
Yeah.
Probably 25 or more. I would say they're over 25.
Yeah. The G56 is not a production chassis anymore either.
Well, it is, though. You can buy a
Stoke this fire a little bit.
like, you know, like, I've had that discussion with
Backwards
RJ.
Corvette exiting turn 3. That car not done well to hold its brakes and is now on the racing surface, facing the race direction. It's actually just in between cameras at the moment. Car gets restarted, and the V8 roars to life, and the 11A carries on its way down the hill.
And the 123 draws
Turns
ever
4 and
closer
5.
to the Janetta.
Already come through here. Ryan is headed up towards turn 6 and 7. So no harm, no foul there, but I would have liked to see that car hold its brakes a little bit as it recovered.
Yeah.
So
There we
coming
go.
through this shot here, you'll see a multicolored BMW there. A couple cars back, you'll see Fifth Gear Motorsports Porsche Cayman. That is the battle for 5th in GP1 between SIPA Racing and Fifth Gear.
It's Tiffany Dell behind the wheel.
Ryan, you so aggressively outpace the rest of us in Tiffany Dell references. I mean, it's not close.
It's true. It's
I mean,
Fifth Gear.
you're probably averaging once a weekend.
Oh, more than that.
You think so?
It's probably once a race, if not more.
slow 235i from BMM Montgomery Motorsports. Yeah, they're headed into turn 15 now.
Man.
You can actually just see it way off in the distance there. The blue number 24 will stay to driver's right here and enter the pit lane.
Must be a
The car
flat
was
tire.
not well.
Must be a flat tire. Right.
My
that
bid
car's,
is
that car's reliable. That car's reliable. It's a flat tire. It's like every Toyota that ever came into my dealership on a flatbed. Like, dead battery. Toyotas don't break down.
They had just set their fastest lap as well.
It stinks.
Oh, let's go!
It's not like it's kind of going in limp mode. It's like it was just quick, and then all of a sudden it's there's a problem.
That is
Behind the wall we go.
Well, we were
That is the way.
just extolling the values of the 2 Series and it being the more reliable chassis.
I mean, it is still a development program.
It is.
Right,
I
that
will
car
do the
has-
Vince McMahon back in his seat meme if they come up and say it was a turbo problem. I'll just like be excited.
Are we allowed to reference Vince McMahon?
No,
anymore?
that's true. We're probably not allowed to.
I don't think we are.
That meme is iconic, though. It really accurately describes how I feel when
That's
I
fair.
get something right like that. as Brad McCall says, I quote, make things up, end quote.
The 31 drops all 4 of its wheels on the backside of the curb at turn number 2.
123 still behind the Ginetta here.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised here. I thought the 290 being trapped up behind the Mercedes would have allowed that Ginetta to scoot away a little bit once it actually got through. But the Mercedes has done well to hang with the number 290 here.
This is what we saw in the first stint, though, Brendan, where the 290, as far as flat pace, when both of them are up to speed, just cannot do what the 123 can do.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things happening here. One, that Mercedes has a year of racing under its belt, a year of 16 to 20-hour race weeks, well, including practice time. It's got itself substantially more sorted. Mercedes GT4 is also run in all kinds of other series around the United States. That is not the case with the G56. That G56 has had a week's worth of testing at Eagles Canyon. And they've been here since Monday, I was told.
Do we think this is
just running test sessions?
Do we think this is Jules Gounon in the Mercedes right now?
Say his first name again.
Jules Gounon.
Jules Gounon. Jules Gounon.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Adam Christodoulou. Maybe Mauro Engel.
I'm not the world's biggest Mauro Engel fan.
Who has more race wins, Mauro Engel or Lewis Hamilton in Mercedes machinery?
In Mercedes machinery specifically?
Yeah.
Oh, actually.
Stoic Racing going for a mild adventure there.
Looks like, is that the Supra?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just headed through turn 15 now. Yeah,
Blue driver's side roof, red passenger side roof.
Let's talk about asymmetrical paint schemes for a minute. We talked about it.
Sean
I
Moffitt
just
says
struggled
they
with
had
that a
a wheel speed sensor issue yesterday, and it seems to be coming back today. And,
This was Moorhead?
Sean Moffitt, so that is the
Sean. Got it.
24 BMM Montgomery Motorsports BMW.
Yeah. Well.
Might not be related for what they're experiencing today. As Sean says, so much for reliability. We're dumb.
That car will... Look, I mean, it ran so well at Coda.
It did. It ran incredible.
I don't think having a one-off wheel speed sensor issue or a repeating issue on a particular part is indicative of a car that is now all of a sudden unreliable. It's just,
Wheel speed issue on a BMW is like classic. That's just like, that's peak BMW. Every 19-year-old that buys an E46 that's like clapped out is like, oh, where are my traction control lights on? Ah! It's always a wheel speed sensor. Every single one of them.
Meanwhile, I'm watching Ginger Racing and their 1 Series stay out of trouble.
Yeah, so the 46s hit some issues. The 53 hasn't. The 53's been reliable. Obviously, they'll need to find some pace in that car over the, balance of the season. But such as the depth in GP1, despite having been trouble-free all the way through, that number 53 still is only 7th.
PC Racing is definitely having an issue right now. That lead is going to be coming down in GP1. Seems like they were struggling a bit with the GTO leaders coming through there, and then we just saw them going off track, coming into turn 14 on the inside. It looks okay coming out of the final corner, but we're going to have to really keep an eye on that.
car headed through turns 1 and 2 at the moment. Really headed up to the aforementioned BMW 1 Series we just spoke about. Ironically, Choice also dropped some time on that last lap, 2:14 flat for the number 522. So it wasn't a clean lap for the second place car either, and that all plays into the hands of the 787 from Flying Apex Racing, who was able to pick up 5 seconds on the first and second place cars.
Did you bring your earplugs this weekend?
My earplugs?
Yeah.
I do have a pair of earplugs.
I mean, whenever there's a 787 at the track, then, you know, gotta watch your ears. Of course, with
What?
With the rotary.
Oh, I thought that was an airplane joke.
Yeah, I thought he was making a
Yeah.
Dreamliner joke.
No, I would say bring a spare
Flying
capacitor.
Apex?
Come on, like, make sure your landing gear doesn't catch on fire. Like, you know, that would have been the joke there.
Is that what you think happens to 787s?
Isn't that what happened? The supercapacitors got too hot and they like set the landing gear on fire? Wasn't that the thing?
I don't know what you're referencing.
There was definitely, maybe it was the other one.
They had a string of APU fires back in the day.
Yeah, I thought the APU fire was because they were using a supercapacitor and not a battery, or just some...
Oh, that might be the case, yes. Didn't set the landing gear on fire, did it? No. That wouldn't...
I thought it was in that part of the thing where, like, it was, like, down by the door.
APU's at the tail. Huh.
It was a battery. All right.
Yeah, no. No such trouble for the 787 Flying Apex Racing Porsche box.
No, and they get really good fuel economy, even though they only have a set amount of fuel that they can use for any given weekend.
It's because they're using the jet stream.
No, it's because they're using a rotary engine. They have new Apex seals. Flying
Okay, you're
Apex
not.
Seal Racing. Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
The car goes up the inside of turn 1 to try and get past the AOA number 85 is in there, and
Incorrect.
BMW I don't
Oh,
recognize.
no, that is.
That's the Choice Racing. That's the that is what we're talking about right now, is it not?
That's
It's good
not
to
Choice
see the
Racing.
85 back out on track.
Is that not
I
the
talked about them
787?
earlier. And then
Triple,
they
Yeah.
666 Working Dads, I think is that car.
No.
Anyway,
It was going to be a faster position. All right. All right. I stand corrected.
lithium battery fires was the answer on the 787.
No, I had already checked it. That's okay. There's a delay on the YouTube. Not worried about it. No biggie. No biggie.
bleep it out
123 has
before it goes
made the pass on the number 290 of Moorhead Speedworks. So that NFC
Yes, it
Motorsports Mercedes goes back through. NFC, no strangers to tussling with somebody with an LS3 in their car. That's a tube-frame chassis.
What?
They're no strangers to that at all.
That is...
Ryan, run the highlight reel from Coda. We'll see Kyle Busch trying to spin somebody that has god-tier traction control.
This is the first time we've talked since then.
all the
You and I,
spoilers
but-
today for Brian. Brendan tries to introduce the cool new Moorhead car. Brian spoils it. Oh, you want to talk about the highlight from Coda? This is what happened before you see it.
There's no highlight yet. It's fine. Yeah,
I'm gonna make one, but there's gonna be one.
We would never. Spoiler alert, nobody likes Kyle Busch.
I did really appreciate having Jordan there, being like, "Yeah, no, that was Kyle Busch. The throwing the net down, that was definitely him."
So-
world's easiest driver ID. Level of temper tantrum.
Good to see that the 85 has come back out now, and they set their fastest lap. I briefly talked about them earlier, and after that they had promptly come down pit lane for a while. So apologies to AOA Racing about that.
AOA Racing, of course, usually bringing a fleet of MX-5s, but I understand there's another race going on as a season opener for a worse racing series.
Yeah, but you know
that
what?
some entrants have decided to take part in.
In fairness, AOA has diversified.
They have. That's true.
I mean, they are. Yes, they have the fleet of MX-5s, but I mean, we've seen they've got the C7, right?
They did, yeah.
Did.
Well, we haven't seen it since, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
JP's like, well,
they've got the C5.
They don't.
Not like that.
Oh, good stuff.
We've seen them with the C7. We've seen them with the C5, as is the case this weekend.
We're also missing Team ACP with Tangerine Associates off of their awful time at Daytona. I have to imagine the idea of still like going and doing it was still fun, but that's never how you want to start your roar before the 24 by spinning your car on lap 1.
They'll be back at Barber.
That's good. I'm happy. I'm happy to see them back at Barber. No random vandals are not here either. We're hoping to see them back this season in the green and white cars.
Oh, I think that may have been Hitman rejoining in turn 13 just a moment ago as he goes through 14. That car looked like it had been slow. The Hitman Supra as it comes into the final corner here. Looks like it's back up to speed, so we're okay there. But yeah, we'll be seeing both Random Vandals and Team ACP Tangerine Associates at Barber. Currently, a completely full field at 60 cars.
Nice. With waitlist spots available.
Yeah, waitlist spots are always available.
Yeah, we'll see quite a few of our WRL regulars back for that race.
Including Ryan West.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Ryan making his inaugural trip to Alabama.
That's fine. Birmingham's an alright city. Barber's a great facility anyway. I mean, it is.
It makes great races in WRL's history.
If you ask me, and nobody did, to be clear, but if you do, it is my favorite trip of the year. It just isn't going to work out for reporting this year. So
Brendan's like, dude, there's so many breweries, and it's going to be completely lost on me.
It's a fun city. It's fine.
Brendan likes the boat show. Let's be real.
Completely lost on me. I might go to the boat show. I do like a good boat.
You can't go to the boat show. It's
yes,
Saturday
I can.
and Sunday.
It's the same time.
I want to go sit on a Catalina, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, nope. Well, you will be docked hourly pay for the hours.
Little 26 footer.
He could do like a Jet Burton field piece.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome to the boat show here.
The sights and sounds.
Justin Bell. Just send him out into the. Oh, Jeff Burton was the roamer, wasn't he?
They didn't do very much of that, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I'll go talk to people in the
gosh.
Volkswagen van brigade.
I figured it out. RW Ryan West, Rutledge Wood. What?
I even have a flannel shirt I can wear.
Send Ryan Rutledge Wood style into the boat show.
And remember, there's only one rule. The floor is
lava.
You're supposed to say lava.
Yeah.
And then they like do the thing, and you have to run across the.
I don't know what you're referencing. I barely know who Rutledge Wood is.
It's Rutledge Wood's show "Floor is Lava" on Netflix.
Oh, is that a thing? Why?
It's Wipeout, but floor is lava. It's great. I love it. My daughter and I watch that. It's fantastic.
Sounds. Also being referenced, Ryan Bauer, our producer, was referencing Holy Moly, which I haven't seen either.
That's pretty good. Golf, of course, is dead to me at this point.
So
Golf joins college football as well as baseball in sports that are dead to me.
Wow, money ruined sports. Imagine that.
Yeah, go
Isn't
figure.
that wild? We don't,
At least,
we don't have that problem here.
coming back
We
to
are
GP1.
firmly an amateur racing series.
Unfortunately, it just seems like PC racing is struggling a little bit right now. The last lap was a 2:25. They have lost the lead and fallen back to third. So Choice Racing now leads GP1. They've got a 7-second margin over the Flying Apex Racing Porsche Boxer.
Great cars.
So yeah.
I think the days of the Boxster are winding themselves down as well. There was a time back when we moved to the World Racing League that the general production classes were, if not majority Boxsters, it was the most popular car across classes.
I think that all kind of started to go downhill when Porsche decided that the early Boxster would now get parts from its, quote, historic catalog, end quote, which really, when you start attaching historic to stuff in your parts catalog, you start charging a lot more money.
Huh.
So
Where did that work?
Well, as we saw last season, Overnight Motorsports could make the Boxster run very well in our general production classes. Flying Apex.
Oh, no, it's still
definitely looks
very
quite strong.
capable. Like, I don't think there's any less potential in that car than there was in, or is in the E3646 that kind of has made up the difference or the balance of most of those classes. The potential's all there. It just is not nearly as killer as it once was. People have found other platforms and arguably more cost-effective ways to go racing.
I mean, Overnight Motorsports has switched to the Mercedes GT4, is my understanding. So,
Was that right?
and I'm like 75% sure Lanny told me that it was Pellegrini running NFC. Like that was the setup.
Right.
Because they were running them when they had the GP1 cars, obviously.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
think
for
it's
NFC,
I think
yeah.
it's still the same sort of deal.
Isn't it fun to look back at the progression of some of our top tier teams? I mean, I think we
Yes.
know Moorhead has been firing on all cylinders for a while, so the step into GTO is not really a shock. But when you think back to not what NFC was, I mean, they were a GP1, it was a GP1 Boxster,
Yeah.
you know?
A nice
Okay.
one too. Like they were built really good. Like they were a cool
and
car.
it ran well. It just
Yeah.
was not the obvious, like, hey, you know, this car is probably going to win GP1 this weekend, or has a, 4-1 chance of winning GP1 this weekend. It was never really there at the tip top. And then the team decides to make the transition over to the Mercedes AMG GT4 and go run that type of, race car. And it is very much a race car in the top class in WRL. And it wasn't an obvious, slam dunk from the very beginning, but they have refined their craft, both as drivers and as a team, to now where they are kind of considered one of, or the team to beat at the top. And, when you think about the other success stories in motorsports, I think that is pretty indicative of, if you put the time and the energy and the resources behind it, you can progress very far.
WRL builds champions. That's all there is to it.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
JTR, NFC, Random Vandals.
Random Vandals has been around for a minute.
Yeah, that's true. That's valid. Got some great screen time with
No kidding.
JT's favorite driver, Ken Cook.
What's the JT Kenton Cook hatred situation there? I don't understand that.
It's not hatred.
They got beef.
No, not at
That's
all.
what I hear, yeah.
You guys are just making up stuff to fill airtime.
Well, we've
True.
got another 5.5 hours,
True.
JT.
I was giving you the opportunity to tell your side of the story. I'll say what you told me.
Unfortunately, it seems there's a problem with the quality time S2000. It is unfortunately dropping down the order. It had been second.
Yes. So the Ginetta has taken to the pit lane as well. The number
Yeah,
290 from Moorhead
Pit stop number
Speedworks.
2. 2 hours, 25 minutes gone. This should kick off another round of GTO stops.
I think this is more of a squib or more of just a get it out of the end zone, take it at the 25 situation.
No, boot it out the back.
All right.
Don't leave your competitors any chance for a return.
On Madden, I've started trying to hit field goals from the kickoff. That's like my primary goal. Usually get pretty close. So with Moorhead stopping here, this is the one thing I do want to watch. Moorhead now playing in GTO with the Pit Stop Masters, the GTR 99. I want to see what happens on this pit cycle. So let's take a look here. GTR 99 currently a minute 53 back from the leader in GTO. By the time they pit, I imagine they will have caught those top three a little bit more. Now, granted, NFC, Hitman, and Moorhead all have pretty good pit teams, or pit crews, as it would be.
Backwards for Scallion at turn 1.
Oh.
Going to be in one of our turn 1 and 2 cameras there. Nope.
Nope.
It's outside.
And
Oh, man.
no.
Hit me.
What color?
Can't believe it.
It's the red number 469. Sorry, JT.
Okay.
Yeah, red and black.
Not
got out
many.
a little bit wide at the right-hander, very wide at the right-hander, dropped a wheel, and looped the car around as soon as the tire hit the mud. The 290 has dropped a lap by virtue of its pit stop. 3 minutes 56 is the lap time, although do we have any
interval?
like 3 pit stalls that are past start finish? And I don't think any of our heavy hitters are in that mix. So it's really tough to tell. So should get pit stop the in lap and the pit stop all on a single lap time, which is just makes it easier for us to compare time loss between multiple cars. So keep an eye out for the blue, green, and charcoal number 123 Mercedes to make the equivalent second pit stop of the day. And not this time. Turbo V8 on the Mercedes. Twin turbo?
Twin turbo.
Twin turbo V8.
Those turbos.
Yeah, that's what I thought. With the normally aspirated, naturally aspirated LS3 in the front of the Ginetta.
Just barely ticking over that engine. You know, I'll never pass up an opportunity to mention the FLM09, but
listen. Every time I hear the word or the phrase LS3, I think of the FLM09.
I mean, it's the same theory here, though, that Moorhead Speedworks is probably going to be able to do this entire season on that one engine and not have any issues. Much like the FLM09 could do it one season on an entire engine.
Do you remember when they announced that they were going to bring the FLM09 to ALMS and run and inaugurate the LMP Challenge?
Yeah, it was great. It was
class
fantastic.
Burned too brightly and burned out too quickly. But
that's basically what they have now. That's basically what LMP2 is. LMP2 is LMPC. It's all the same car. It's all it's the same chassis now. Basically.
I mean, LMP3.
It's an Orica chassis.
It's not all Orica, baby.
So I am in Sean Creech Motorsports denial here. This was not.
I'm rooting for them.
Daytona was not.
It was ugly, but
wasn't that also the car that ran into the back of somebody under yellow at Sebring last year?
Yes.
The LMP3. I thought it was.
Yes.
did not clarify that during the race itself, but I thought that had happened. Anyway, so they announced that they're going to bring the FLM 09 from Orica, and they did a test at Road Atlanta. And Gunnar Jeanette was like one of the first Americans to drive the car on American soil, and the interview he gave to whatever media outlet, whether it was an ALMS press release or whatever, was, it's a real race car. Like, my guy, it's an LS3 in a tub that's been used for the last 6 years. Built by Orica. Of course it's a real race car. Like, what did you think it was going to be?
Well, I mean, with how they pitched it, where it's like, oh, it's going to be easy to drive and this and that, like, I can see how an outsider having not driven it might be like, oh man, they probably nerfed it, or oh, they probably changed the steering rack, or oh, they... I can see how it wasn't necessarily a slam dunk. Like, in hindsight, it's easy to say, yeah, it's the same car, but I can see both sides of that.
I don't know, man. Orca is not built for, or not known for phoning it in on race cars.
PC Racing
Probably
is,
why they haven't built an LMP3.
back in the group here. Gap to second in GP1 is nose to tail across the line, basically. Last time through. Looking for them out on track. And PC Racing is through. 2.5 this last lap through. Oh, here they are coming into turn 4 and 5. Yeah, already a bit of a noticeable margin over the Porsche Boxer Flying Apex.
Someday I'll get live timing back. I don't know if we've noticed on the 89X Aston Martin. Of course, that team had previously run a Chevy Camaro. Never really quite got up to task in race trim, but at least over a race distance. But this Aston Martin, you may have seen a red highlight around the grill, front end, very DBR9-like. The old Aston Martin Racing and BMS and whoever else campaigned them, neon-colored highlight
accents
around the shape of the grill. Yeah, the bright green, the bright red. The car's headed up off into turn 6 and 7, so we'll catch it back down at turns 11 and 12 here in 20 or 30 seconds. But I noticed it yesterday for the first time, and it was very, very cool. This kind of gave mid-2000s Le Mans vibes. Which I am never one to shun.
I still remember the 2005 GT1 season as being such a cluster in terms of VOP.
The 2005 GT1?
2005 or 2006 when it was Aston versus the C6R.
Yeah, I think 06 was their first full season?
Maybe.
In the US? Because I think that was also the debut of the C6, or was that 05? Now I don't know. Those of you just joining us, welcome. It's the World Racing League. Happy to have your company on this first fine day of 2024 racing season. The Eagles Canyon Raceway, Decatur, Texas. 0.7 miles, 15-ish corners. Got a couple of A's and B's as far as the corner numbering goes. It's a phenomenal layout we've got here. of natural terrain. Generally climbs as you go north and drops away as you go south. Got cambers, double apex corners, changing radius corners. It has delivered as a venue, in my opinion. World
Would
racing.
you say that this is a cerebral track?
I don't know what that means.
Really good for all the cerebral drivers.
Does that equate to being a technical track?
Probably, I guess.
I would guess. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's probably fairly technical. I think that's fair.
EC Racing now in the pit lane.
You know, can we talk about technical versus flowing? I had a discussion with somebody back at, we were discussing Thunder Hill.
Thunder Hill's a
Hallowed
flowing
ground.
track.
Yeah, right, okay. So you would refer, I referred to the East course as a flowing track and the West course as a very technical track.
I mean,
In that
yes.
no corner
in
no
that it
corner
is a
makes
autocross
sense.
track.
Exactly. No corner makes sense based on the one that's before it.
Right.
Just as my opinion, right? Like to me, it doesn't drive like a racetrack. Like you say, it drives like an autocross track, which is fine. You know, if you're offering something different from your main circuit, you should differentiate.
It's the difference between like Spa and Singapore, for example.
For example, every corner is the Singapore sling. Every corner is turn 10. No, but I had somebody describe it to me as fundamentally the opposite. They said that the East course was technical and the West course was...
No, they just had it backwards. They had the track backwards.
Kind of what I thought. Yes. Yeah, so the technical course is one that... I wouldn't say this... It flows. I think it flows. But the elevation changes and the changing cambers, especially like... Look at turn 14, for example. We'll take a shot over at what is our camera 10 this weekend. This is a 180-degree right-hand corner. That on paper would just be, you know, you bring it into the apex, you hug it in, or maybe you diamond the corner off if you need, you know, a long run up the hill or something. But actually, when you drive it out on track, it's a gradual increase in the rate of elevation change. So the hill continues to get steeper as you grind towards the exit. And then all the grip goes away as the car gets laid under acceleration at the top of the hill. And you're kind of pointing at a curve you can't see. So you get all these varying lines where somebody might start out wide and then diamond the corner off, or start out and let the car drift out on exit, trying to find that exit curb. I mean, it really is so much more of a... there is much more variety in the way you drive this track than there would otherwise be on paper. And in particular, this last sort of sector from turn 11 all the way around to turn 15 is...
the arena section.
Corners, it is a little bit, and from where I stand here up at the entry to turn number 1, I mean, you could see the whole complex, and it's kind of corner after corner. It's probably mostly taken in third gear, maybe fourth if you can carry some speed down the hill. But every corner kind of has a consequence, or is preceded by a different setup, or is preceded by a corner that requires a different setup. So I would describe it as generally technical, but it's one you've kind of got to see and drive for yourself to really form an opinion. My opinion thus far is a generally positive one. Round of pit stops is underway. I would love to tell you what it looks like on timing, but my timing is not functioning at the moment, so I'll leave that to Ryan and JT.
Same for me, unfortunately.
Oh, this is an ongoing thing.
Yeah, we're on the struggle bus a little bit here.
If you can't scroll to the right to see what the recent laps are.
So I assumed that was a bad internet connection and my tablet up here, but I've also been told recently that there were some upgrades made to the software of choice, and sometimes those upgrades have unintended consequences.
Yeah,
that's
so
Race Hero specifically, to be clear. That's not anything
works fine.
on the series behalf.
When you try to get the detailed laps and stuff, it doesn't work so well.
Oh, see, I can't even bring up timing. Error loading page. Domain. NSURL error domain. Whatever that means. Something clearly does not work as it's meant to.
That's down. Irresponsible math is down. We're just having to call it straight.
Shambles.
A shambolic display, as it were.
Leader in GP1, I believe, is on pit lane or just pitted.
So now we'll have to see where PC Racing, or I guess where 522 lands versus PC Racing. PC Racing stopped a little bit earlier than everybody else.
787 has
Flying
been
Apex,
sent.
yep. I believe our production, Ryan Bauer noted that they'd done a driver change in that car.
This is the orange and gray. It's actually black. Orange and black. Porsche Boxster headed up the hill now to turn number 2.
Also Mid-Ohio to come. Allegedly, we will have driver information as well.
Yes, it will certainly be a mandatory part of the series. How that is exposed to us is a question that remains to be answered.
I'm hoping we'll have access to it.
And we're just not having the internet connection up here. At least one of our teams running Starlink this weekend for pit lane connectivity.
NFC, I believe, wasn't it?
It was NFC, yes.
Or was that just the type of connection they were using?
A
They were saying-
Starlink.
No, they were saying this isn't Wi-Fi, this is NFC.
NFT.
There we go. And it would appear that Choice Racing is going to cycle out and still maintain the lead.
Yeah, that makes sense. There was a good gap between those two cars due to PC Racing having a couple issues.
And Palomar Racing has not stopped yet, but they also have been known to go a little bit longer on fuel with their slightly lighter car. So that is a third position they're going to hold on to for right now. If PC Racing has to stop early and the 38 can go long, the 38 might be able to save a stop and could potentially hold on to a top 3 position here.
Lots of traffic.
Yeah, this is coming into that sector where I was just talking about, where if you're offline at 1, it's kind of going to compromise your entry to the next sequence. And when you're sitting there in traffic, it's really, really difficult to pick your lines, and easier now than it was this morning. This track is mostly dry at this point. Unfortunately, it's one of those good weekends to invest in easy up providers. The storm that came through last definitely had a couple of
Coming across
fabric at
these two BMWs coming into turn 1. That is your battle for 6th in GP1 between Blaze Racing, which I believe is a E46 BMW, and the 53 of Ginger Racing, which is that 1 Series. The 135i.
It's a good scrap there. That 135i is a little bit down on pace, I think, just at the moment, but you say kind of holding its own. 5th gear, not really on that sort of pace at the moment. The number 550, about 14 seconds further back. So this battle is kind of becoming not a battle, also happening in isolation a little bit. You're joining us this morning. You weren't with us from the very, very beginning. It's a new year in the World Racing League. Brings with it new challenges, some slight changes. One of them, with the Eagles Canyon Racing being a new venue, people learning exactly what the topography is like and how that impacts cell reception, among other things, which is how we get a lot of our onboard cameras here on DriversEye Live, mostly team sourced. And unfortunately, most of the networks that support onboard live streaming are just not up to task here. Our trackside cameras run on a different network that is very much up to task, but unfortunately, that is not available unless you happen to have one of their existing modems, which, you know, price those however you want, I guess, and they do. What makes it a little bit prohibitive. So we're short on onboards this weekend, mostly relying on our trackside angles, but we have 11 of them, hopefully providing some good variety from around the 2.7-mile Eagles Canyon Raceway. Thanks for being with us and spending your Pro Bowl games weekend with us. Is WRL at Eagles Canyon the premier sporting event happening this weekend? People are asking.
Just sent a question off to RJ about a rules thing that I will expand on here shortly when I get a response.
Look forward to that. GTR 99 has been into and out of the pit lane. Very, very tentative on the outlap, getting that car up to speed. And that included under acceleration out of the pits. Very, very much taking its time to get itself up to pace. Pit stop for the number 123. That is some laps beyond the
290.
Range of the number 290, who now comes through to complete lap number 73, and will try to get back around before the Mercedes leaves its pit. So my guess is that probably won't happen. Oh my gosh, it's not even close. Or is that to take? No, definitely not. It's NFC completing 74. So if you think back to probably 4 or 5 laps ago now, Moorhead Speedworks number 290, I believe the pit stop lap was a 351. NFC came through in a 311. 40 seconds to the good on the pit stop exchange in favor of that number 123 Mercedes.
So and the 99 wasn't able to jump anybody either in the pit lane, which I'm a little bit surprised by. Usually they're the pace of the field, but an incredible stop from NFC.
Probably not a full tank, though.
The 90, my guess is it is. It is possible that see, I wouldn't expect the Janetta to do tires unless they went with something really soft this morning because of the conditions. I highly doubt it. It's not warm here. I mean, we're barely in the 60s, if we've even crested that mark with all the cloud cover this morning. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. I was told, now that I think about it, I was told by Chad Moorhead that they really haven't gotten any long-run data on that car yet. And to some degree, that'll impact your fuel mileage, but it may also impact things like tire life. I mean, even in long test days, you're actively developing the setup on a brand new car. There's all kinds of things that would be on a list of test day items for a team like Moorhead Speedworks. And until you get that car into a long race situation, there are still so many unknowns that maybe these early days are being spent just trying to gather that information and use it later on in the season. Playing the long game, perhaps, a bit. Pit stop for Hitman. leading Toyota Supra GT4. This GP1 lead battle has will not quit. 209.7 for the 522 of Choice Racing, 209.4 for the 44 of PC Racing, and they're separated 9 seconds out on track. 13 cars entered in that class this weekend. I know over the last couple of seasons since we've been involved, we've seen the explosive growth in GTO, the big boom of GT4 and GT4 type cars up in that class that drove a lot of the certainly a lot of the social interest in WRL, but obviously the heart of any amateur endurance racing series is the car builders and the production-based teams and the guys who run these teams out of their garages or small rented space or whatever the case might be. And it's really, really nice to see in GP1 and 2 in particular that, even at new venues or unfamiliar venues, that we've still got a really dedicated core of those GP1 and 2 teams. The more we get, obviously, the better the racing tends to be. Only takes 2, but it's nice to have 13. The depth is certainly there. Close quarters down at turns 11 and 12. Decent pack of cars. The HM Road Race. Porsche Cayman is in there. I think the only GT4 Cayman in the field this weekend.
That is correct.
Speed Syndicate number 68 is in there.
Now, I should note that there's a lot of cars, and if you've listened to broadcasts in the past, you'd know that there's kind of a preference towards picking these newer style cars between the Mercedes and the Toyota Supra and the new BMW.
Specifically in GTO here.
And GTO, correct.
Yeah.
There have been some mild changes with regards to how in the interest of keeping more cars competitive for a longer amount of time, there have been some minor rule changes. So I believe by mid-Ohio, we will see a wider variety of cars back in GTO, because cars that were maybe not as competitive before are now going to become more competitive as a result of some of these rule changes.
Stoke Racing in the pits. And I'm seeing a stops car, driver's left coming out of the final corner. Looks like a black or dark colored E46 maybe?
Yeah, it's off to driver's left there on the inside of the corner.
It's the 313 Sebring in a GTO.
It's an interesting place to end up, considering pit entry is right across the way there. Not the first time that car has ground to a halt. But I recall it was up on the outside of turn number 14.
Yeah.
During our first full course yellow of the morning. Looks like it's got itself restarted. Very, very slowly and gingerly accelerates out of the mud to driver's left. Should be dropping the green flag there at start finish early. Remember, the World Racing League, it is the yellow flag zone is determined by segments. So you'll have a yellow flag prior to the incident and a green flag after. And you are meant not to complete a pass until you have seen a green flag. It's a little bit compromised here at Eagles Canyon in particular. There's a long distance between some of these flag stations because there's really nothing obstructing anyone's view. When I say anyone, I mean a quarter marshal. So, for example, from start finish to turn 3 is all one corner station. There is a corner station in use at the exit of turn 3, but that corner station is the last one until you get up to turn 7, right? It's perched and positioned in such a way that there is 100% visibility around the whole track, and most of the sight lines, all of the sight lines, are pretty open and unimpeded. So we do with a lot fewer corner stations and corner marshals here than we otherwise might. And obviously everything is meant to scale towards the specific venue and the specific venue's challenges. And it's still perfectly safe here, as I think we get a little nose-to-tail contact down at turns 1 and 2 between an AOA MX-5 and the number 5 Camaro. But what it means here specifically is that if you get an incident early on in a yellow flag zone, it means you're under a neutralized situation for much longer than you otherwise would be. For example, if a car grinds to a halt at the bottom of the hill between turns 4 and 5, like we see here in the center of your screen, you actually aren't technically back under green flag conditions until you get to the station in the center of this shot, way off in the distance there, as the rules are written.
Oh, trouble.
Backwards number 59. This is the already impeded Sebico NP01 up in the braking zone here at past the apex of turn number 11. Car gets itself restarted. Oh, look at the mud in this track back out on track. Fortunately, it's offline, but that is what I was referencing a little bit earlier in the morning, where if you get offline or you get off track, my concern was you wouldn't be able to get back on. You obviously can. We've seen it plenty. But it is still very soft out just immediately off track.
Okay, so something I would like to talk about, Brendan, if I could be so bold. I'm currently watching the 38 in GP1. That's Palomar Racing in the older style, much older style BMW, versus the 787 of Flying Apex Racing, which had been at or near the front at one point. And Palomar has kind of come through the field here. Here's what I'm seeing. They're currently 47 seconds ahead, and they still haven't made their second pit stop. Now, they're going to lose that position.
Yeah.
And probably the next one too. I think they'll end up 5th by the time they stop. However, they are consistently 2 to 4 seconds faster than the 787. They're also about a second or two faster than Zipa, the number 325. So, depending on, they're not going to be able to go that much longer on fuel. Like, they can't go another 45 minutes. That's not possible. But they may be able to save a stop, and even if they don't save a stop, I think if they can keep this pace differential up, which is going to come down to the drivers, of course. Drivers in the 38 as well as drivers in the 787. We don't know what the interplay is going to be between the two, but right now they have enough pace and not need the strategy advantage. Because by the time we let this play out for another, 5 hours,
sorry, trouble exiting turn 2. The 27 has stopped to driver's right. There it is. Black MX-5 headed up the hill just before the braking marker boards begin for turn number 3. Oh, go ahead, Ron.
The good news for the 27 is that the AOA racing car is 5 laps behind, so they've got a little bit of time to fix whatever that is. Not a lot, but a little.
I only needed a few seconds. Got the car restarted and it's on its way, but it had been slow since it came across start-finish. So,
not bring it to pit here. Check over the situation there. So anyway, I'm just watching the 38. I think that they're actually the favorite to be on the podium here in GP1, just based on the pace. I don't think they will have the pace to keep up with PC Racing, because PC Racing at certain instances is like way faster. I thought I saw like a 206. Yeah, they're capable of a 206 at PC Racing, as well as Choice having a little bit of pace. The Palomar car does not have that ultimate pace, but they certainly have the strategy advantage over the cars below them. as well as a little bit of a pace advantage. So I think Palomar's in a really good spot. If they just keep running consistently, I think they can hold on to that third by the time all is said and done.
I mean, that is their calling card.
Yeah.
It's never been outright pace. It was the growth last year to get them up to speed with WRL rules and WRL specific situations. Now they've got that season under their belt. The car is obviously not going to be any slower than it was last season.
Right.
And even if you're within, shouting distance pace-wise of the top of GP1, if you can be clever on strategy and you can be consistent and, for heaven's sake, not pick up any penalties, the results are going to be there for you. And they were for Palomar, through the middle end of last season. Like you say, you play the long game a little bit, but it doesn't mean that, or it means you have to pay a little bit more attention to very specific things about that team and that car. And it certainly this weekend seems like fuel economy is likely to be one of them.
I'd always put a small asterisk to saying one car is going to be quicker than others, just because this is a team sport. We have a variety of drivers. So it's always kind of hard to tell specifically until you get towards the end of the race. Oh, this is a car that is, consistently quicker throughout the day. Because, we're going through different drivers, we're going through different surfaces, how the cars transition during a stint due to the weight change. There's a variety of aspects that play into the factors that determines the pace of these cars. So it's something to definitely keep an eye on. Especially when you're trying to say, yeah, this is the quicker car here, that sort of thing. It's always something to bear in mind.
I definitely did try to hedge on that, JT. I thought I had covered I'm not sure what the pace differential is going to be. That's the Palomar car going through start-finish right now. The blue and green BMW. Right there, perfect middle of the shot with a little splash of yellow there. They're really big on doing historic racing as well. I forget specifically what they told me, the type of car. I think they have some sort of it was like an MG or something that didn't perfectly fit into the historic racing they did. But they would get exceptions to be able to run it. In Monterey, for example, being a San Diego-based team, they did a lot of historic racing in California. They used to run 2 cars last season. I believe both cars have had pretty decent-sized impacts, and so at least here at Eagles Canyon, they're only running the 1. Could just be that they only have enough renters for 1 car right now as well. But, I figured the second car's probably there.
Yeah, like I said, both cars are on the entry list for Barber as is at the 27. One of the GP3 Miatas in turn 13, just slowly rejoining and getting up to speed into 14. Just a mild moment. Being reported as the 27 coming to a stop and continuing. So that was the Rapskillion newer entry in GP3 and the class leader at the moment. It has come to a stop, turn 14, driver's right just before the turn-in point. You can see it to the right on our shot here.
Oh, there it is.
As they refire the car and try to get it going again.
And they're going to try to get it off of the racing line here to be courteous to the other drivers. That's still a really unfortunate spot to have a car parked.
Yes.
I will be surprised if they're able to get this as a hot pull. We think we may go full course yellow here because you're just not... If you've got a tow truck right there, you can't see the apex at all. And you don't know what's behind the tow truck as far as people standing there. depending on how they orient the tow truck, obviously, and any other safety vehicle they choose to use. So that decision, I'm sure, being made in race control right now, deciding what to do. Oh, wow, and that Supra gets a little bit sideways, trying to not collect the stopped car as well as some of the lap traffic. Even the car sitting there by itself appears to have caused at least a mild problem. Of course, that'll be covered by a local yellow, so you're not meant to be passing at all in that section with the car dead stick there. If we leave it on this camera, it'll make it really, really easy for somebody to either prove or disprove them passing under yellow. Of course, white flag coming out for safety vehicle on course. So that's interesting. They're going to go for a hot pole here. I'm a little surprised by that.
No, I mean, they're always going to try to do a hot pole if possible. I'm not sure. I think you have relatively decent visibility coming out of turn 13. I'm not sure where the marshal station is, so it might. They might have a good heads up on the yellow, so they can probably see the car. I can't tell if there's a dip before the turn-in though. You can hear the MX-5 revving occasionally, so it might be.
I wonder if the clutch light goes.
Yeah, it might not be able to get gear. So yeah, they're gonna try to bring the truck around. They're gonna try to do a hot pole here, so we can keep racing. And
I do like to keep racing.
yeah, WRL, they will always try to do hot poles as long as the drivers on track are safe around recovery efforts. So that's what we want to see. We want to see cars being very careful around our recovery teams. We have one of the BMWs spinning, turn 11 exit.
It's an E36.
Yeah, it looks like maybe just a little bit too much speed on the entry and wrapped around. Is that the 522? Slowly get back up to speed here, letting the other cars come through. The driver can assess the car's condition. This is coming out of 13, approaching turn 14, so this is where the cars will be getting a yellow flag. There should be no passing at this point until the drivers get a green flag coming towards the starter stand, I believe. Okay, so the first green flag they'll be getting is on the turn-in for 15. 15A. All right, I believe our safety vehicle is now entering turn 11. Nice, lovely Dodge Ram by the looks of it. So looking at a trap map, it looks like the starter stand is going to be by possibly turn 12, or if it's just turn 14 where the yellow flag's out. So the yellow is going to extend from around there to turn 15. Everywhere else on track is green. Overtaking is allowed there, just not in our yellow zone.
I was just consulting the Facebook, and Billy Jack Smith has posted a picture of one of these Ligiers with a WRL sticker on the side. So I believe they may intend to run that as a GTU car, presumably. Very similar to the one that's sitting in the paddock right now that Brendan had mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know enough about their weight and their power and how much ballast they'll be able to add to it.
Well, if they're trying to stay in GTU, they can't add that much ballast, so it's all going to have to come out of the engine. Which with a modern ECU, you can tell it, you know, just put less fuel in, please. And in theory, you can do that. You can also put a restrictor plate, more or less, or a different throttle body or whatever on it to restrict it in that way.
Going through turn 1 there, side by side, PC Racing and Palomar for second in GP1. As they come through, I believe, into turn 3 here. Palomar still at Palomar.
And they're going to have about another half a lap or so to get this done, and then they're going to have to wait as they go through the yellow zone.
So I actually believe that is Palomar getting around the PC Racing.
It is, it's done.
There.
It happened.
Yep.
Well, that Palomar car has seized the opportunity here while they've had the pace, and they've gone up into second place in class. Last time around, they were 1 minute and 7 ahead of the 787. They need about 2 minutes, I think, to safely make a pit stop and come out back where they were. So they will certainly give this third position, or the second position, back to PC Racing when they finally make their stop. But they are doing what they can to stay ahead of 787 after their pit stop.
And 27 is pulled onto pit road. So we are fully green on track.
Beautiful. So an excellent showing here from Palomar Racing, moving up into second position in GP1. Their current pace, running in kind of the 210s range, still puts them...
Oh, no!
Oh, yes?
That's the 290 heading behind the wall.
Ah. So the Ginetta, on its debut, running into some issues here. Fortunately, we do have the 7-hour race tomorrow, so they will be able to get that car back out, assuming they end up with some kind of catastrophic issue here. If they spend more than a lap or so behind the pit wall here, that's going to move the GTR 99 and the debut of their Toyota Supra up into third position. Which I think would be a good result for them, given it's a brand new car.
Yeah, just coming across the line. That is effective. So that makes it so NMC Motorsports currently leads with about minute gap over the 34 and Racing, and now GTR 99 moves up into third.
The gap between the GTR 99 and Hitman Racing, about 3 minutes, so a lap and a bit. Probably what I would expect, if I'm being really, really honest, given that the number 99, again, as I just said, brand new car to them versus the 34, who were the first team to run this Supra here in WRL. So they have their heads all the way around that car. They've figured out what makes it tick, what makes it work, versus the 99 trying to get back on terms of relearning how to drive this particular vehicle after having spent so much time driving that GT4 BMW. So your top three in GTO, the 123 of NSC Motorsports, the Mercedes-Benz, followed by two Supras, the Moorhead Speedworks car behind the wall, in fourth. I imagine they will continue to tumble, so that'll leave the number 87 of Stoic Racing. Will bring up fourth position in GTO. Another Toyota Supra. So a mostly Supra affair at the front, punctuated by a Mercedes-Benz at the top. You don't typically put punctuation at the front, but anyway. Lone Star Rallycross in GP2 has climbed back up into second position. JT, can you check and see if they got their penalty rescinded, or if that's been all on pace and or attrition at the front of GP2?
That's been on pace and attrition.
Excellent.
They've been slowly climbing their way back up. They had got around operation. They're now past split 5. So that I believe is I can't tell if it's due to pits. If they're due in soon or not.
They are not due.
Here.
They have only done 8 laps.
Okay, so yeah, then that's fully on pace, catching back up.
Yep. According to Joe's projection thing here, it and ASM are going to have to both pit in 30 laps. They're on the same strategy.
Its fastest lap was this previous lap at a 2:09.3, so it's going quick. We get both Palomar and Flying Apex Racing in GP1 on pit lane. And PC Racing has stopped in the middle of pit lane by the looks of it. Is that PC Racing?
I think so. With the blue roof and the black bumper, I believe that is PC Racing. They haven't shown us missing yet, so they haven't spent enough time in the pit lane to have triggered the pit stop here. But Palomar has also pitted in here. It is PC Racing being pushed down the pit lane here. So that's unfortunately, that bad luck for PC Racing is going to help Palomar tremendously in their quest to remain on the podium and hopefully climb up a little bit higher. Choice Racing has maintained its position in trying to be very consistent at the front of GP1. But I think this is going to pretty heavily benefit Palomar Racing here with the bad luck from PC Racing. I was told that PC Racing had a new engine this weekend in the car. So they were hoping that that would have kind of quashed all of the issues they were having as far as reliability. But if they're having to push that car down the pit lane, I'm not sure if that's run out of fuel.
It's going behind the wall now.
It has not run out of fuel because it hasn't done enough laps on this stint. So that's a major issue, I think, for PC Racing. That will not be how they want to start off their World Racing League season after being marred by reliability issues in the latter half of last season. So Palomar is going to comfortably slide into second place here. The 787 from Flying Apex, they have also stopped or are missing, and they have come in early as well. So they've run into some issues, I think. That's going to promote Zepa Racing into fourth position and likely third as soon as they come around another time and put PC Racing one more lap further behind. So your top three is going to, well, your second through fourth is going to shake up in GP1 here rather suddenly. I had talked about Palomar doing everything they could to maintain their position that they were in and hopefully try to climb up the order, but now, having done all that work, it seems like the competition has made mistakes anyway. So I think a comfortable second place now for Palomar Racing, the number 38. They have just pit in, and the projections say they can run 44 laps on a tank of fuel. Whereas Choice Racing is due in 16, so they are still off cycle from the leader. They do still have a potential fuel mileage advantage over the 522. Right now, I would check the irresponsible math to see if that's going to work out to be a saved stop or not, and I can't. So we'll just have to wait and wonder. Zepa Racing now goes through into third position, having come past the pit wall again and put the PC Racing car another lap behind. Zepa Racing appears to be interesting. So Choice Racing is expected in 15 laps. Zepa Racing is expected in 25 laps, and Palomar just stopped. They're expected in 44 laps. So all three cars at the front of GP1 in a little bit different spot fuel range wise. The 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports has now gone up into fourth place between the 44 and the 787 having been stopped. Fifth Gear Motorsports also due in about 15 laps. So the 550 and the 522, the leader. So fourth place and the leader in GP1 are on roughly the same strategy. And then Zipa and Palomar going a little bit further, it looks like, on fuel. Zipa's probably a little bit closer to the other two. So we're going to wait and see here, but I think Palomar's in a reasonable position to, they'll almost certainly hold on to second, pending driver changes, obviously. But they're in a reasonable position to start thinking about the win here, as long as they can save a stop over Choice Racing. They're currently a full lap behind, so that's another thing they're going to have to think about, is finding the pace in that car. They are very, very consistently Palomar in the 210 range. Just constant 210, 210, 211, 211, 209, 211, 211, 210, 209. Choice Racing has, as we said earlier, a little bit better overall pace, having just done a 206, but it's not as consistent. So a driver change there may make a huge difference, whether it's more consistently fast, more consistently slow. We'll have to see on the driver change front. Looking at GP2, the number 321 Lone Star Rallycross Mazda Miata is now within 1.7 seconds of the ASM Honda S2000. So that 321 completing the comeback here. Hopefully we can pick that up on track here somewhere.
They're coming into turn 1 now.
Beautiful. Thank you, JT. There goes the Miata. It's hard to tell when they're going away because the Miatas with wing all look the same.
I would point. I would point out it's not a 1 second gap. It's
1.7.
1 minute between ASM and Lone Star.
Oh, it shows on this timing thing that it's a 1.7 interval.
I have them at about 1:49.
Oh, that's cool. All right. I like that. Oh, if I go gap to leader, interesting. That's very odd. Okay. All right, well, they're not there. Not as close as I thought it was. That's all right, though. JT, just for fun, how far is Operation behind Split 5?
Believe 1 lap. They just come across the line, so they are 1 lap behind.
That is very goofy. All right, looks like I have to use gap to leader and do the math in my head, which I don't enjoy. We had the technology at one point. That's all right.
27's back out on track, so that's good for them. They got that car running again after it's a weird issue bringing it to a stop there.
So we're not even halfway in. We've had several issues with reliability here for a lot of cars, which is unfortunate because on one hand, you would typically think, hey, new season, car's fresh, we're ready to go. On the other hand, if it's super, super fresh and we haven't done any mileage, we haven't checked to make sure everything has been installed correctly and seen issues. So kind of not what I was expecting from the first race of the year, if I'm being honest, JT.
I mean, it always seems like there's, as we see PC Racing come out of the pits, not fully on pace yet. There's always a reliability question, it seems, in some of the general production classes. You know, in GP1, you usually have quite a few very quick cars that are capable of winning. But there generally seems to be, all right, there's going to be some sort of issue that's going to play, that's going to knock them down a few laps. How's it going to look as things project towards the end of the race? So it's not surprising, I'd say. It is definitely unfortunate. And it's one of those things where you just, a really well-prepped car, you know, can hopefully stay out of trouble. And, you know, as the race goes on, the race comes to you.
Well, the race has certainly come to the number 38 in GP1. I do intervals. Okay, there we go. So now, no, it's still not fixed for GP2. That's so weird.
All right. Looks like PC Racing is starting to get back up to pace here. Judging by the open throttle BMW behind. And it looks like they're going to stay out, so yeah, they're starting to pull a little bit of a gap there, so that's good news for them. So hopefully they've managed to fix the issue, the little gremlin that was affecting them. They got the car back out relatively quick. Only a couple laps lost. I want to say 4 laps lost. So yeah, that's put them back into 6th. So hopefully they can just put down some consistent laps here and let the race come back to them. The 53 of Ginger Racing, 25 seconds behind them in 7th. So that's something to keep an eye on.
I've made it back. Woo. Yep. The number 150. That's a number that sounds right.
Yeah, that's the GP2 leading Honda S2000.
Yes, that car had the back end jacked as high into the air as you could get it.
It had been reported as smoking, yeah.
Yes, so that car has since been sent. It's now headed through turn 6 and 7. You're right, it's the gray S2000. But the report of smoking does match the position I saw that car in a moment ago. It looks like all is well in that car. I don't see any more smoke. Going to get my first opportunity to sample the over-the-top bar and grill here.
Those 2000s going through a shot there. Unfortunately, the quality time entry ran into some sort of issue earlier. Cost them 12 laps, I believe, something like that. But they're back out there now and doing laps. That's the important thing. So due to that unscheduled, I think, pit stop for the ASM Honda S2000 that has promoted Lone Star Rallycross back into the lead in GP2.
Yeah, when I left it, the gap wasn't, I mean, it wasn't anywhere near high enough to sustain anything unscheduled or even a scheduled pit stop. Has anything changed since what happened to Moorhead?
Yeah, they went behind the wall.
Oh no. Chad.
The 290 did. Yes. The speed syndicate entry is still out there lapping.
Yes, having had its problem before the green flag drop. The 290 issue is not, and apologies if you've already gone through this, it is disappointing, but not unexpected, with that car in endurance race trip for the first time. We could come through some 24-hour series results and see, what kind of participation that G56 has had, but certainly for WRL trim, you would think that this is the furthest that car's been pushed under racing conditions. So 3.5 hours. suppose it's inevitable that you're going to start to work through some of these issues. So the 151 of Kerdog Racing.
Kerdog.
23rd. Go Dogs. Nope. Down in 23rd overall at the moment. 4th in GP2 by my rough math. This is the debut of the GR86 in WRL Racing. The first time we've seen that car. We did touch on it very briefly earlier on this one. But since we're talking about new race cars, debuts of race cars, like if that's been at a G56 from Moorhead, this GR86, which we did discuss with one Brad McCall back at Hallett as being an option for those looking to go GP2, probably GP2 racing.
Really expensive way to go GP2 racing.
It's an extremely
if you don't already have one.
Exactly.
It's really expensive.
If you have a program or programs with the GR86, like the GR86 Cup, perhaps, this is a good way to get some extra mileage and maybe some extra revenue out of running the cars. But it is maybe the least efficient way to go general production racing in WRL. I do wonder a little bit how heavily pegged back those cars are and what if you were to just open one up, how far you could get it up the classing structure.
Not very.
You wouldn't think so?
No, it doesn't have enough power to be a competitive GP1. Like, it would break out of GP2, but it wouldn't be even close to a GP1 pace car. Like, it cannot be done. That's not true. You could put a turbocharger on it and probably get there, and then you'd probably blow the engine out. So it's not
right.
You're not in a good spot with that car. Like, it is a GP2 car. What was that?
Is that car not already a turbo?
No. 2.4 streaming flat 4 liters, dude.
That's not that many liters and not that many cylinders.
But it used to be a 2 liter, and now it's 2.4. So it's way more power than it used to be.
March of progress.
The heavy rumor, I'm told, is that after 2026, Toyota is no longer contractually bound to Subaru on that car, and thus they can put whatever motor they want in it. And allegedly, they're going to try to make the 1.6 that's in the GR Corolla fit, which is 300 horsepower. And that'll be a rocket. So that's a heck of it.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Less fun is a car we've got backwards exiting turn 14.
That is less fun.
Yes, it's a blue BMW. Who I can't pick up the number on. Man, this is not a car I recognize.
Nice.
Triple six working dads, maybe? Not the 903. No, it's not working dads either. Okay.
666 doesn't sound as good with an Australian accent.
No, triple six. Nope. Nope.
No. Nope. Come on. Come on.
Get it together.
So, Brendan, I know that you're in touch with
It's
our...
a split 5 car, by the way, the 215.
Oh. All right.
That should be confirmed in the race control log. But yeah, 215, 4 off driver's right car stopped. It's also backwards, so I don't think it's just a 4 off.
Right.
Unless it intentionally turned itself around. But
Well, that's good news for Kerdog. Brendan.
Ryan,
You're in touch with our technical back-end team on this timing monitor thing. It doesn't show the... Oh, now it's fixed. Okay, all right, whatever. For a while, it wasn't showing correct intervals. Like, it was showing the intervals completely wrong, and it made no sense. Now it's better. But like kept showing the Palomar racing car as like 1 second away from the Choice racing car, but it was a lap down still. But it wasn't even a lap down plus a second. It was like some goofy number. So I pushed a refresh and it didn't work immediately.
Oh, we got more problems for the 150. So after the smoking and the unscheduled pit stop earlier, that car has now pulled off right at pit out.
And that's going.
Looks like either it exited the pits and then stopped, or it pulled over after the pit wall ended and just got as far to driver's right as it could.
That's going to complete the comeback for the number 321 of Lone Star Rallycross. They were trying to keep him out of the upper brackets, and now they have recovered.
I didn't. Trying to keep him out of what?
Trying to keep him out of the upper brackets. They didn't want to see him succeed.
I mean, I could go anywhere I had the arrangements.
It's a Jordan thing. Anyway,
No,
Scott would have found that funny. Scott would have thought that.
It's also worth noting that we've got 2 incidents to deal with at the moment. The one is being taken care of actively right at pit out with that number 150, and then the other one obviously is the number 215. It is over at the exit at turn number 14.
I'm being
It
told
seems
that
like they're
PC
quite
Racing.
content to leave that 215 there for the moment.
Very sorry to cut you off, Brendan.
No.
I'm told that PC Racing has transmission troubles, and that was the cause of their long pit stop / trip to the paddock. So that'll be an ongoing issue, and that's not something that is fun to replace over the course of a race weekend. That's something you really would rather have a shop for.
That.
Yeah,
I did miss that.
It kind of all came together for Palomar Racing insofar as it fell apart for everybody else all at once.
Well, it leaves Choice Racing with 2 laps in hand over Palomar at the moment,
Yeah.
which is a pretty good number before even halfway.
But Palomar Racing has a major advantage on strategy right now. Like, I do think they're going to be able to save us. They're going to be able to save a stop, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, if a good pit stop is in the range of 3:30, that's a minute and a half, which is still less than a lap.
I mean, it says they're 3:34 behind right now.
Yeah, so that's...
So if they save
that's a
full
pit stop lap. No, but that's the lap is 3:30.
Right.
That's 2:10,
No, it's going to be
2:15
like
out on
2
track.
minutes. Yeah. No,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's half a lap, which is still not nothing, of
Right.
course. But look, there's a long way to go. That pit stop advantage will play itself out until the end of the race, and who knows what happens between now and then, just generally.
We used to have a button for that.
We did. Is that still very much not functioning?
Yeah, it just says not found.
Well,
I think there's something amiss because it had that weird timing for it, and then also the irresponsible map doesn't work.
yes, like I said, Race Hero had some updates in the off-season.
Oh,
which, fortunately... Go ahead.
Does this suck from Race Hero, or does it suck from my laps?
No, this is all Race Hero driven.
Oh, okay, so that's 100% what it
it's
is.
our system. We've built it just...
Right.
But
Yeah.
it draws data from the Race Hero API. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it drew from my lap. I remembered. Okay, yeah. So that's too bad. Okay. Well, that probably is a Race Hero issue then, because it doesn't let you scroll. Which, if the timing monitor can't see that scroll data, basically, yeah, okay.
Then it
That
can't
sucks.
use it.
Give Brian Keaton Elliott.
I don't think it's a
Call
Brian thing.
Call him up. Is Brian still associated with Race Hero at all?
In that it is a Haggerty product, yes.
Oh, he is still employed by him.
I believe so. Was that a temporary thing? Somebody would know better than I. I thought it was a...
My understanding is that when you sign a deal similar to that, wherein they acquire your company, they give you a guarantee of how long they'll employ you for.
Hi to Brian at home.
Yeah, Brian, if you'd like to come on the broadcast and discuss
Brian.
income, frankly, and your job situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything to the contrary.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem like he's
Status.
around much anymore. He never calls.
Yeah, Brian, call sometime, huh?
We miss you. What's going on, man?
Anyway, back to the Race Hero situation. Things got broken in the Orbit's 5.9 update that they had to go in. Race Hero had to fix with the way that data was being exposed to them, and they took all of last year to do anything about it. And then when they did push the update for the beginning of this year, my guess is it broke one or two other things.
Nice. That's fun.
Possibly more than that, but unfortunately, the things that it broke are the things that are most useful to us.
Well, correct.
Like
Well,
the
and
lap
that's also
chart,
why
the
we're
lap
not really
graph would be really nice.
Well, we're not really sure what's going to happen with the driver ID thing either, because if they're going to try to push that through
is not
Race
a Race
Hero.
Hero function at all.
So I saw
It is entirely Flagtronics.
when I went to, well, right, but I think there's a way you can port it over. Like, I think you can send it to Race Hero from Flagtronics. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that.
It's not native at the moment. Our friends at Flagtronics are here this weekend. James Ballinger is here this weekend, working with the series to get series staff trained up on the equipment and the deployment of the equipment, because there will be some specific challenges as we go throughout the 2024 schedule. And one of the things that is being actively worked on is the driver ID deployment. The functionality is in place, but the equipment is still being delivered actively. So we don't have that data at the moment, which is, I mean, it was heralded and is worth mentioning as a big step for what 2024 the WRL is going to look like.
Yes.
But it's not mandatory yet, and B, the volume of equipment is not yet available. So it's going to be a minute. But as far as I'm aware, when it is deployed, that data will not push directly to Race Hero.
Interesting. That's unfortunate.
We'll have
All
to
right.
get it some other way.
So I want to give a shout out here to the, well, it will be just deployed by Flagtronics directly. So their screen and their possibly the
software.
marching ants thing, will directly expose that information, and we can talk about all kinds of new things.
Well, yeah,
We can.
I want to tell the people that Zach Barfield from Open Throttle Racing loves chicken nuggets.
Is that right?
Yes. He's also a big Star Wars fan. So, I mean, come on, this guy sounds like my new best friend.
Are you all in on chicken nuggets and
Chicken nuggets are good. You can't
Star
go
Wars?
wrong. And
you can go wrong with
they are an excellent way to test new hot sauces.
I would
All right.
buy
Okay.
that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah. As a method of delivery, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
On its own merit,
I'm out.
He's also a sim racer, so come on.
oh.
Why would you have chicken nuggets when you can have chicken tenders? That's my question.
So it's different if you go out
They're
to
more
a
aggressive,
restaurant or
less
something.
tender.
But
I'll have to think on that. All right.
But once we get the driver ID thing going, we'll really have to start to take a good inventory of the drivers, and we'll try to really push requests for more information from them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we will be forced to make up information on our own.
Yes.
I don't think that's how it works, JT.
No, it is.
More trouble for PC down the front straightaway. The number 44 is not moving at race pace, heading down into turn number 1.
It may be stuck in A gear.
It actually just downshifted as it came out of 1
Oh,
and
did
headed
it?
up the hill.
Interesting.
It is, but it is possible that it was stuck in a gear all the way down the front straightaway, and just then was able to get it out of gear, maybe by knocking it on a curb or something. But back up to speed now. Very peculiar.
I
want to give shouts to the Eagles Canyon Raceway safety staff here, by the way, who have handled 2 incidents simultaneously both of which were on or near the racing surface without ever going to full course yellow. The one on the front straightaway was, yes, protected by the pit lane a little bit, but also had to get the S2000 up on a tilt bed, which is not the work of a moment. The other incident, getting the 215 out of the mud, that car was just stuck. It wasn't dead stick or anything. It just couldn't get itself out of where it ended up. They took that car out on track, and then once it got itself underway, they wrapped up the tow straps and got everything taken care of just off to the right side of the racing surface. So job done efficiently, job done safely, and job done under green.
You weren't here for it, but
lots of
the 27 had come to a stop basically right at the turn-in point for turn 14. And it parked basically almost at the start of the curbing there on driver's right.
I wasn't here, but I was in race control.
But it was very well recovered, and we got to stay green. Everybody behaved. It was a very quick, efficient process. It's fantastic.
The 58 at some point in the last couple of laps has now taken the overall lead from the 123.
And immediately began stretching the margin.
Yeah. Now, not that I'm convinced that the people at NFC are particularly worried about the overall, given that the overall doesn't give you any points. I'm sure they would like to not have it be that way. Of course, tire rules the same across all classes here in the World Racing League. Thus, we were talking earlier about the GTU cars taking a while to find the tires when it's cold out. They, even if they're running the more aggressive tire options, may not need to change tires for the course of this race. It's going to be a little bit long if they're using the grippy. There's two options that are the grippiest. That are the consensus grippiest tires. If they're using those two, I think they will be able to go maybe just on a set of fronts, not have to change all four. But yeah, same tires, a little bit harder to get them up to temperature though when you don't have as much heat generated by the car. Brendan, you also missed that on Billy Jack Smith II's Facebook page, he has a picture of one of those Ligiers with a World Racing League logo on the side.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wait, is it black and green?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one that was here.
But it says World Racing League on the
Scallion.
side. You didn't say that.
I did not. My guess is that is a marketing stick. Not on behalf of World Racing League, but to attempt to sell to those who would be interested.
It does seem like if you put the sticker on the car, you would intend to run it in GTU.
I don't know how that's going to happen. That car, oh, Hitman is backwards at the exit of turn 13. Between 13 and 14. Would be in between two of our cameras there anyway.
As all incidents should be.
You are back with us for the first time, or you're joining us for the first time. On the Eagles Canyon. We are just creeping up on halfway, first 8-hour enduro of the weekend, and set to cover something like 200 laps of this fine 2.7 mile layout here in Decatur, Texas. The incident we were just talking about there is bottom center. It's a double left-hander there, turn 13, so towards the end of the lap. In between that and the long 180-degree right-hander, that number 34 Hitman Supra was quite backwards. I guess this would have dropped a wheel on the exit of 13B and just whipped it right around. over towards where one of our non-functioning cameras sits at the moment. It's worth noting here, those of you that have never been to Eagles Canyon, not much to hit out here. Not much to do in terms of finding yourself in trouble off track. There are some rocks, there are some gullies and drainage ditches and things of that nature that are protecting a couple of our cameras. But other than that, you can get away with the odd spin or dropping a wheel here or there, and fortunately, not really cause yourself any long-term grief.
How do we get RJ to get us to run this for the downtown Chattanooga Motorsport Festival thing? How do we get him to do that?
I mean, WRL is based in Chattanooga.
I know. That's why I think we should be doing that.
Have you seen the footage of RJ absolutely ripping the E3?
I have. I absolutely have. It's great.
I heard from some little birdie that he was that car was being driven beyond the bounds of what that festival was intended for. And there were some opinions about it.
I believe that.
That is, and genuine, I don't say this because RJ signs checks, but I do say this because that is some of my favorite racing footage to come out of the last few years. Watching that thing being, like, at a historic motor car festival, at what is kind of an industrial park circuit in Chattanooga, just this bright green E30 being, having its neck wrung out in between concrete barriers, temporary curbs, and great. Yeah, really great.
What about Nashville?
There was talk a few years ago. Of trying to run a 1 hour exhibition as part of the Chattanooga Motor Festival.
See, we should definitely do that. People would be into that, I think, too.
I think so. There are a number of ways you could do it, but I don't think the organizers of the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival are terribly shy at spending money. And if you could give a little assistance in getting their equipment to that area, putting on like an hour-long 10 to 15 car exhibition race with thousand stars of the World Racing League, I think people would be in it. I think it'd be cool. What was your other option? The Nashville Street Circuit?
Yeah.
Did you know, as PC Racing exits the pits, Nashville Superspeedway has an infield road course? It's not good.
I believe that.
It's not a great layout.
That's not a road course, though. That's what I'm trying to get us to, is a road course.
Oh, and a street circuit.
Yeah, a street circuit. Yeah.
A street circuit.
Correct.
I don't know what about the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix? That is not for modern race cars. It's a cool event, kind of similar to the Chattanooga Motor Car Festival, but in Pittsburgh. So they put fries on their sandwiches. Oh, Rapscallion has spawned at turn 1 and been collected by the number 80.
Oh, wow.
And that number 135 just lost it on its own on the way in, and as it spun back to the apex, 80 BMW had absolutely nowhere to go, and the left front of the 80 made heavy contact with the right front of the number 135, and I think both of those cars are going to go no further. The 135 has had the right front suspension all but ripped from the corner of that car, and the 80 now has a fair amount of steam coming out of the front end of that E46. This will almost certainly result in the full course yellow.
Yeah, you see the waving yellow at this point as we wait.
It is possible, I guess, that they could get this done under a local, but man, it feels unlikely for the amount of debris.
Now.
Even with the debris, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
And
that would be the biggest concern. But especially that both of these cars are going to need tilt beds. Waving yellow at start, obviously, to cover for that incident. And plenty of activity in the pit lane all of a sudden. I think people are expecting the same thing as we are.
The 135 was your second place car in GP3.
Now, Choice Racing has just made their stop. Like, they just did it on lap 99. So, if a yellow does come here, it's probably still too early for Palomar.
I think if you're Palomar, you still have to come, though.
Yeah, you still want to respond?
Yeah. I mean, you might be able to... I'd have to do the math here. With 4 hours remaining...
It says they have 27 laps left on this fuel stint.
Yeah, okay. Then maybe...
Yeah, that's why I'm like, that does in. Well, and then...
Especially if it would drop you behind the 522 in the queue. Assuming we do go full course.
This is the stop they can save, because it says Choice Racing is due in 32, and they just stopped, versus Palomar due in 27, and they've already done 18. They're not even halfway through the tank, in theory.
It looks like the last post is full course yellow, so yep, sure enough, double yellow at the starter stand.
It is, yep. Actually, should keep that flag waving there at start, because you've got cars... Actually, the 135, despite having been literally sitting on top of its right front wheel, has pulled itself forward and off of the racing surface. So, good heads-up work by whoever's at the wheel of the 135 there to try and get itself, at the very least, out of the way. And now, it's actually going to try and drive it back. No, now it's stuck in the mud. That'll be the end of that. This will be a two-car recovery here. It's a 135 from Rapscallion Motorsports that kind of kicked this all off by a self half spin at turn 1. Just unfortunately headed, even if it had locked the brakes up, it wasn't going to be able to stay off the racing line. And the number 80 BMW of 3D Racing was left with nowhere to go. Car was top 6 in GP1 when this all went down.
This is, of course, good news for the Kerdal 151.
You are so from California. Plus you're practicing.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
I've decided, and I told some friends of mine this last week, that as avid people are about Texas, where it's like, Texas, doing all that whole thing, you know what I'm saying? As much as people are about Texas, I've taken it upon myself to be that guy, but for California.
Why? That is the worst topic to choose for that.
No.
Nobody likes you anyway.
That's fine. Good. Just like I tell everybody that complains about California. Good,
Yeah, but
don't move here.
Californians don't
Good,
even like
leave.
California. Y'all moved to Oregon and Montana and Idaho and...
Good, keep leaving. Good. Drive
California for us.
Good. See ya.
Oh, man.
I miss California.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
I'm... Okay. Well, I'm out. Speaking of terrorists, did anybody catch Mr. Bill Choice's submission to the request for bioinformation?
I'm going to level with you, Brendan. The way you have it organized on the...
Oh, it's a direct export.
Yeah, it's very difficult to read.
The problem is...
I've got it.
Yeah, that updates in real time. So what you got to do is select box and then read it across the format window on the top thing there.
Yeah.
It takes a minute. But anyway, the Choices very famously used to bring their dog to the racetrack.
Yes.
Yes, a beautiful dog, very well-mannered, well-behaved. Fortunately, their dog passed away last year. They have a new dog that they have adopted. Hibiscus is the name. And as described by Mr. Bill Choice, that dog is a terrorist and is not allowed near the racetrack. Those are not my words. The hope is that someday he will get there, but the behavior is not up to par at the moment.
Excellent.
Which I can sympathize with. They are now sending a collection of trucks out onto the racetrack to go begin dealing with this incident down at turn number 1. they're leaving the pits directly in front of the 123 Mercedes, who is very, very tentative about
Going around the safety truck.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and rightly so. There's no rush. You're already under full course yellow. Not really costing yourself any positions or any time.
Palomar Racing has stopped, Brennan.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, from here, you could do it on one and a splash for Palomar,
I mean,
right?
my whole thing is
Long yellow, actually. Might
they're a lap ahead. Roll the dice.
Yeah.
They're a lap ahead of third. Just keep going. See what happens.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you do the same thing, you don't have the pace to catch them. So you may as well, try something. But what do I?
It's wholesale pit stops at the top of the overall order. GTU leader is in and out. It's Stratus number 58. NFC, Hitman, and GTR have all been in. Now they're also all separated by a full lap. 107 laps complete for the 123. Hitman is out behind that car and is on 106 laps. GTR 99 is behind them both and is now on 105 laps. So we've got some decent separation now at the top of the field. The battle we'll need to catch up on here is Stoic Racing and HM Road Racing in the battle for 4th in GTO. And those cars are on the same lap. And we'll need to pick them out somewhere on track. Stoic is the 4th car in line. HM, that is the loudest NPO one I've ever heard. HM Road Racing, where are they?
They're in a GTO.
Yes, I know that.
Actually, it's Porsche.
They're in 5th. Or are you looking for them on
I'm
track?
looking for them out the window here. Ah, there they are. They're headed into turn 14. Okay. So this battle for 4th actually may materialize into something here when we get ready to go back to green, provided we don't, I guess even if we do have other pit stops. They're not split by the race leader, which would institute some type of wave round. We don't do that here.
We're not going to reorganize the classes
No.
painstakingly over the course of 25 minutes.
LMP2, fall back.
So are we now in the, is this where the GP3's pit?
GP3.
GP3's. So it looks like no, never mind, that just changed. 5th Gear Motorsports has moved to 3rd in GP1.
Sorry, took that opportunity to finish up lunch. It's not that far ahead of the 325 of Zebra Racing. 16 seconds at the line.
My other favorite GP2 car, now up into 3rd position.
Which car is that, Ryan?
Operation! Can you help me place this car? That's all I got.
That is unequivocally the worst Jim Croce impression I've ever heard. As a fan of Jim Croce, I'm appalled.
Let's see.
You know Jim Croce was a radio DJ at Villanova University?
That tracks.
All my favorite singers died in plane crashes, a memoir.
Jesus.
It's true.
All right. Oh, well.
Dan Rogers, John Denver, Jim Croce. Tough existence for a guy who used to make his living in aviation. The 89X is ground to a halt at pit out, and Zebra Racing has just emerged from the pit lane as well. So that'll grow the margin for 5th Gear by just a little bit. This 89X, though, I think is in some strife. Remember, this team had previously campaigned a really, really cool Camaro that very much looked and sounded the business, and on the right day was there on pace and had a fuel mileage advantage. It never really had the reliability or the race-long execution to stay top 5, top 10, top 5 type competitive. They did get a few good results last year, but they shifted over to the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, and that car has been good. Unfortunately, right now, suffering from a little bit of reliability, sitting right at the pit-out lane, off the driver's right. Ryan.
I'm not ready yet. Give me one moment, please.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Ryan.
Good point, Ryan. It is possible, by the way, here that we only have one tilt bed. And this may be a slightly extended full course yellow to ensure that we've gotten everything cleaned up here. We are also going to have to send one of the flat toes to go take care of the 89. Is everything okay, sir?
What a time to be alive.
You laughed on air. You have to share.
Well, Brendan, you think that you're a better singer than me, so
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
know.
Go ahead and pull up the WRL broadcast chat here for me. Ready, go.
Who wrote that?
We're waiting for you to sing.
No, this doesn't even match. What song are we singing here? Operated by Jim Croce?
Yeah.
No. It doesn't even work.
You're out.
Who wrote this?
Chat GPT 3.5.
Oh my gosh.
I had this other version.
We are not DriversEye Live GPT.
I had this other version that worked better, but it didn't substitute operation for operator, so I had to like get really wordy to get it to do that. And it was unfortunate.
Yeah, we're a fan of GTP, not GPT.
That's not true. That is not true at all.
Yes.
Not true.
Or if you're a fan of the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières, chat GP3R. We are big fans of Trois-Rivières here.
Oh boy.
Can we get WRL to Trois-Rivières? This is the move. RJ. My God.
Dude, they don't even want to go to Laguna. You think they're going to go up to Canada?
Yes? To Trois-Rivières? The Montreal of Quebec? Or, sorry, no, the Monaco of Quebec?
The Montreal of Quebec.
Some are saying that Trois-Rivières is the actual Montreal of Quebec.
Brendan, how's your French?
And that Montreal is the Quebec City of Quebec.
How's your French? Let's talk about it.
My French? Not great.
Not great.
Yeah,
This is going to be a
actually
problem.
real bad.
Better or worse than your singing?
So in terms of voice-related skills, I would say that number one is probably speaking German. Number two is probably race commentary in English. Number three is probably singing, and number four is speaking French.
That's bold. Brendan's speaking highly of his German there.
No, I'm speaking poorly of my race commentary.
Okay.
Yeah. Guys, we are in race season podcast mode form.
Well,
We have made it.
You can tell that there hasn't been any commercial breaks for people to reset
If you would,
and come back to center.
the way this is structured is now we're basically fishing for advertising, which is getting people to pay to shut us up.
Can we just have a 30-second commercial that says you deserve quiet time away from the commentators?
It's a collection of the HRT logos that used to say this is a cool spot on the side of their F1 cars.
Elwood in chat said this race would be so much better with just the sound from the cars.
I
said
believe
this?
that. Elwoody. I believe
boy.
that.
Yeah, sorry guys.
I'm not. I'm not sorry.
Listen, if we have to entertain ourselves for 8 hours and you guys are along for the ride.
To be fair, I kind of get their point when you have a couple LS motors in the field. Foresight
So I was thinking-
Motorsport is 9 seconds behind Working Dads, or at least
I
they
was
were
thinking
before
about
us.
this. What's the highest revving engine you can get reliably into WRL?
Yeah, the
K-Series.
Honda K24.
The K, yeah.
Yeah.
Which somebody did put in. Somebody put that in S2000?
Oh, look at that Tundra. Look at that. Gorgeous. No, they put a.
Somebody case. Oh, it was a Miata.
Yeah,
Oh, they did have a
It was
K
a K Miata.
Yeah.
There's
Was it
there's
Might
quite a
have
few
been.
that do.
Yeah.
It's a popular swap now that there's a kit out for it.
This is true.
Yeah, there's been a kit out for them for, God, a good decade now.
Yeah, I'm not plugged into that
Yeah.
that world. I try, but
Brendan's not a car guy. He's like, yeah, I have a 3 Series, but I just like driving my CX-5,
You would be if you were climbing the hill at Laguna Seca and one blew by you. You would remember.
I have. Ooh, you know what? I have been to Laguna Seca. I'm gonna say I've never been there, but not true. Was there?
Brendan, word on the street is you're gonna buy a CX-70. Is that true?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, probably not.
All right.
630. I don't think upsizing is next step.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You get the straight 6 with the turbo. Like having a
I don't
BMW.
think I need
but
it.
not.
I don't think I need it.
Huh. Okay, but what you don't
The
understand
race
is
we were at
this
3
is
weeks
America.
ago. The race we were at 3 weeks ago featured a pair of donated CX90s as Marshall's support vehicles.
Nice.
So either worker shuttles or beverage and support delivery donated by some folks in Central Florida.
Lovely.
Get a couple of those.
It's like
Speaking of
more
Central
Marshall
Florida,
posts
you
in a
can catch
car.
us at Sebring this year in
That's
October.
a great point.
October the
November.
November the 8th, 15th, something like that. I'm gonna throw to our schedule here. We got the schedule graphic. Well, bam. No, we're not that good. That's okay.
No, we are that good. We just don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's-
Well,
We are that good.
November 9th.
Graphics are a
and
work in progress.
what did I say,
I have some
JT?
cool
8th?
stuff
That's
tomorrow.
probably the day I'm gonna get there. See, I got it. Nailed
Are you
it.
going?
That's what the schedule
Oh,
says.
I guess you're going now.
That's what the schedule says.
Yeah. Listen, I don't have a Sebring. What else is on the schedule? Watkins Glen? Guys,
you're
are we
going
going to the
back.
Glen?
Not Glenn.
Yeah.
Are we gonna run
Cheese
the
at
boot?
WRL at the Glen?
I hope they do the short course no boot.
What food sponsor could we get as the something at the Glen for WRL? What would be the most boot sponsor for WRL at the Glen?
Something cheese related of a formerly IMSA sponsor.
Yancey's Fancy? I think that's the only one, isn't it?
I can't remember what the official cheese sponsor.
The official
for IMSA
cheese? Yeah, the
was.
official cheese of the American Le Mans Series. Yancey's Fancy. No, it's only Sargento's only at Road America. No, this is we get some. So I once bought a bag of Yancey's Fancy buffalo cheese curds. I like hot. These were just on the right side of an edible. It was rough. My cell hotspot coverage here is not good enough to reliably be able to run the YouTube backend page for YouTube comments. So I'm assuming that nobody's saying bad about anything we're saying, and that I should just continue using. I'm being told that there is a question about race cars, which is technically what we're here to cover. Now that we're on the home stretch side of halfway. If you have recently tuned into the World Racing League for the first time, I'm very sorry for everything that you've put you through. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined by Ryan West and JT Tammy, so that there's some accountability here. But we have a good time. 8 hours live today, 7 hours live tomorrow. We entertain ourselves, and like I said earlier, y'all are along for the ride. But we have a good time with it. And we talk about some really great racing, just not at the moment while we continue to work full course yellow number 2 of the afternoon. Well, of the day. It's the afternoon now. It's round 1 at Eagles Canyon Raceway, participating, or a part of both the National and the Midwest Championships. Ryan Bauer is our producer this weekend, who has brought on-screen graphics to the World Racing League. Lower thirds, as we them in the business. I just keep saying that word. I don't actually. Anyway, before we talk about cars specifically and a breakdown of the classes, because we're going to be a couple of more minutes under yellow here till we can recover the number 80. The 34 Hitman Racing Toyota Supra has topped off here. And I think this is smart. Because I think at 3 hours and 45 minutes to go, they can do this on 2 more stops. GTO cars have been reliably getting an hour and 50 or so on a tank of fuel. And I think if you come in and top off right at 3:45, especially with a little bit of full course yellow to push you a little bit further, you are well within the window to make it from 2 more stops from here on out. So try not to blow up Hitman's spot here, but they are really good at being on the ball with strategy, especially when Mr. J. Marks is involved in their pit box. And I think this is a really, really good move from that 34. See if anybody else answers that. But they certainly are the first jump. That's up in GTO, which is our typically our top class here in the World Racing League, what we would consider a top class anyway. GT4 type, GT4 adjacent, let's say. A lot of FIA GT4 cars do take part, not in a homologated trim, however. It's up to the teams to target a 9-to-1 weight-to-power ratio. So, for example, if you're going to run a 3,600-pound car, it's 400 horsepower as your maximum. There's some very slight modifiers that get thrown in there that take away or add to the amount of power that you can run relative to weight. But otherwise, it's a fairly straightforward car weighs, therefore car makes this much power. And that is dynoed on race weekends based on the results. And it does represent most of the GTO class, or some of the GTO class. The other entrants in GTO are made up of guys building cars. What's better than this? Do almost anything you want. We'll see an LS-powered BMW M3 a little bit later on. There's a C5 Corvette from AOA Racing that's up in GTO. What else have we got? That's about it for GTO. GTU is the other Grand Touring class, GT Grand Touring. That is Grand Touring Under, which is meant to represent the lighter side in terms of weight, anything under 2,400 pounds. I actually need to double check that number because I keep saying it. But because they tend to be something more like a racing prototype or a sports racer, what it means is they make their speed in slightly different ways. So there isn't a direct correlation between power and weight in a sports racer and power and weight in a GT type car when it's to overall performance. £2,400 pounds is your GTO number. Right now they consist mostly of Sebaco NPO1s, which are club racing prototypes meant to be affordable but quick and give you some experience, entry-level experience in a downforce type car. A little diffuser on the back, rear wing, front dive planes, but it's still an open class, so it's not like it's an NPO1 spec series as such. GP1, 2, and 3, these are your general production classes. This is designed very much to be a builder's class in these classes. But each modification you make away from road spec carries with it a modifier.
Yes.
So, for example, if you'd like to replace the dampers on your car, the shocks on your car, or let's say you'd like to install some front or rear aero, all of these individual changes carry with it a modifier. And you take the base weight of the car, you throw in all of these modifiers, positive or negative, and generally the more expensive the part is, the more race prep the part is, the more it increases your effective weight, or decreases your effective weight, and therefore the less power you are allowed to run. And it actually works shockingly well. A lot of data that's driven this modifier table over the years. It's been tweaked ever so slightly, and if it's not explicitly allowed, or it's not stated, it's not allowed. And you get all kinds of different solutions to making road cars become race cars and go quickly. So if you're familiar with racing in GP2, something like a Spec E46 is kind of the target for GP2, but it's not a Spec E46 class. It's just an option for going GP2 racing. And then you tweak the power, or you tweak your weight to match one or the other. GP3 is the least powerful of our classes. GP1 is the most powerful of our general production classes. So, hopefully that's a quick little breakdown of what we do here in the World Racing League. It's, I think there's a little something for everyone in this style of racing, in this style of rule book. Right, if you're a racing guy, and just like a pure racing guy or girl, I myself happen not to be a car guy. I am a racing guy, and there's lots for me here. Right, the on-track stuff is what I'm here for. The human experience is what I'm here for, and there is plenty of that to go around. That doesn't require me to know everything there is to know about building race cars. Ryan, very much a racing guy, also very much a car guy.
Yes.
Well, our Ryan West here has much more knowledge of these things. And obviously, you know, people tend to specialize in their interests. So if you happen to be a BMW, a long-running BMW type of car person, then maybe you know everything there is to know about building a BMW up to the WRL rulebook. Likewise for Miatas, etc. And it doesn't require that you be a car guy or a racing guy. You can be any number of things and still find something to keep you engaged and keep you interested. So,
yeah, there's a lot of drama with goings on of driver movement, snarky team owners. We cover all that. There's actually a newsletter. It's called WRL. Why are racers like this?
is that right?
We send that out quarterly,
Do we?
actually. And yeah, no, we go over all the human interest stories, all the drama. We really, like to play it up. Like, oh yeah, Will Choice was like seen in the paddock, and he was like up in somebody's face, and they said something about his new dog, and he was like, only I can say that about my dog. So there was that beef for sure. And then there was some additional beef.
I think we've had enough beef relating to racers and dogs lately.
That's true. I think
we've reached our quota for the year.
True. That was not where I was going with that. To be clear.
No, I'm
This is entirely a topical related to what we had spoken about earlier. I just want to be absolutely certain here.
Zach Barfield ate frozen chicken nuggets. True enthusiast or poser?
Why is Brad McCall's stuffed squirrel collection getting bigger?
People want to know.
Why does Brad McCall drive a golf cart around his hometown? Does the Christmas tree fit on the golf cart? These are the questions.
Didn't we get the answer to that though?
I thought we did.
The end of last year, yeah.
Something like that. How many more people is Mo Dadka going to dunk on this season? Let's see.
How many people are on the Super Trivia entry list? That's a rough estimate. We have a good time. Welcome along to the ride.
We do.
It's going to be a fun 2024. This is race one, obviously. We are dual enduros through most of the season, 8 hours Saturday, 7 hours Sunday, enabling people to get home for Sunday night and go back to work Monday, should that be the case. We start here at ECR, head out to Alabama next month, at Barber Motorsports Park to kick off the East, I believe that's the East Region Championship event. Double check
it's a
that.
multi-purpose event.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Barber is one of my favorite racetracks, one of my favorite venues. Super great people at the facility itself. Great racing and driving track. Looks great on camera. And Ryan West will be headed down there this time of the month.
I'm in the market. For like a bayliner.
Yep. Headed to the boat show. 44 from PC Racing has stopped at pit out again. Pulled off to drivers, right?
Just to put a period on that, Brendan, is it like the COTA event where they like hand out tickets to the boat show so I can go for free, or do I have to pay to get in?
No, I think you no. From memory, I think you just walk in.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Like you pay to get in at the track gate.
The track,
because
we're already
you have the WRL credential, you're just in.
Okay, cool. So the
They
flip
do
side
have
of
food
that,
trucks and stuff down there.
the flip side of that is
food.
pro tip: if you are in the market for a boat and you're not necessarily a race car driver, and you plan on going to the boat show at Barber, when you get to the gate, just tell them you're with WRL, and they'll just let you in.
Don't do
free.
that. No, that's not how that
Do
works.
not
'cause
do
you need,
that.
you need the band. You need the band.
What you need to
Sign
do
a
to go to
waiver.
the boat show is to buy a car that fits in one of the WRL classes. Come race with us, and when your stint's done, go to the boat show.
I'm in love with you, JT. I think that's more expensive than paying for a ticket to the boat show.
I mean, you're already in the boat market. I think you can kind of wiggle it.
I mean, I guess that's true. That is true.
After Barber, we head to Mid-Ohio, where
Yes.
I'm fairly confident will not be a boat show.
Have you
Likely
seen the
not.
weather?
Likely not.
In outside Mansfield, Ohio. It's like
It's snowed there during a race, so
Yes.
we don't know what the weather will be
The
like.
snowmobile show.
There could be rain. We could have boats on track. We don't know.
It might just be lovely weather.
I believe I am right in saying that it will be the first competitive event on the new surface at Mid-Ohio.
Will there still be a collection of petrified flies on my table?
No. Some people in the media made an appropriate deal out of the state of some of the buildings at Mid-Ohio back at the IndyCar event, and then took it
aware.
upon themselves, I think very rightly, to take pictures of the upgrades. And we don't need to go into all of the specifics, but we'll use chairs as an example. Some very old, very uncomfortable, very stained chairs were disposed of in the night and replaced with new chairs in the media center. So Mid-Ohio listened, and they did the right thing.
Is their tower still condemned, or is it just condemned
I don't
when we
know,
come to town?
Ryan. No, I don't know what the situation is there. I just know that we're not allowed in it.
But IndyCar is.
Listen,
I know I'm big, but I'm not that big.
People
you know
that-
what I'm saying?
people-
Chip Ganassi
people
is
that-
bigger than me.
yeah,
So,
look,
but it's.
I don't. We'll put that to one side. You can come
I'm gonna
find us
ask.
in
I hope you
not
know.
the big tower.
I hope you know that I'm going to ask about it if that
Do
comes
not.
up.
Do not. It will be a brand new service there at Mid-Ohio. I've been told that was driven by interest from Moto America and bringing bikes back to Mid-Ohio, which is fair. But now we all get to experience a new surface and hopefully a little bit more grip in the very changeable and unpredictable conditions of that part of Ohio. When the weather is on that weekend, it is on, and it's like it could be a very nice high 50s, low 60s type of weekend. Early spring, but just very pleasant to be out in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and enjoying, great race cars and an Icononew. And it's, it never looks on camera. So we'll go there in April. We go to Road America at the very, very end of April as well. which should be a great weekend. I see no reason we couldn't pack 70 cars in there. Around the 4-mile circuit. Hitman may have just been in at 10. Yes, they were. I guess that's another top of just a little bit of
little top up.
Yeah. So we'll go there at the end of April. Daytona is on the calendar for early June. Charlotte is on the calendar for late June. That's at the Roval, the NASCAR Roval. Remains to be seen exactly what the configuration is going to be there. I would love for them to run the backstretch bus stop. I think it'd be a hoot.
What's RJ's stance on bump drafting? Like, what? Like, if I bump draft in GP3,
my guess is being a no contact series. That
is
also
Jim Davis going to have like issues with that? Or...
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody is going to have issues with that.
As long as it's not on the turns, though. That was the rule I was told.
Bump draft just not there
for MX5 Cups, anyway.
Oh yes, correct. Didn't Jared get busted for that?
I think
somebody
so.
We know got busted for that, or given a warning for that, I guess. I'm drafting in the corners. We have recovered the number 80, finally. It's on the tilt bed and headed back towards the pit lane. We do still now have to recover the number 44 of PC Racing from the
the 44 hasn't been
pit exit
yet?
lane. No, it's being hooked up to a flat toe as we speak.
Okay.
I think that's a flat toe. What is that?
Is it the Mighty Tundra? iForce Max?
It is a flat toe. Unfortunately, being pit out, it looks like they're going to drag this thing around race direction.
Well, they can use the short course sort of cutout thing right there, right? Just come back around?
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
After Charlotte in late June, back to the schedule.
Yeah.
We will head to Road Atlanta at the end of July. High Plains, beginning of September.
Nice.
For a long enduro.
I really think I'm going to do the van life. I'm going to do the van life for High Plains.
Okay. Yeah, best of luck. That's early September there, into the darkness. In Deer Trail, Colorado. About an hour east of Denver. Late in September. What are we doing? Nah, this is where I lose the plot. I got everything up full screen here, trying to keep tabs on what's going on out on track. And
you got to September after High Plains.
Yeah, after High Plains.
So that's the only event.
We
in
go
September.
up to Watkins Glen. I was thrown off because of where New Jersey slotted in 2023, but there's no direct replacement as such. We go to Watkins Glen in October 18th through the 20th. First trip to Watkins for the World Racing League, for the World Racing League in 2024, and really excited for that. We're gonna run the boot.
No boot.
For a cheese-related sponsor. For DriversEye, I can't from WRL's behalf, but we're gonna run the boot. But really looking forward to that. These cars around Watkins Glen for 8 hours are just, man, it looks so good up there. Especially in mid-October, we're gonna get some foliage.
Foliage.
Yeah, some real vibrance.
Robbie foliage.
That'll work. That's good.
Can we get a Salins entry on that?
No, we are a Zweigels broadcast organization.
Right, but they don't have 8 race cars just sitting around.
It doesn't matter. No. If we tell the Zweigels people that, hey, your Western New York competitors run a giant race team, you should sponsor like one event, just to see if you like. We get Zweigels on board. Oh my, the Zweigels are so good, man. Best hot dogs I've ever had.
Not as good as Sheboygan Sausage Company, I reckon. But all right.
Anything related to Sheboygan, I'm just out on.
I just can't. I go to Road America with Brendan, it sucks. I go to Road America with people from Minnesota, it's kick-ass. I don't know.
I think
you should try again. You should try again.
What does Wisconsin have that Pennsylvania doesn't? Tell me.
Oshkosh?
We have air shows.
Do you have the
But
air
Oshkosh-
show?
No, but you know, like that doesn't give me anything Wisconsinian. It just gives me an air show. Anyway, we go to Sebring in the beginning of November, November 8th, 10th, to wrap up the East Region Championship. Then we'll finish out the National Series at oh boy, Circuit of the Americas, December 6th through the 8th.
Circuit of the Oda.
I'm happy to report, dear viewer, listener, children of all ages. No, men.
The
women,
Winterfest, it will be back.
No, the lights are out on the safety car.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Still didn't finish my fries, but that's okay. We're going to go back racing. The World Racing League at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
World Racing
We've
League,
been under
brought to you by
yellow
Pommes
here for something close. They're waffle fries, actually. Something close to a half an hour. But with 3 hours and 24 minutes remaining and a big shakeup in terms of strategy, we get to close out our Saturday Enduro, begin the closeout of our Saturday Enduro. 116 laps complete. The race led by the Stratus number 58, Sebago MD01. In GTU, the GTO class leader just under a lap behind. So basically the tail end of the lead lap is the NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4. Hitman Racing, the number 34 Toyota Supra, 2 laps adrift, but in second place in class, and now with a strategy advantage to be played by virtue of having topped off under the full course yellow. As far as we know, we did not get any equivalent answered pit stops for the 34's choice to top off. Though I suspect, I mean, even though it's a 2-lap margin here, that that 34 Hitman car is really solidly in a position to stay on the podium. I don't know that it's going to be enough to close the gap to the Mercedes, but has done all the right things under full course yellow and now has something like just under a lap in hand of the number 99 from GTR 99. Shouts to Stoic Racing and the number 87 as well. 111 laps complete. 20 seconds in hand over the 296, the Porsche Cayman GT4 from HM Road Racing. And that is your top 6, including the top 5 in GTO. JT can pick up on classes as kind of a race reset here.
JTO.
Yeah.
GTO.
Yeah, GP1, you still have 522 Choice Racing. Comfortable gap over the 38 from Palomar, as we see that goes through the shot there. That's our green and blue car. Fifth Gear Motorsports has been promoted up into 3rd in their Porsche Boxster. Cayman. Zebra Racing in the M3, E46 M3, 22 seconds behind. They've been running pretty well today. Unfortunately, they did have a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow earlier. Up into 5th, someone we haven't really talked about too much, Blaze Racing, in an E36 M3. Then we get the first of the 2 ginger cars, 6th, the number 53 BMW 135i, the sister car, the 46 and 7th. 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind. And then we get the 64 open throttle E90 BMW. We saw a comeback out. Cars that are unfortunately not on track at the moment in GP1, our 9th place car, PC Racing, who we saw get towed back to the pits before it went to green. The number 80 3D Racing, unfortunately involved in a turn 1 collision. Flying Apex Porsche Boxster ran into problems earlier, as did the number 24 BMM Montgomery Motorsports. But the 777 from Big Mission Motorsports has come back out. So good to see them coming out and getting some time. Hopefully that car is going to be all sorted for tomorrow. GP2, it's the Lone Star Rallycross Mazda MX-5 leading the class. A comfortable gap to the 2nd place car, which is the 151 from Kurdog Racing, as Ryan's become a big fan of.
Dog.
There is a battle for 3rd right now in GP2. That's currently split 5 Racing and Operation. Currently a 3.5 second gap in favor of Split 5, who has taken the position this last lap, I believe. Fifth place, Forsyth Motorsports in a white Camaro. Currently battling Working Dad's BMW 330 Ci. Coming across the line when they took the green flag again, was a 1 second gap. That's currently trending out in favor of the Camaro. Still at a 3 second gap, so that's definitely still in hand. A little bit further behind, Quality Time Racing, the first of the two Honda S2000s. After running into some trouble a little bit earlier, Real Allied Racing runs 8th in class in their E36 BMW. Unfortunately, the 135 Rapscallion we saw involved in the Turn 1 incident is leading over the sister car, the 469, which has been quite quick today, but has had its own reliability woes. The 11th place car, ASM, class leading Honda S2000 earlier on, but unfortunately ran into issues, had to be towed. And the 66 from Open Throttle Racing, the other green BMW, which you see, I believe, coming into shot here. Nope, that's the GP1 car. In which that car is back out on track, only doing 27 laps so far, but they're diagnosing issues. So hopefully we can see them getting some nice consistent track time right now and get prepared for a good run tomorrow. And then GP3, Rapscallion Motorsports in the 27 Mazda MX-5 with a nice healthy margin over the 85 MX-5 from AOA Racing. And that completes your GP rundown.
That is by far the longest I've ever heard you talk in one stretch. Well, well done. Wow.
A little bit. I spent more time mixing up words than breathing, but...
I have to get JT on oxygen here in a second. So that's your rundown in GP. Thanks to JT, Tammy. Ryan West is with us here as well. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Ryan Bauer is our producer this weekend on WRL duty for the first time. Thanks for being with us. A little change up at the front. Doesn't mean a whole lot, but the Stratus number 58 GTU class leader has just put the GTO class leader a full lap down by virtue of being 2 seconds quicker that last time around. No real surprises there. GTU a little bit favored here this weekend in terms of pace. Just the track suits those lighter powered with downforce laden cars a little bit better, and gives them 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap, depending on the conditions. And it's let that 50 way get away at the front just a little bit. Much closer, however. It's a battle for 5th overall, 4th in GTO. This is the battle between Stoic Racing, the number 87 Toyota Supra, and the 296 HN Road Racing Porsche Cayman GT4. They are headed up through turn 6 and 7. It's the blue, red, and white car that's come through your shot as the Supra, and then the 2 cars behind it is the red, white, and black Porsche 718. And as they head down the hill through 8 and 9 and out of my view, sorry, 9 and 10 out of my view and out of the view of our cameras, it looked like the 296 had a bit of a run here. So let's look to the right-hand side of your shot as they crest the hill. This camera has slipped much further out of alignment. Actually, it's not. It's leveled it. Anyway, as you look to the right-hand side of your shot here, you're going to find a Supra and a Cayman. That Cayman should be going quite rapidly. Move is done.
It's over.
That's it. Settled forever.
Has overtaken Stoic.
Yes. HM Road Racing to 4th in class, 5th overall. Stoic Racing number 87 slips back to P5. In class, GP1 class leader up into 7th, as we mentioned, with a lap in hand over the 38 from Palomar.
So Palomar should be able to do this on to one more stop. I don't think they need a splash anymore. I'm confident. No questions? Perfect. We will confirm that we are heading that direction.
Sorry, was watching time. What's up?
Palomar Point only needs one stop now.
Not sure. We'll have to do the math. Unfortunately, Race Hero does not give me the thing working, so I can't do the math myself.
Yeah, without the Race Hero functionality we're used to having, it's really tough.
That it is.
Man. Yeah.
That it is. That's why I'm just rolling the dice here, just saying, hey, it's gonna happen.
We'll have to keep
The
an
most
eye on when they
irresponsible
pin.
math is Ryan just saying things. Choice Racing needs 2 stops. Palomar only needs 1. They're 225 back. Choice Racing 68%.
Man. Yeah, look, dear viewer, peek behind the curtain here. We use a variety of tools for our. Oh wait, Lapson's pit. Does that still work? Yeah.
Yeah, that part still works. Like if you go to the timing monitor and you click on it, it'll still tell you the stint length and stuff.
Yeah, it says 27 laps until Palomar pits again. That'll get him another, a little over.
Well, that started counting under yellow though, so it's not entirely accurate.
Well, 27. No, it's. They've done 15. They got 27 more to go. So they're
Right,
like
but
42 laps under a stint. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So they'll probably push out to 30 or 32.
I think probably more than that.
I don't know. They're that economical on fuel already.
It was already a 42 lap stint. 42 laps is what they were able to
But that's
do.
what I'm saying. If they're already running that economically on fuel, I don't know that running under yellow is going to get them like a 2-to-1.
I don't know, man.
Anyway, let's say, I mean, even if it is 2-to-1, 10 laps under yellow is going to get you an extra 5 laps under green. The way that works.
I feel like I'm custom creating the AWS F1
Next gen stats.
graphic
Yeah.
next gen stat where it's not actually a stat of anything. It's just like basic deductive skills.
So even if they make it, even if they get 32 laps out of it, that'll get them, probably another 75 minutes, which gets them to 2 hours to go. That's gonna be tight. Possible.
No, I think
That's
they can
far,
make it.
man.
I think they can make it.
That's far.
They're gonna make it.
My bet's on no.
My bet's on yes, they make it.
All right, Palomar.
And that 229 gap, that'll be right where they get their 229 back. Is right there.
But
Done.
a pit stop
Done.
isn't worth minutes and 30 seconds. This is not only irresponsible math, it's wrong math.
It's irresponsible math. Well, Brendan, all predictions are wrong. Some are useful. So, there you
That's
go.
not.
I'm just glad Scott's not here to tell me off right now.
Oh, I'll do it.
Ryan, that's absolute nonsense.
Scott's totally here right now.
Well, I figured that me speaking poorly about math would trigger you.
Yeah, well done.
No, Scott's here.
Hello.
Dear viewer, we are joined by Scott Michaels
Reliever of Ryan.
Thank
of
goodness.
Strike Racing fame.
Yeah, with CrowdStrike
Maybe
Racing, he's in the
extremely
Mercedes
relative.
every weekend with George Kurtz and whoever else runs in that car now in the SRO thing.
Were we the first people to ever commentate on Georgians?
Probably.
I think we are.
Yeah, almost certainly actually.
Darko
Because-
2013.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're tight. That's why we CrowdStrike is actually going to sign up to be a presenting sponsor.
That's
Or,
not. Nope.
I don't think
Nope.
that's true.
Nope. Wrong again.
Well, to be fair, they have.
That's not even a prediction.
They have. It's just not with us.
Right.
That's true. Scott, you're the one with the connections here.
I am. I was also featured in a John Hindhaugh speech not 7 days ago.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Why?
He
On
was
Earth.
talking. He was talking in the the VIP box for Crowdstrike Racing to all the guests that were there about IMSA, and he went on for quite a while about the IMSA Esports Series. Maybe because I was in iShot and he knew that I raced in it.
Are you besties with John Hindhaugh?
He knows me by name and face, and we've conversed.
I feel very much on the outside here. Ryan knows John, you know John. This isn't good.
No. I know Eve, kind of, and I know Joe.
I mean, some are saying we're competitors, even. So.
They are saying.
Some. I said some.
We're not.
Although, based on the way the full course yellow time kill went, the fight between professional and DriversEye Live becomes very obvious.
That's all right. We're here.
Yeah, we had a great time. Anyway, Scott Michaels, if you're new to the World Racing League, as some are, he is a semi-regular feature on DriversEye Live, IMSA esports competitor, pretty good at wheeling a virtual car, and was once decent at wheeling actual cars/karts. I'll let him update you. I don't know. Are you still good at it, Scott? You probably are, right?
It's been
Just haven't tried in a while.
statute of limitations has passed on that since I last proved it. So
Right.
it's up for debate.
So theoretically, yes, but in actuality,
Nobody really knows. I think is
Yeah.
the answer.
So when are you going to get into one of these Rapscallion Miatas and just go aim it?
Hey, that sounds like fun. Anyone got one?
I mean, your boy has multiple. I know the GTU seats were expensive, but we're talking about an NC Miata, man.
There's the third one this weekend.
Yeah.
I'll,
Got Michael's driver coach and data engineer.
Oh my god, how many jobs are you going to give me by the end of this? By the end of this stream, that aren't my actual job.
A lot. No, you're a homeowner. Scott's out.
No,
lunchroom mediator.
You summoned me with your terrible maths, but this is way earlier than I was expecting to talk because I'm trying to solve technical issues with the other Ryan at the moment.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem at all.
Yeah, Ryan West started off with his takes, and Scott just couldn't
stand
hold
it.
himself.
Couldn't stand to hear it. That's okay.
Here's
We're
a
here for
take. Not really a take. This is the nicest the weather has been since we got here.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not
genuinely-
that's just an observation.
Actually, I think it was sunny when I got here on Thursday, but yesterday was pretty bleak, and this morning was not great. The wind has died down a touch.
Brennan, are you going to make a quickie trip up to Oklahoma City?
No.
No.
Wichita Falls, maybe? No, I'm not doing that.
Wichita Falls.
No, look, it's far.
All right.
Is there a basketball game tonight? Maybe. No.
I don't know. There might
I
be.
don't know. That's ranked Oklahoma basketball, sir. Wild.
I'm just excited for Stanford to win the ACC championship for basketball.
Right. You're a year ahead of yourself.
Dude, I'm really excited. I got to get my Wake Forest tickets now. Otherwise, they're going to sell out. I can't wait till they come to town. It's just.
I would watch Stanford SMU.
I would maybe watch.
We're in
that's
SMU
like the old-
country. No, we're not. We're outside.
Yeah, you
We're outside. We're in TCU country.
Oh, okay.
Because we're on the Fort Worth side. Not the
Right. All
Dallas
right.
side.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The airport's in SMU country. Well, it depends on which airport you.
No, the airport's in Cowboys country. There's nothing there. Actually, probably in North Texas country. The Mean Green.
That sounds like something you should ask Will Choice about. I feel like he would have the correct opinion.
Is he
on
a fan of the University of North Texas?
that. No, but I feel like he would have a good breakdown of where in Texas you're at versus which.
I mean,
college
UNT
you
is
support.
not. I don't think that's on the. I mean, they're pretty small.
A personal vehicle is blocking ECR's second response vehicle.
No, I mean,
It was fixed.
aha.
I hope that means a toad.
I mean, couldn't the response vehicle just be the tow vehicle?
I mean, maybe it was the helicopter.
Maybe.
Maybe they have a sky
Oh.
crane. Can you confirm that there is or is not a sky crane?
I can confirm there is not a sky crane.
Oh, okay.
We're not
Shout
far
out
from
to
the Decatur Municipal Airport, though.
shout out to Ericsson Sky Crane out of Medford.
You know, as
Hey.
I watch the trackside shots here. JT, were you going to say something about the Sky Crane and or Medford?
Ericsson, yes. I was just at their museum on New Year's Eve.
Where
In Madras, Oregon. It is a phenomenal collection.
is Oregon the best state in the country for aviation museums?
No, because they nerfed the Evergreen Museum. I was just there a month
Oh,
ago.
really?
They nerfed
They
it.
nerfed it. It's still quite.
Dude, there's way.
it's still
So
good.
I went a long time ago, and there weren't velvet ropes and stuff up everywhere. You could walk right up to every single plane and like look underneath them and stuff. They didn't want you to touch them, but there was like docents around, and like it was fine. Now everything's got like a rope around it, and you can't like get close to stuff.
Well, yeah, it's because people can't look with their eyes; they look with their hands, and they
Okay,
break
well that's
stuff.
the problem. That's the thing though. They nerfed.
That's humanity's fault.
That's exactly. That's not the
No.
museum, but
No,
it's not like
raise
they're
the price.
roped off so far back. No,
Raise
it's
the price.
it's close, and they're adding an F-117 very soon.
That's pretty cool.
No, it's already there
It's-
actually. It's there.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's there, but it looks awful. It looks terrible.
And
Well, because
I've never-
they're
It
going to
needs
be
all the
fixing
coding
it.
put back
Yes.
on. Yeah. You can tell, it's really sad. You can tell now that I'm the age that I am, where they were going to put the space shuttle if they got it. Like, if you're in, like, the Space Museum side, it's like, oh, it would have gone right here. This is why they have all this built up like this. And then they didn't get it. They gave it to LA instead, which is lame. That made me really
It's
sad.
reasonable.
I mean, sure, but, I mean, they got the Spruce Goose up there. They get the space shuttle up there.
RJ needs to get involved with Portland here, and we need to go take a big long trip up to Oregon.
I stayed in beautiful Newport. It was great.
Newport?
I stayed in Newport, yeah.
Is that on the northwest coast? No, I'm thinking
Yes.
of. Is it Astoria?
It's not by it's Astoria
Thinking of
adjacent,
Astoria.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Astoria.
Yeah.
The Bosnian restaurant in Astoria. Don't hear that too often.
No, you absolutely don't. There's a grocery outlet in Newport, which I was surprised about. I thought that was formerly Aldi country. Where does Aldi begin and grocery outlets stop?
They're not related.
No, I know they're not related. I
No, but
understand.
Aldi. Yeah, Lidl. Pennsylvania.
Again, still
Scott
not
will be familiar with Lidl.
I'm much more familiar with Aldi, but did you know there are two different Aldis? That's the fun one.
Yeah, it's called
different
Trader
Aldis.
Joe's.
There's Aldi and Aldi Nord and Aldi Sud. It's white logo and blue logo, and they're brothers, but their companies are unrelated.
Do they sell
I-
Adidas
see, I
at one
was-
and Puma at the other?
I was told that Lidl was other Aldi.
No,
Like,
yeah, that was. I heard that as well, and I looked it up, and it's wrong.
And I heard it was a spat over tobacco.
It was a
Interesting.
spat between brothers, but that is between Aldi Nord and Aldi Sud. For some
Interesting.
reason, the story got twisted to it being Aldi and Lidl, but no, there's two different
Interesting.
things. Lidl, yeah.
They're actually right across the street from each other. On one corner is Lidl, and on the other is Aldi.
Not like Rite Aid and Walgreens.
Exactly like that, yes.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. That is a
But it's
very legitimate
now it's
business
grocery
strategy,
outlets
so-
instead.
Yeah, it's a very legitimate business strategy that you want to be next to your competitor.
I have never seen an Aldi and a grocery outlet close to each other. Like, not even in
I don't
the
know a
same.
grocery outlet.
I've never had a
Aldi.
grocery outlet.
How about
so
Produce Junction?
that's new as well.
Scott showed up, and 20 minutes later, we completely lost the plot.
That's okay.
I was going to say, is this how it's been all day?
No,
Basically.
well,
Actually,
I
we were
can't
pretty
say,
good
I
for the
can't
first
say
2
no.
hours.
I
First 2
can't
hours,
say
we were pretty
no.
good.
So I'm trying to keep an eye on the Camaro that's out there right
Of course
now.
you are.
Well, it's the
That-
gap is kind of been coming back a little bit in favor of working dads. So you'll see a white Camaro out there, and then about 6-7 seconds you'll have a dark colored 3 Series with no wing on it.
All right, I'm
Can
going to
we-
depart, and I'm going to stamp it. Palomar will be on
Okay.
the same lap by the time I get
Are you
back.
are you returning to us today, Ryan, or is
I
this
will
your...
return today.
Okay.
It'll be towards the end, but I will return today.
So not
Okay.
the C36, but
This is not the
next
end of me.
E46.
Let's give a brief shout out to the 296 of HM Road Racing. Second fastest car on track last time around, were it not for the GTU leading Stratus number 58. This Porsche Cayman GT4 is lapping quite rapidly at the moment. And while I'm not an expert, if you told me Cole Lofsgaard was in the car, I think I would believe it. That is quite good pace out of that car. And having just passed the Stoic Racing Supra on the restart, or shortly after the restart, the margin is now 28 seconds. So yes, there are 2 laps to go to, or 2 laps of a margin to go to catch the number 99 and the 34 and that group at the front of GTO, but they'll operate 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than the guys you're chasing. We'll get there eventually.
Maybe what, 30-ish laps to unlap yourself?
Yeah,
At
yeah,
that pace?
30 roughly, yeah. And I got to look at what exactly the margin is, like how that breaks down in terms of minutes and seconds. Actually, I think we can do that. That's a little bit broken.
GTR does 2:03.2 that time by.
Oh, no, it says 419.3 to catch the GTR car. Now 418.4, so they didn't gain that much that time. GTR is catching
Yeah.
Japan, though. Yeah, you
Yeah,
said
5
good
seconds that lap.
Yeah. Minute 10.3 is the margin there. Remember, this is the first race for that GTR 99 Toyota Supra GT4. First time we've seen GTR in something other than a BMW badged entry.
They
Also worth noting. Go ahead,
budget to
Pascal.
stick an onboard camera in it, by the looks of
They
things.
do. Well, so there are some onboard cameras that are operating, but either they don't have public links, or the public links that are available don't point to the right thing. Yes. So.
Yeah, it's struggling a bit at the moment on my end. To look at.
Yeah, it's we haven't had any onboards all day. The cell coverage here is only good on one carrier, which is what our tracksides happen to be on. Unfortunately, you can't run this carrier's SIM cards in external data devices. You have to run them in the proprietary ones.
Right.
So unless you have a modem that you can plug into, which are not cheap, especially if it's a 5G modem, you're kind of in trouble. Plus, the reception is good for like 3/4 of the track. It does dip away a little bit when you drop behind the hill at the north end of the circuit. But anyway, we've done well on the track sides.
But that
the-
aside,
Yeah.
that aside,
Other than this, it's getting more and more tilted as the day goes on. Like
I like it. It shows elevation.
So if this were intentional, I would just call it an art shot. But it started like halfway to here, and it's only gotten worse.
it feels like it's leaning the wrong way to show elevation. So.
Oh, here's what we got. Quick view of our multi-view here.
What do we think of this track, though? I apologize if you spent a long time.
No, I mean,
discussing
we've
this
talked
earlier today.
about the track, and we've done track maps and fly-ins and all of that, and we've introduced it appropriately. I say this often, but one of my thrills about doing what we do here at DriversEye Live is we can take our production package literally anywhere. And we have taken it literally anywhere. We take it out to Buttonwillow in Southern California, which is okay. I mean, our good friend Brian Delansky does run video streams from there, but this is, let's try and get something like full track coverage. We take it to Hallett. We did the first ever live stream from Hallett, multi-camera live stream from there. And we get these opportunities to break a little bit of ground. And we do the same here today, right? First ever live stream for Eagles Canyon Raceway, which is very, very cool. But what my hope is, in a broader sense, is that when people see these less visited tracks or less popular tracks on camera, that it can be seen and somebody can make the call like, hey, you know what, actually, I think I'd like to go. I think I should check this out for myself because it looks pretty good. And it is.
If this is the first broadcast race, it sounds like that's what you're saying, from this track, then this is a big opportunity for the track's marketing, for sure.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's very well and good. And actually, I was going to comment that looking at the track map, it's not the most inspiring looking thing. Yeah. It's a lot of 45, 90, 180 degree corners. But the first thing I see from the track map is tons of elevation, some really nice looking curbing. And that sounds really basic, but as a driver, it's a sort of the curves that you kind of want to hit. They look fun. Even from the satellite view that we're looking at now, it definitely doesn't tell the full story.
Yeah, it rises up to the north and west.
Yeah, a little bit of an East Coast high plains vibe.
A little bit, yeah. It's
in terms of surprising elevation, essentially.
Yeah. Hallett as well. I'd say it's similar to Hallett, kind of a similar landscape. Maybe more abrupt elevation than you get at Hallett, but it's it is made more technical than the layout would seem by the elevation changes, the cambers, the curbs, as you said, are actually a big part of it. And the hope is that, as more people watch and spend more time watching, that it's, hey, I never really thought about going to Eagles Canyon, but now I think maybe I should.
So is this this is an established track? It's not a brand new track, I take it.
It's been around for a while, I think since the late 90s, but I gather the ownership to some degree has changed hands, and there are now substantial investments being made in the track itself. So some of that was to repave the track circuit and redesign the northwestern portion and extend it out to 2.7 miles. And now it's all infrastructure stuff. So I am currently standing in an unfinished hospitality suite that's being built. It should be done within about a month's time or so, which is why I'm running the whole thing off a hotspot. There's no Wi-Fi up here yet. But, the lower paddock has largely been done and upgraded. And then as you climb the hill, the race control building is brand new, and that's all opened up and completed. And then these extra suites and garages and stuff are kind of peppered around the paddock space. And if we do come back here in 2025, by that point, this place will be right up there. So it's very cool to see this being developed in real time, and also very cool to be able to share it, from trackside with the DriversEye live cameras. Would be great for some onboards as well, but we're not quite there yet.
Track surface looks like it's in great condition as well.
It's new, yeah. Fairly new.
Oh, it is.
2019, 20.
Cool.
A lot better than another Texas road course. Actually, there are several others, but yes, that one in particular. Just thinking of all the other Texas tracks, like, oh no, there are a lot.
Unfortunately for Ryan, it sounds like Kurdog had a 4-off in turn 7. They did continue, but they've lost quite a bit of time to split 5 racing. 7 seconds behind now, and running pretty quick.
Also going quickly is that GTR 99. It's 6.8 seconds now. In this battle for third overall.
Yeah, under 3 hours is the time we should see GTR start to pick it up, right?
Yes. I wanted to make this point earlier. 2 things now. Number 1, remember that Hitman topped off at the end of twice actually. Yeah, the end of the full course yellow. So we are fairly confident that a car is good to go on 2 more pit stops to the end, whereas the number 99 will probably need 2 and a splash. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 that I wanted to make about the 99 in particular. So regular viewers and interested parties of the World Racing League will know that our friend Jason Marks is frequently behind the wheel of the number 99, but that's only when he's not behind the wheel of the number 34. So if Hitman is entered, he'll race with Hitman. If they're not, he'll run the weekend with GTR 99. And with GTR making this transition over to the Supra, the thought would be that, okay, Jason is kind of the stabilizing, they're the common link between the two, and that it's a good opportunity to maybe share some insight or some things that have been learned about that car and that platform in the last year and some change that it's been running in GTO. And by virtue of Hitman being here this weekend, it basically means that Jason is going to be committed away to that number 34, and the 99 is going to be kind of left to figure this thing out on its own. And with that in mind, actually doing really well on debut for that car. Still a very GTR kind of race. Pace wasn't very obviously there in the beginning, but you always anticipate it being in the top 5 when you get into the mid-afternoon, and exactly where we all find ourselves.
Pulled out just a little bit that time through. I believe GTR may have had a little bit of traffic. Hitman was able to duck under a 205 there.
Yeah, I think we're about, well, I was going to say we're a couple of laps away from this being measured in our lengths. Not quite that close. Hitman is on the brakes into turn 1 as GTR rounds the final turn. Yeah, it's actually a slow lap from Hitman there, from GTR. Hitman's down into the 203s.
I think that was 2 slow laps in a row, or slower than Hitman from GTR 99. Unfortunately, Race Hero is bugging for me slightly, and I can't really see historic lap times.
It's just the way Race Hero is. It's not good.
Oh, okay. That's a shame.
Yeah, they, as we covered, they deployed some updates.
They've not gone well.
What's that?
They don't appear to have gone well.
No, it fixed a very fundamental flaw that it had after the Orbits update at the beginning of last year. We went a whole year of it not working for anybody running the latest version of Orbits. And then they finally decided in the off-season to fix it. Unfortunately, it appears to have broken the lap history chart.
Right.
Which is not an ideal situation for us.
Yeah, one of the better features that most useful features for us racers.
Very for determining stint lengths and trends, and it's invaluable.
Yeah, almost indispensable actually. You don't realise how much you appreciate that until it's gone.
Yeah. So I could make request for a software update, but also there's no guarantee that it won't, it would be fixed anywhere within a year, based on the way the last one went. Very, very different conditions than we started the day here at Eagles Canyon. Gray, damp, windy, and cold. This is the way to partly cloudy. Warm? Question mark?
Well, don't ask that. You're there.
I'm not outside, though.
Yeah. Probably warmer than here. I woke up to -2 Celsius. So.
You've made that choice. It's also the same at home. I also make that choice. The number 296 has put in another personal best, 201.797, and caught the class-leading number 123. The 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes GT4.
And another slow lap from GTR 99.
Yeah,
it's becoming more of a trend than an outlier.
It's very interesting because it just seemed like they had it all figured out, and then all of a sudden it's completely gone away.
Maybe
not completely, a couple of seconds.
Is there any chance we could try and find them on track and see if there's anything obvious going on?
Give it about 20 seconds, and we'll pick up GTR at the braking zone for turn 11. Just headed into our blind zone up at the northwest corner of the track.
And just
Hitman should arrive here momentarily, and then we'll see TR behind them.
Last lap and a half. Working Dads did get around the Forsyth Motorsports Camaro, so that is an update for 5th in GP2.
Did I just say a McLaren? Is that the Hum Racing that you're? No, that's a Cayman. Oh, okay.
Do you just call it racing?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna stick with that. I like having Hum and Stoic at in 5th and 6th. It's a thoughtful flaw to our GTO class. But they were overtaking a Mercedes that I was making a wild assumption was NFC, so I didn't know if that was what you were referring to, but presumably not. Is the GTR 99 Supra using the regular GTR 99 dark blue purple livery?
Yeah, it's dark. It's a little bit more simplified from the way everything was stickered up on the M4, but yes, it is the same dark. Headed it into it's headed up the hill to turn 3 now.
Yeah, just across the line. Another slow lap, relatively slow compared to Hitman. It could just be that Hitman is I think it's the fastest car on the track that's not a GTU. So it could be the other way. What's that?
HM. Not last time, but they've been in the 201s regularly.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm just looking at last lap. So the times the GTR setting is actually in line with most of the field, but Hitman is a second quicker. Just trying to get it without lap time histories. It's hard to get a read on whether that really is GTR 99 going slowly or Hitman going faster than them, or faster than most of the field.
You know, the other thing that the slower laps out of that number 99 is going to allow is for the 296 to continue closing. We know it's going to be a tall ask.
A 2-lap gap, right?
Yeah, it was right around 4 minutes 18 the last we looked on our back end timing monitor. Now shows 4:01.5.
Yeah, only really getting last lap sample. Oh, okay. Well, now they're 2 seconds faster. I was going to say at 3/10 a lap, that was going to take a little while to close 4 minutes, but 2 seconds faster on this last lap. And yeah, again, GTR 99 are 204.9, so they're getting. Actually, the gap from them to Hitman has doubled since I arrived. So that doesn't look like it's going to become much of anything anytime soon.
There's potentially a world here where that Hitman car takes the fight to the number 123, but I think that's going to be pretty heavily driver dependent. And one of the rule changes we haven't discussed for this year is the fact that the maximum stint length has dropped from 4 hours to 3, which means that anybody who was in the car at the last full course yellow when we initiated our previous round of pit stops is not going to be able to stay in the car through to the end. Yeah. So if we think it's potentially Cole Lofsgaard in the 296, or we think it's maybe Jason Marks in the 34, they won't be on board those cars for the next 2 hours and 41 minutes. Have to get out at some point. Even if they get back in later, it's fine, but...
Yeah, is there any change to the amount of time between those stints? If I remember right, it was 0, wasn't it? Or you basically just have to get out and then back in, get put straight back in again. I might be completely wrong on that.
I was going to say, there's an opportunity here for me to completely conflate two different rule sets.
It's good to see that fast track racing got to come back out. They come down through turn 6 and 7. That's the only M4 we have in the field this weekend. Feels a little weird.
It's very yeah. Last time I was regularly commentating, it was almost an M4 Cup in GTO. So yeah, that's very strange.
Unfortunately, they ran into a couple issues earlier. I'm not sure exactly what, but they did lose quite a few laps. But they have since come back out. They have passed the Janetta from Moorhead, and 3 laps back from the 68 Aston, which is also back out. Interesting, that wasn't the 24 I just saw, was it? It was the 24, nice. So the 24 from BMM Montgomery Motorsports comes across the line. That's good to see them back out there.
I forgot they had gone missing, to be honest with you.
Remember I
do now, yeah.
Yeah, Sean had mentioned that they'd had the issue yesterday and then they had something different today. But hopefully this means it's fixed. They can go out, make sure the car's fine, get some more seat time for the crew, and be ready to go tomorrow.
Scott, to answer your question, it's 1 hour in between stints.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's logical.
So you could wrap this stint up, take an hour break, and then get into the end. If that was going to work strategy.
Yeah. Ooh, Flying Apex is out as well. Nice. Just saw them coming through turn 1 with a very distinctive orange rear end on that car.
Yeah. It is a shame, obviously, when you lose cars to mechanical issues and things like that, but it is nice to see that even the ones that we were excited about seeing up at the top of their respective fields early on have pushed through and gotten themselves back out. As you mentioned, there's a whole other day of this to come tomorrow. 7 hours worth of racing, so. Oh, Montgomery is off on the exit of turn 14. Way off. Out in the mud at the top of the hill, gets it gathered up, and
just looking
back,
at time,
on track, headed into 15.
looking at timing, it looks like a relatively low attrition rate for this race. Only starting with 41 cars, but having what looks like around 27, 28 of them still running semi-competitively seems like that's a larger percentage than we'd usually get at this point in a race.
I would say the bulk of the issues we've had have been recurrent for the same cars.
Right.
So, like the PC racing number 44 has stopped a couple of times on track or been back into the paddock a few times. And, haven't seen just widespread chaos issues. It's been, this car's having a bad day, or it's got this recurrent issue or whatever. And it's kept the attrition rate overall fairly low. My guess is that the 135 and the 80 that were involved in an incident down here at turn 1 that brought out our most recent safety car, the chance they won't race tomorrow, damage is pretty significant to the right front corner of the 135. The 80, tough to tell because I was facing alongside of it.
Well, the team is relatively local, so It depends on the level of damage. I mean, they can take it back to the shop and work on it overnight.
That is very true, actually. I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, I believe this is referred to as their home race for the year, because they're based southwest of Fort Worth, I believe, down in Crescent at a Motorsport Ranch.
Yes.
And Enola is worth
Interesting
repairing.
What's that?
I said Enola is worth repairing. That is the green MX-5 from them.
Red, is it a red S2000 off and
Yeah,
on? 5?
Yeah, that's the quality time.
Yeah,
Honda S2000, the 410 and
Yeah.
GP2.
Looks like it just got in a little deep there in the compression in the braking zone for turn 5 and ended up overshooting and potentially knocking out one of the cones down there in the shortcut.
Nice. Personal trophy.
And also running through an aggressive gutter by the looks of things.
Yes.
Ooh.
How did you discover that?
I'm looking at the cameras.
Ah, yeah. There's
I was watching the same
there's
thing
a
you were.
little, there's a small paved. Well, so there's a gutter that's out wide, and then there's a small paved triangle at the corner there that allows the EVs to make the hard left-hand turn to go up the hill. And inside that, there is, I think, another like storm drain, and I think that's what it ran over. Never really quite got to the grass, but there is still a pretty significant dip in that concrete patch.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to hit that at any kind of speed.
Hey, I think we got it. We've been at this for 5.5 hours, and we finally have an onboard number with thanks. Big Mission Motorsports, the number 777.
This is the sole reason the cars come back out.
Is this the 777? Because I have
It
exactly the
claims
same
to
feed listed as Ginger Race.
This is the 46. Yeah, there's two. Ryan, there were two links there. One was the 777. One's the 46.
Yeah, I think this is the 46.
Yeah. Okay. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's definitely got some active stabilization.
There we go.
That could do with being turned off. That's okay. It's, there's some active stabilization that could do with being turned off, but otherwise, yeah, not a bad feed.
No, and it does finally give us a good look at what driving this facility is actually like. And we're actually headed into the portion of the track that aren't covered, or that isn't covered by our trackside cameras here. So this is 7 into 8, the hard left-hander up at the top of the hill, and then down through, they call this the Italian Canyon. Not really sure why. The right-hander at 8, the left-hander at 9, still dropping down the hill, and then it levels off there just as you get to the apex at 9.
Some odd hand motions going on there.
Yep, either we're frustrated and coaxing the car to go faster, or we're bored and tapping out music. There are no alternatives. It's a tricky one, in a little bit deep, rises all the way past the apex, and then crests the hill into a corkscrew-style descent there, and the right-hander at turn number 12.
You know what? I've just realised what this track reminds me of, and I promise it's not because of the name. That's literally just occurred to me. But Eagles Creek in Australia. Got that
Eastern
sort of-
Creek.
Oh, is it East? Yeah, okay. Well, then it's definitely not the name.
It's actually Sydney Motorsports Park. So
Yeah, I was trying to
close, but I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what they call it these days. I think Eastern Creek is from like the 90s. But that racetrack, it's got that like, all the corners are combinations, but they at the same time feel like distinct corners just right next to each other. That's
You know what it actually feels like?
Go on.
It actually feels like Winton, like better Winton.
Well, yeah, those two tracks maybe have similar feels, except Winton's very small.
But this even, like, it is small. You're right. It's under 2 miles.
Whereas Eastern
This-
Creek is more of a blown-up version of Winton, I would
It's
say.
It's the interesting part of Eastern Creek tacked onto Winton.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what this is. I mean, even the curbs in the landscape feel like Winton.
yeah.
Winton's got the taller curbs that will jolt the car a
also
touch,
has zero.
but with the paved on the backside.
Winton also has zero elevation change, though.
That is
That's-
true.
That's
so we've got
more of an Eastern
yeah.
Creek feel. That's where I got that from.
but there's as much to hit here as there is at Winton.
Not a lot to hit at Eastern Creek. Big wide open spaces.
That's true, yes. Especially around the first couple of quarters.
Yeah. The thing it
that's
doesn't
true.
have is that gigantic front straight into the really, really fast turn 1. So that's more. Yeah.
No, quickest
More
corners here are 6 and 7.
Yeah. So it's more of a Winton feeling that every corner is medium speed. Or
Yeah.
slow.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad we've had this discourse now because I've been trying to figure out, like, what is the closest track to this? And what is it? Does it drive like? What does it feel like? And it doesn't drive exactly like Winton, but it feels like Winton. And then when you make the Eastern Creek comparison, now I can kind of feel like, okay, let's put Eastern Creek in Winton. We'll move from New South Wales to Victoria.
And then Texas.
Yes, right. Is Texas the Victoria of the United States? People are asking. Houston is just Melbourne. Changed my mind. Reliant Park, more like Albert Park. Anyway, that's all I've got.
Yeah, I've got nothing. I've never been to... Actually, I have been to Texas, but not that part of Texas.
I've been to Dallas exactly once.
I've been to El
Living
Paso
in
exactly
Oklahoma
once,
City.
and I really don't want to go back.
I've never been to El Paso. I've heard okay things about it. I've heard great things about San Antonio, which I realized before I get crowned for this. I realized they are absolutely nowhere near each other and they bear no resemblance to each other. However, these are places in Texas that I have heard are okay places to go, and I've just never been.
Yeah. No comment.
Ever been to Lubbock, Scott?
Where is that?
Where indeed? It's out there. Home of Texas Tech University.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Or Abilene.
No.
Okay. It was a great ride along here with the number 46. Thank you to Ginger Race Team for getting your camera up and running. Gives us a opportunity for a different view of Eagles Canyon Raceway.
Looks like there is excellent rear view vision out of this car. From what I can tell from the mirror.
Eagle-eyed viewers may notice the timing tower is a little bit behind. We have pushed an update in real time to attempt to get ourselves zero response math. And should be updating itself any moment now.
The GTR 99 gap we were tracking has ballooned out to 32 seconds now. So having been single digits when I arrived, that's becoming less and less of a race every lap.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, you'll get that.
There we go. We have extremely irresponsible math.
Nope, in GP1, Xipa did catch up and get around fifth gear motorsports. It's been running a couple seconds quicker a lap. Building out that gap now, 15 seconds. So that's looking for a possible good podium result for Xipa Racing.
So, do we want to talk predictions?
Well, yeah, I assume that's what you
That's
were
yeah.
trailing towards. Yeah.
So, it may surprise no one to learn that the percentage of outcome in terms of position 1 is 96.3% to the 58 Stratus car.
Considering how reliable those MP01s have been, I think that's optimistic, honestly. But
Yeah, that's obviously if nothing else.
yeah,
nothing else changes.
that's pace,
But,
certainly, yeah.
Yeah. The car actually just got very, very slow down at turn number 1 while trying to pass I think it's the Stoic Supra, and basically had to come to a stop there to avoid making contact. But anyway, all is well. So that's your P1 overall there. P2 very, very heavily favors the Hitman number 34. Like, really heavily favors.
It is a lot quicker right now. To the tune of 3 seconds versus NFC. That's on a 1 lap sample size, of
Yeah,
course.
oddly, really doesn't like the NFC car. Let's see if I can clean this up.
yeah,
GTU predictions. Oh, there we go. No. We didn't select by class here. The overall prediction situation is not great. It really heavily favors the 123. That's my mistake. I've sorted by GTO. Yeah, so this is, it favors the 123 heavily. It favors the 34 very heavily for second. 89% chance of a second place finish there. 86% chance of a third place finish for the number 99. And then it begins to creep towards the favor of the 296 HM Road Racing Porsche Cayman. Also worth noting, top 5 GTO cars are kind of separated out on their own, and then you get the GP1 field that slots in 7th, 8th, and 9th overall. 522 Choice Racing very heavily favored to win GP1. That is a surprise to nobody. They've been pretty handily out there for quite some time now. It is worth noting they're now on the same lap as the number 38 of Palomar Racing, which is a change from the last time we checked in with the GP1 lead battle. Now, I'm going to assume that was a pit stop from Choice. Probably. Lost about 1:59 is what's being shown on the ticker.
Yeah, there's
then
the very broken race history thing shows a P right at the very end, so I'm assuming it pitted on.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it does for all the marks.
Does it? Was I giving?
Yeah, but even our ticker says it was last. It disappeared around 24 past the hour, and then appeared when we got our data back.
Like if you look at like the 46, for example, we know that hasn't pit, but if you go all the way to the right on its lap
no,
times.
you're right. Yeah.
So there is. I mean, that was a long stop actually, because it's brought the 38 within. Where are we here? 18 seconds. So I guess they'll have done their last driver change there. I don't know that for certain, but if I were betting man, you put maybe Will in the car to bring it to the end. In any case, I mean, that's a pretty long stint and a much longer stop. Palomar, if Ryan is to be believed, we could go on one more stop at the very tail end of its fuel range. It feels aggressive, but if that's true, then both of these cars will only have one more stop to the end, which could upset GT1 or GP1 very aggressively. .550 is also pitted. That's the Fifth Gear Motors Porsche Boxster. now in and out and falls 12th overall, third in class. And Zebra Racing now the 325 up third place in GP1. Race leader has been in as well. 58 number 58 Stratus 58 NPO1 has been in. All has really quieted down now for the last 40 minutes or so, 30 to 40 minutes.
You say that, is GTR 99 okay?
What's the concern there, Scott?
On my race hero, they're red, and I'm showing a 3-minute 47 gap to the road racing
My
car.
guess is it means they're in the pit lane.
Right.
Since all but 3
Before
or
the
4 of
timing
the stalls are before timing, yes.
Right, okay.
And remember, they did not top off at the end of the full course yellow. So that would have
Start,
been about
finish
an
camera
hour.
shows it coming down pit lane now. Yeah,
There
that's
it is.
Okay. Oh yeah, and now it's going, yeah, that makes sense. Which means that it must be exiting a bit now, I assume.
Just at turn 1 now. Or turn 2, sorry. There it is. Still a shot and up the hill. So 1 stop left to go for the GTR 99 then. Hitman. Do we think GTR was in fuel save mode?
I was just thinking 2 hours and 19 minutes is, it's not ridiculously far for a GTO to go, but it's on the edge.
Well, so just before you jumped on, Hitman topped off with about 3:35 remaining. They were actually in at 3:45 remaining. And it's a second stop under yellow. And our thought was that, well, they're just topping off. They can go on 2 more stops from here. Then they pitted again with about 3:35 left. And to me, that was an insurance fill. And they are now firmly in a 2 more stops mode. So to go from 3:35 plus a little extra full course yellow now down towards something like 2:10, 2:15, they must be very confident that they can make it to the end to have been pushing as hard as they were. Compare that with the 99, similar car, but didn't make the top off stop under yellow. Did they suddenly drop their pace to try and save fuel and save that extra stop?
Yeah, sounds logical.
It does.
70 minutes is about where the limit of a lot of GTO cars have seemed to be in the past.
I will say this, Scott, and you and I have talked about this a couple of times, but there is a fallacy that comes with trying to cut out a pit stop. Whereas if it's costing you a second, 2 second, 2 to 3 seconds a lap over the span of 3 hours because you're trying to cut out that extra stop, you're actually costing yourself way more time on track.
Yeah,
over the span of 80 or 90 laps.
A lot of sim racers fail to make that very easy maths, and do just blindly fuel save themselves into a poor result. In real world racing, I imagine that's is that a spin at the last corner? Yep, there it is.
Oh, yes,
Black
it is.
BMW.
Yeah.
Going the wrong way, yeah.
Pointed the right direction to see what's coming.
Yeah.
Gonna wait for the gap.
I don't think that Supra was... Yeah, the traffic was coming at you. Definitely doesn't want you to make an erratic decision at that point while facing the wrong way. And I think that Supra wasn't 100% sure that was going to happen. But all's well that ends well. The car is back running in the correct direction. In the real world, to finish what I was saying, that fuel calculation is a lot harder to make because you don't have presumably these cars aren't, maybe some of the GT4s would be, capable of giving you a live, accurate readout of what exact fuel burn you've got on any given lap and how much fuel is remaining in the tank. I have no idea if the GT4s are capable of doing that or capable of doing it accurately.
I don't know, actually. I don't think so.
No, I'd be impressed. So yeah, that's a much, much harder set of maths to make and probably requires more guesswork and bravery than it does in sim racing. But yes, I've witnessed a lot of teams in sim racing make that, just not bother making that, doing the quite simple maths to work out whether it is worth wasting half a second a lap on fuel saving, on whether full Full Rich is going to earn you back more than a pit stop anyway.
Like a teammate at Daytona?
Recently, no, that was just that was literally just wondering why everyone else was pitted and then realizing half a lap later why everyone else was pitting. Much more simple than that. If you're referring to a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah.
I say we, R4R Motorsports, LLC.
What?
Motorsport?
No, the LLC
that-
bit.
No, it's not LLC. So, we did a 24-hour race in our Factor 2 at the Nordschleife in the old Flat 6 mod. Our class was the Flat 6 cars. And the tire model that they had chosen did not last a full tank of fuel. So the full tank of fuel in the Porsche Cup cars went like 10 laps, but the tires would only last 7 to 8. And so we literally just drew the whole race out for M-Loss past like lap 5 as the tires wore out. How much time you would, spend fueling the car to go 6 laps, 7 laps, 8 laps, 9 laps, how many pit stops you were making, did it make sense to save the tires, go with your full tank, all of those things. And it reduces the optimal race to basically a spreadsheet. Right? And obviously when you're racing in real life, and particularly where you've got the influence of full course yellows and things of that nature, it's a little bit harder to make those calculations and find the optimum answer. But the optimum answer is still out there, right? You should never be leaving endurance races to chance, especially where you have very limited interruptions by safety cars.
Yeah,
You should always be prepared to find what the next optimum is, and whether that's pulling a spreadsheet in real time or whatever your methodology is.
Oh, sorry.
You should still
Brendan.
be chasing that optimum. Yep.
We've got a stopped car at 6 and 7,
Dude.
right in front of the
yeah.
camera. I'm not sure who that is. but-
Transkillian, man. Stuff.
It is.
9, isn't
They
it?
were slow on the way into turn number 1, but they kind of got themselves up to speed.
Car's moving
Now
again.
carry on. Yeah.
So I take it after that is the blind spot of the track because I don't. The next camera it looks like it's 10-11.
Yeah, so we see
So-
6 and 7, which is the fast right and the fast left, and then it disappears for a while
See if that car ever arrives.
until we get to turn 11.
Road racing is in the
You have
pits.
to stop calling them.
I'm not here for very long, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Noted.
They've been overtaken by Stoic, so there's a really
That's a pit stop.
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's
A long stop.
it's an aggressively thoughtful race for fifth. Seems to be going back and forth on pit stops.
Really makes you stop and think.
Yeah.
You're right. It was a really long stop for HM. I mean, the solid GTO stops, at least without doing tires, have been low to mid 3 minutes on a lap time. Now, this was 5:52.
Yeah, that's a minute and a half plus.
Which I
extra
would
gone.
suggest tires. I mean, we were so cool and cloudy early on, damp for that matter, that I would believe you could get to, 5.5 to 6 hours on a single set of tires. That makes sense to me. So maybe this was, the necessary tire stop that we would normally have seen at halfway. I'd buy that. And you would hope that if you're in the HM camp, now you would hope that there's an equivalent stop to come for everyone. Really, nobody else around you has changed tires. That being said, if you get a really long yellow at halfway, that would have also been a really good opportunity to do that. Construction update. We've now cut all of the outdoor countertops as of this morning, and now we are epoxying them to the railing. So the loud noises, construction noises ought to be done. Now we're just putting stuff in place. So there's no floor in here. There's really no finishing to speak of. It's just drywall subfloor, and then the little kitchenettes have, you know, roughly completed countertops and black backsplashes and stuff like that. I am under the impression that this will be done within a month, which is really impressive.
Is that NFC? So I'll take to pit lane.
It very well could be JT.
It is.
Let's see if I can look. Okay. That is your GTO class leader. Rapscallion has come and gone. So after they're stopping down on track, we go 3 wide down into turn 13A. That was wild. The PL1's trying to split the Zeepa Racing number 325. Worked out better for the Gold Stratus. This is going to be the 59 than it did for the 58, which is blue. You guys remember when Stratus used to just name their teams as colors? Maybe that was only on YouTube, but there was a distinct memory I have of Stratus Racing Gold, Stratus Racing Blue.
I genuinely don't remember them actually naming them, but I remember us referring to them by the very obvious car colors.
Yeah, the problem is the number panels from where I stand are not that big, and because they're 5'8", 5'9", and then 60, those aren't very obviously different numbers. I've just got to commit all the colors and numbers to memory. It's not going well.
What color is the 60? I haven't seen that car before.
60 is green.
Oh, interesting.
58 is blue, 59 is gold. One of them used to be white, like a silver, and now it's not, so. In and out for NFC Motorsport. So you compare the 551 of Road Racing, the 327 from NFC Motorsport. That is a lap. That's over a lap. So now, all that work that HM Road Racing did to get itself past Stoic and try and close the margin up to GTR 99 appears to have been undone. Although I'm sure they knew that this longer stop was coming if indeed it was a tire stop. When Mexico only have the one BMW in the field, we now also only have the one Porsche in the field. That HM Road Racing new entrant for 2024.
Well, we only have one M4. There's plenty of BMWs.
True. Yes, we have plenty of Supers.
BMWs.
Exactly.
Right.
Ryan is driving somewhere going, yes.
No, I mean, that is a very public thing. I mean, even our friend Jason Marks is talking a bunch. Having, had plenty of time behind the wheel of both the M4 and the Supra. There are obvious similarities between the platforms, despite them being, having different badges and being very different sizes. There is a commonality to them with the BMW base, so I don't feel like we're throwing anything out there that isn't appropriate. We scheduled the NASCAR Clash.
Probably
due to
weather.
incoming severe weather.
Yeah,
They were just paving more of the track.
Oh, it's moved up to It's moved up to today. They're just going to do everything today.
Oh, just throw them out.
that's fine. I mean, usually a NASCAR session is, oh, here, go have an hour of practice. Okay, it's ready for qualifying.
Yeah. I mean, it's a super speedway as well, so
Is it?
right.
It's the polar opposite.
It's a super duper.
Okay, I'm getting it mixed up with iRacing's who did their clash at Daytona this year. So no, doesn't really. Then again, they go to Brands Hatch this year, so they're clearly not interested in following.
Wait, iRacing Cup is going to Brands Hatch?
Yeah. NASCAR series, yeah.
The short layout? Oh, fantastic.
Can we get a 2003 Champ Car and run that at the Brands Hatch Indy Layout? Scott, if you could pick one UK track for the WRL to visit, where are you going?
On the spot there with a terrible memory.
Yep.
Immediately think Thruxton.
That was my first thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like there's. Yeah. Oh well, that's Scotland. Yeah.
UK. Yeah, Knock Hill. Producer Ryan and Rear suggested Knock Hill.
I was going to
To be
say,
a little
I
tight
agree.
should I be
for a
responding?
decent field.
Should I be responding directly to Ryan? Was my next question.
Yeah, Knock Hill has
Mondello
some
Park.
corners. It's fantastic.
Not the UK.
Mondello. Oh, that is Ireland.
Very famously not the UK.
Yeah. I was thinking it was Wales for a second, but yeah, I think either Brands Hatch or Thruxton is the answer. I keep going to Croft, but I just like how awkward and hipster sort of that layout is. But I don't think it's actually that good a track.
It's not, no.
Neither's Thruxton, but it's
Fast.
I don't know. Yeah, it's fast, I guess.
Well, Donington has a bridge, so we could put cameras on the infield, yeah?
Donington's maybe the sensible answer. Silverstone's too big.
I'm just so over Donington.
Really?
It's fine. It's fine, but like
There's
I don't know.
also Cadwell Park, obviously.
Cadwell Park. I don't know about that.
So Snetterton it is, okay.
Snetterton from the 90s, maybe, but not current Snetterton.
Croft is better than Snetterton. Are we out of Anglesey?
I honestly don't know.
Anglesey would be all right.
I
They
don't
do
know.
they used to do a 24-hour 2CV race there. Maybe did a 24-hour Fun Cup race there as well.
Did they not do the race for Remembrance or whatever it's called?
They still do that there, but it's like a
Which-
6-hour
Oh,
thing
I
at
thought-
the end of a long day.
Oh, I thought that was a 24-hour.
Maybe it used to be. I think it's 6 now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
It's a good. It's right
I
on
don't
the
think I've-
season. It's really scenic. Really scenic layout.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Pit stop there for the number 46. You know what Anglesey is? It's Welsh High Plains. They're actually very similar. But one is on a couple of 1,000-foot plateau in Colorado, and the other is on the sea in Wales.
How about
Ooh.
Oh, actually, that's a very good shout.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah.
I was watching a race there this morning. I don't know why I didn't think about that, but yes. Yeah, no, that's
Did
very
you watch Basic Ollie DQ for both first?
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
Well, he didn't. He got a drive-through and gave up. By the way, a drive-through at Alton Park, that's about 5 seconds. The shortest pit lane in the world.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that actually would be an issue for WRL. The pit lane is so tiny.
lane space,
British GT has it's famously their hardest track to organise.
What you do is you run Alton Park Island and then use the classic extension as a makeshift pit lane.
Oh wow,
Isn't that a move?
that's some Formula E kind of stuff.
Yeah, we like that.
I don't support it because I like the full version of Alton Park.
That's fair.
Good track,
RJ, you gotta have it, man.
minus the chains, please.
Oh no, the Camaro is smoking. The Jerry Forsyth Motors, no. Just Forsyth Motorsport. Only seems to be under acceleration in left-handers. It's bad-ish through turn 13A and B, and then absolutely fine at 14. So we have not yet had the equivalent pit stop for Hitman that we had for NFC and GTR. From memory. That car was going to need to get to something like hours in 2.5, 2:20 to be able to comfortably make it to the end on 2 stops, and we're well inside of that now. GP1, as we had mentioned, still being led by Choice Racing. It's a 24-second gap back to Palomar Racing. These cars now much more evenly matched and much closer together than we were the last time we talked about them. It's a the last time we had talked about them prior to Choice's pit stop anyway. 24 seconds from first to second in GP1, and both lapping in the low to mid 209 range. Certainly the last time around. So, with a more recent pit stop from the Choice Racing number 15. Has Palomar done 50 laps? That can't be right. Is it?
Love to be able to check, Race Hero.
I can't load the YouTube page at the moment because of my internet connection situation, but Ryan, if anybody can confirm that number for the 38, that is ridiculous. Still probably won't be able to make it to the end. But not that far away. That's an absurd number.
But it would still be quite far away from here, given it's a 2-minute track. Obviously, one more stop would be
50 laps at 209.
a 209. Okay. Yeah, in which case it wouldn't be that far away. Yeah, I was thinking of 2 minutes.
Yeah, it'd still be 20 minutes off, but the extra 10 seconds will get you a little bit closer. Get you to 1 hour 47 minutes on a tank. Put up on one of the open throttle BMWs. We having another problem for PC Racing in the 44? I think we are. As far as grinding to a halt in the exit of turn 2. Headed up the hill. We can pick that up on the trackside camera.
Yeah, it's not going to make it up
that
that
car
hill,
is going to be perched on the exit curb, basically right on the racing line. It's not a great spot. And while we've been really good with hot poles today, rising hill on the racing line
very good
is not, yeah, that is true. It's still not really the place I'd want to be out hooking up a car to a flat toe. Now, this PC car has reset itself and gotten itself going a few times. It has also not done that a few times. So, Brake lights go on and off a few times. Now go back on. Also, drivers will need to be mindful that this will be in a yellow flag zone from start finish all the way up to turn 3. Despite turn 1 being one of the best passing opportunities on the track, do not give in to the temptation.
It is extremely good visibility around that corner, so they could.
Yes.
And it's been there long enough that every driver's going to have seen it by now.
Yeah, as long as you're not looking beyond there, or you're using that short straight as an opportunity to look at your dash or something. If you know it's there when you come up to the exit curb, it should be very, very obvious. You are going to have to send. Actually, the emergency vehicles weren't pit out. Where are they now? Yeah, and the yellow flag is waving at start finish. Again, it's not full course yellow. It's just where they need to get to, and we do go double yellow. Should still be waving that yellow at start finish though. So this was kind of my concern. The car was just not in a very comfortable position for recovery.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. So we are under 2 hours to go. Hour and 53 minutes remain. And
what this isn't going to do is close up that Hitman GTR 99 battle, is it? Because I think they're a lap apart now, with GTR having pitted recently and Hitman not.
no, I think it's actually going to lock them a lap apart. I think it's going to lock them. Oh my God, the PC racing cars just got going again.
Amazing.
I think it's locked them a lap apart. It does in some ways benefit the GTR car because they could come in and top off and be able to go full Richmond. Right? If they were at all saving fuel, then this is their opportunity to just say, yep, we're good. Even maybe the full course yellow is enough.
I was going to say, I don't know if it would even require a top off if they were.
Yeah,
if they
it
thought
may
they were
not.
close enough to save fuel, then now they're just close enough they don't need to save fuel.
44 has stopped again on the exit at 3, so.
I think you would always take that lap back though.
Yeah.
If you had the choice. Oh, Hitman's in the pits.
Yeah, well, they were going to have to.
Yeah. So that's potentially very fortuitous for them. Depends exactly how this safety car is deployed, because they've pitted before the field has bunched up, which we have found WRL teams often make errors with that. It's one of the more common errors in the series, is pitting a bit early and ending up behind a safety car you really didn't have to get behind. So let's see how that plays out. I think if they end up on the same lap as GTR, I'm going to accuse them of making that mistake.
You know, Scott, we actually don't have a safety car. Do we? We don't have a safety car yet.
At all?
It is just leaving the end of lane now.
In which case, the Hitman's basically making this pit stop on the green. Because everyone's just going around at full speed right now, aren't they?
Yes, they are queuing up behind the number 11 Corvette, which is going to help, but
Well, unless that Corvette is going around at safety car speed.
slightly
Which it kind of
above.
is.
Slightly above. Very slightly.
Yeah, very slightly. And if the GTR 99 isn't, or the leader isn't, there's some angry cars behind this Corvette.
So there is the 58. Safety car is going to wave a few cars by, and we are going to pick up the 58. It's going to drop the 34 an extra lap down.
The 44 got moving again.
Is that JT saying the 44 got moving?
I believe so. That's what it looked like.
You're very quiet, JT, but it did, and then stopped again on the edge of the 3B. So
Got
it's
it,
still
3B.
out there, just outside of camera. Yeah. The 11 gets waved by the same, and now we pick up the 58, which is correct. Is the race leader.
Yeah, the race leader and GTR 99 did 243s, 244s that lap, so they did slow down quite a lot. That's obviously still way quicker than a safety car lap, I imagine.
Which I think Hitman's back out already, aren't they?
In which case they made that entire pit stop. Well, that's still going to work out fine for them if they end up bunching up. Yeah, they are back.
Just gotta
out. They've
find
just-
them. No, they're
they've just done it
just come
2:28,
through on track.
So they're,
Yeah,
they're
come
way
through on track.
quicker than the leader on that last lap. So yeah, it's just
They are actually on the lead lap
They just went through turn
in
1.
GTO. Yeah.
Oh, so they managed to not lose anything. So fair enough.
Let's see how they
NFC's now in
23
pits.
appear. Yes. Okay. So actually, they've just left. So what this is going to do is put NFC 95% of a lap ahead of Hitman,
Right.
and Hitman a lap and a lot ahead of GTR, because GTR was right up behind the number 58 Stratus and PO1.
So GTR has managed to get the absolute worst of everything and lose probably a lap and a half worth of time.
It stinks for them, because had they been just up ahead of the 58, they would be just about a lap behind the 34.
Which still is losing out, having pitted under green instead of yellow.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I mean, that chain of events started under the last full course yellow by not topping off the way Hitman did.
Right.
Right. So this, in some ways, like, yes, it's bad luck that they were trapped right behind the 58 when the yellow came out. That is genuinely unfortunate luck. But the 34 made a better strategy calling the last full course yellow than literally the rest of the field, because they're the only ones who did it. And now that leaves GTR with that additional penalty, in addition to the bad luck. Like, okay, now you just didn't make the right strategy call into the last yellow. It's come home to roost in a doubly penalizing way. Not only did you pit under green and your competitor pit in under yellow, but also you got stuck behind the race leader and your competitor didn't. So, unfortunate for the 99. Partially self-inflicted, but self-inflicted an hour and a half ago.
Derek Racing in the pits, I want to say again. I thought they were in quite recently, weren't they?
HM was in. Just about, you know, they might have been, Scott. Because I think
Because
they were ahead
they
of
ended up
HM. Now they're a full lap
dropping
behind, yeah.
Yeah. They might just be topping off. But seems like an odd time to do that. Given that I would have thought they could make it on one more stop from their last pit stop. They're already back out. And they're on the same lap as in road racing, but maybe most of the lap down. Gap's 2:48, so we'll see if that closes up.
Under full course yellow, we can go ahead and take a look at the schedule again for the remaining 2024 season. As you can see, first race of the season here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. We do another 7-hour race tomorrow. First weekend of March will be Barbara Motorsports Park. A good staple in the WRL calendar, always provides very exciting racing every year we go to it. Same can be said with Mid-Ohio up in, I forget where specifically Brendan was saying for Ohio. He was having a nice rant about it earlier. We'll be there April 5th through 7th. Little bit of a break. A couple weeks, we'll be up to Road America, which always provides great racing for us. And then beginning of June, currently scheduled to do Daytona. I believe previously that's been a 14-hour race?
Correct.
What usually we see at Daytona. And then we'll be going to Charlotte Motor Speedway at the end of June, at the Roval. That's going to be very interesting. Definitely looking forward to that. A month later, we'll be at Road Atlanta. fan favorite and competitor favorite, July 26th through the 28th. And then after a month's break, we'll be up at High Plains Raceway, first weekend of September, for what I believe is going to be a lengthy enduro into the night on the Saturday there. And then WRL first will be at Watkins Glen up in New York, October 18th through the 20th, before coming back to the final 2 races for WRL. Sebring, November 8th through the 10th, and our usual finale at Coda, December 6th through the 8th. So lots of great racing to look forward to this season. Very good tracks, and a nice little bit created by our producer Ryan Bauer here. Nice and easy to see.
JT,
Yes.
I didn't even get out the door to go get a water. Closed behind me, and a reasonably tall gentleman walked in, reeking of gasoline, race gas.
Oh boy.
I just realized I don't know which microphone input is his, so I'm going to unlock everything and say hello to Chad Moorhead.
Hello.
Hi, Chad.
Hello. And it's not race gas. We're actually running on pump.
Are you really?
Yeah, you would not believe. GT4 runs on pump. Yeah. We're saving money. We're very, very budget.
You are
minded.
the most eco-friendly or budget-friendly GT4.
Yeah, it's E99 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, budget-friendly Chad with the brand new Ginetta with an LS in it.
Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's probably on the lower end of GT4 cars as far as new purchase price. But yeah, no, it's on 93, guys.
I gotta say,
93
Chad, I am disappointed you did not bring out the Eagle Eye Hammer thrust this weekend.
Yeah,
It's still in Racero as that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're probably going to leave it as that. And we're trying to come up with a better name. No, well, part of that was, keeping it somewhat of a secret, and then the other part is it's a British car in all the worst ways. So I felt the name was fitting.
So that's all the worst ways. The good news is, A, it's something different. We
Yes.
always love. B, it puts you guys up into GTO, and you're now competitive at the pointy end, which is, I think, where you belonged. But okay, you guys kind of had it figured out in GP1, and this is a new challenge for you. So you're doing things differently. How is that going?
Actually, other than this last little issue, surprisingly well. I think we never really got to run with a full dry track, so we don't really know where we would
You've been
end
here
up.
since Tuesday.
Yeah. I mean, we got into the 59s.
Wow.
And we got into a low 2-minute when it was still somewhat damp. This morning, we had the fastest time until we came off track. And obviously it's dried up a whole lot. So I'm not sure who's got the fastest, but probably NFC and
By
GTO.
2 cents.
GTO, yeah.
Yeah, so they got a little bit more power, obviously, on the straightaways. Obviously a heavier car too. So, but no, surprisingly well. We've had the car since October.
Okay.
And we've done multiple testings at our local track, and we've been here since Tuesday, as you said, testing it. So, but I mean, every time we go out, we change something. So it's not fully developed.
Did you get much data from Ginetta on how to set the car up and what to do with it, or they just send you a car and say, here you go?
Yeah, they send you kind of a generic owner's manual with their baseline setups, which we discovered very quickly do not work. Car bottoms out, riding on the bump stops, things like that. So we're on all new shocks now, completely different spring rates. Setup's completely different, but we've made it so that it works, and it's similar handling to our E46, but obviously it's much more 50-50 weight balance.
Mm-hmm.
Its weight's lower. It's a lighter car. It rotates a lot easier. So, but in the grand scheme of things, as far as weight shifting around on the tires, it's similar to what we run.
Okay. Is this a car that you think is kind of in the sweet spot as far as power and weight trade-off go?
It's
feel
hard
like
to
you're on
say
one end or
because
the other?
Yeah, we haven't been to this track.
Okay.
So we weren't really sure.
We go back to green here, by the way.
Yeah. Weren't really sure if it was going to be more of a power or technical. Obviously, just looking at it, it looks more of a technical track. So we're not on the lowest power setting, and we're not near the highest power setting, obviously. So we could potentially add weight and go up in power to match the other GT4 cars. But the customer and me as well, we like the lighter, more nimble cars. And so this was kind of really the only option out there. I mean, this, the Ligier, a Sin, maybe a KTM, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the typical GT4 cars didn't really interest us as much. So that's kind of why we went this direction.
We, I don't know if Ryan ever vocalized this, but we had kind of arrived at the conclusion we thought it was going to be the KTM.
Oh, really?
Yes, in your secreted refusal to unveil what it was. Very happy, thrilled to see it out here.
Yeah.
You also have Beat Syndicate also has an Aston Martin in Airbnb colors that we come to know and love.
Same car owner.
Okay.
Owns the Aston. We just didn't have the bandwidth to handle both the Ginetta and the Aston and 147, which isn't retired, by the way. It's going to be running at Barber.
Oh, awesome.
So, yeah, Speed Syndicate's more of we got way more knowledge on the Aston, so they're handling that part of it. And I don't know if that car's going to be running many more races.
The Aston.
The Aston.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, similar colors. A lot of people came up to me and were like, "Hey, I saw your new Aston," or "I saw your Aston spin," or "I saw your Aston in the mud." I'm like, "It's not mine." So
it's not affiliated with MSW at all.
It's not. No.
Oh, wow.
No, and in no way.
1-2 on the GTO grid isn't a bad way.
No,
anyway, we all just assumed it was.
No.
Oh wow, two really good cars. Must be more.
It's related in that same driver lineup is shared amongst MSW and them.
Okay.
Same car owner, same livery, but it's handled by a different shop. They're out of Florida.
Okay.
We're out of South Carolina.
Yep.
So, but yeah, no, and the other reason we didn't go with something like the KTM or the others is we really like the naturally aspirated setup, just from throttle response and reliability aspect of it. Less going on under the hood as well. So the naturally aspirated LS3 was just the ticket, I think.
I know we're 6 to 7 hours, into your exodus away from GP1, however temporary it is. Do you miss being in the production classes, or is this just kind of a more fun, different challenge?
It's hard to say because what I've realized is, when we were running GP1, I was solely focused on what the class was doing, and my competitors not really paying attention to GTO or GP3 or anything like that. And now I'm solely focused on GTO, and so it's just the same. My focus is just shifted.
Okay.
But we still absolutely, are friends with most of the guys in GP1. They still come to us, and we still go to them for borrowing tools and things like that. And actually, one of Peter's guys was wearing one of our sweatshirts, so that I appreciate that. And we sell parts to those guys as well.
Sure.
So, and like I said, we're not done with GP1 by any means. We're actually still building another GP1 car.
I'm really glad to see that, because when I first looked at the Barber list, I did not see you guys in GP1.
Yeah, it should be updated by now.
It is now, yes.
Yeah. We just figured we're going to bring two cars, unsure of which ones to begin with. So I just did 2 GTO registrations and then changed it last week.
Okay.
Yeah, because seeing the 147 gone was making me a little sad.
No, far from gone. It could have come out here. It was a last-minute call not to bring it. It's ready to run, sitting at the shop, filling only.
Is there more development work to be done on the 147, or are we kind of at the end of the line?
Always more development.
Okay.
In fact, we've got a test date lined up for the middle of this month at our local track.
Oh, cool.
For both the Ginetta and 147.
Gotcha.
But it's the fine, we're looking for that last 10th or 100th on that car, whereas the Ginetta, it's big steps at this point.
We went on a lengthy discourse this morning about the next steps for BMW road racing, club road racing.
Yeah.
And we now have the 135i from Ginger Race Team, the number 53. Obviously, we have the BMN Montgomery Motorsports 235i. Ryan made the point that Grassroots Motorsports is going to feature a 435 and started out likely as a solo car, a pro solo car, and then do other things with interludes. Have you guys looked to a newer BMW platform to keep your production sort of program going, or are you
not really? We've supported customers in newer chassis. We've had customers with M2s and 235 IRs and E92 M3s and Nothing like the F82s or even the G chassis at this point, but we seem to keep going back to the E46, E36. It just the setup works. It's really simple. It feels like more of a driver's car. We just enjoy them, and it's kind of what we know. And doesn't seem like there's any shortage of drivers or customers that are interested in those chassis. Spec E46 is still growing. Spec E36 is growing. You got a Spec E9X class, so there's still a lot of interest in the older BMWs, and I think there will be for a long time. I mean, Spec E30 is still around, and it's still popular. So I think we've got a number of years before those go anywhere. But yeah, the newer chassis are going to be much more difficult to be a shop or home-built race car. Okay. Just the electronics alone just make that really difficult. So I think you're going to see a lot more, M2s and things of that nature trickling down to club racing. In fact, CCA already has an M2 class. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's relatively small, but there's several teams out there that have like 3 or 4 of those cars.
Is that the M2 Club Sport specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the factory-built race car. Yeah. M2.
Okay.
They're running in BMW CCA right now.
Chad, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah. You probably want to get rid of me for the fuel fumes.
No, we're all good.
Making my eyes water.
The 290 fixed, good to go.
TBD. The guys are putting the fuel cell back in the car now.
Car off down at turn 11. A lot of smoke down there, and then
I
think maybe is carried on. Is that an open throttle car headed down the hill?
Don't see.
I think it's the first one here headed into 13 at the bottom of the hill.
Might have just been.
The flag's gone. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. I think it was that open throttle.
No, the white car, the Camaro, is smoking pretty badly still.
Oh yeah.
Well,
no, the Foresight Motorsports entry.
It's been going on for a good half hour.
Okay, yeah. I apologize. I have not been paying attention to the race, but I did see it was smoking.
Been a little busy. 290, good to go. Still work to be done.
We're going to try to get it out still today. Okay. If not, we'll try to take the race start. We're hoping it was just some dirt in the fuel cell creating a clog, and hopefully that was it. But so far it ran pretty well, other than the decreasing fuel pressure as we went along. It got progressively worse. I don't know if you can kind of see our lap times and having difficulty even with some GP traffic on the straights, that is. So it seems like it's fixed.
Awesome. Well, look for you today and certainly again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully a better day for you. But we'll, excited to see the progression of the G56 and hope to see you at the podium.
Yeah, for sure.
First interview of 2024 is done and dusted. Chad Moorhead joins us from Moorhead Speedworks. Thanks, Chad.
New fastest lap of the race from the Stratus 58 car 1 lap ago. 155.9.
Nice. Keeping an eye on a relatively even fight right now for 5th and GP1 between Blaze Racing and Ginger Racing, running relatively similar lap times consistently. As I say that, Ginger hit a bit of traffic there.
So, is it Ginger Racing or is it Ginger Race Team?
I'm gonna go with Ginger Racing just because that's what shows up on the entry list and on Race Hero.
Okay, they've named their own YouTube channel Ginger Race Team, but that's what's throwing me. And the car, well, the title of their onboard, which I know I'm not supposed to be talking about because it's on YouTube, but is Ginger Race Team at Eagles Canyon. So they seem to think they're Ginger Race Team, whereas everyone else seems to think they're Ginger Racing. Yeah, consistency from ticket to onboard label is important. But yeah, just confused by why they seem to think they're named something different to what everyone else does.
I don't know. It might be just a different person within the organization.
Right.
Maybe it's interchangeable on their end. Because I assume they're the one who fills out their own entry for each of the weekends, and
right.
it always seems to be Ginger of racing. So
Yeah, no, that's why the onboard camera was throwing me off earlier when I first arrived, because I kept saying Ginger Racing but reading Ginger Race Team. Anyway, minor issue. Stratus 59 is moving up overall. I assumed that car had an issue earlier in the race, but it's doing very quick lap times. It moved into the top 10. I think it's shortly going to overtake the lead two GP1 cars and move up ahead of all the production cars.
you said the 58 or the 59?
59.
59. Okay, yeah. That one has it had a stoppage. I think 32 laps into the race. That was part of the pros full course yellow. Stopped in turn 11, I believe. They also had lost a lap for incidental contact with the Speed Syndicate Aston, the 68.
Yeah, we're on board with the Ginger Racing 46. As JT says, they are chasing down the Blaze Racing GP1 car for 5th in class. 2 seconds fast, nearly 2 seconds faster on the last lap. So yeah, the Blaze Racing car is a 1995 BMW M3, so nice and distinctive. So look out for that car in the windscreen.
Yeah, it seems both cars, when they're not in traffic, are able to do 211, 212s reasonably consistently. Because they've been fighting within 10 seconds since we've gone back to green. Yeah, Choice Racing still leads GP1. Palomar had been relatively close before the full course yellow, but it's hard to tell. I can't look back at the lap time, but I believe they lost almost a minute and a half during the pit stop sequence. But Palomar definitely having a very good, consistent run here, as we get quite a bit of traffic coming up into turn 3, I believe. Let's see, mixed in there. Looks like that's 5th Gear Motorsports. Came in with the silver hood and roof there. Directly behind is the Steeple Racing BMW M3, the baby blue colored BMW with splotches of I believe pink and yellow on there. I believe that is 5th Gear trying to keep the BMW behind so it stays on the same lap. Meantime, in scoring an update for that. I believe that's the case. Inside goes the Racing Man 3. Coming in through 13.
Good news.
Oh.
I'm back.
Ah.
Nice to hear from Chad.
Always.
Talking briefly down in the paddock on Thursday. It's a little concerned we're going to get through this weekend without actually speaking with anybody. There are a few people in the WRL paddock with more new things going on than this one.
I believe the 11 Corvette just left pit lane, or at least trip timing for it.
I don't think it's in fact, I know it's not possible to get to the timing beam, the trackside. It was before the well before the end of the pit wall. Oh, there is a slow NP01 headed out of turn number 3 and into turn number 4. I think, I actually can't tell in the sunlight now. I think it's the 60.
Is it green or gold?
It's either green or blue.
Green.
It's either green, it's green.
Green, so
it's
that's the 60.
That'll be the 60, I think. Yep. Blaze Racing, the number 118, also is missing now.
Oh no. Hopefully not. They were battling Ginger Racing there for 5th in class. The gap was around 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, could well be a pit stop. It actually does look like a pit stop. It looks like an M3.
Reports that the 46 spun turn 7.
That's a tough old place to find yourself the wrong direction. 90 plus miles an hour up at that point. Wow, and look at that camper. I might leave that for tomorrow. Props to Apple for their most recent iOS update that has done some work on image stabilization. I obviously can't tell super close in terms of detail, but it sure looked a lot better first thing this morning than our cameras have been in high wind conditions in the past. Back on board the Ginger Racing team number 46. Ryan, did we ever get the 777 onboard figured out?
Not sure that 777's out there at the moment.
No, that might be true, actually.
I believe it came back in. Looks like Sebring Motorsports came back in as well. They briefly went back out.
Oh, spun ETR 99? At the exit of turn 3.
That's not something you usually hear.
I don't think that's going to be a spin of any real consequence.
Unfortunately, yeah, no, not really.
Yeah,
GTO
it's kind of
is stretched out a bit.
stretched out a lot.
Weird.
Huh, Ryan's here.
They come back and Palomar Racing's on the same lap as the 522.
Isn't that weird?
Huh.
They were closer before the full course.
Yeah, they're like 24 seconds apart. They actually, did they get broken up by the safety car or by the safety car?
I can't tell because race year's issue, unfortunately, but they went from 22, 24 seconds to a minute 50 or so.
JT, if you use the DriverSeye live time monitor, you can get that info still. That lap chart works on here.
Gotcha. I'll check that.
Scott has been everything you ever dreamed of.
As usual with WRL, the sort of 3/4 mark is not the point to join.
that is true.
Yeah, it's very much spread out since you left.
Well, you know.
Hitman.
Of course, Yellow did throw us some interesting things in terms of potential strategy options towards the end of the race. Obviously, then things change and it becomes noticeably less interesting.
That said, Hitman is now apparently on the same lap as NFC.
There you go. Where are we at for stops here?
I think Palomar pitted just before the full course yellow, maybe?
They're 36 laps, it says. Times 2 is 60. It'll be 72 minutes. Or 80. They're really on the edge. I think they're going to need a splash.
Palomar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was going to end up being the case. They got way further than I thought they were going to. The number on the timing monitor said they were up at 50 laps when Chad showed up.
Oh, wow.
That is ridiculous mileage.
Oh, Chad showed up? That's cool.
Yeah, we chatted with Chad for a minute. The 290's issue was, they believe, some debris in the fuel tank.
You
So-
Chad.
Real quick math with roughly 80 minutes to go. Doing a 2-minute 12 lap gets them just over 36 laps.
It says pit expected 35, and they ran under yellow.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they might make it.
Yeah.
They might just make it, because on the last run, they did 52 laps.
And
A
keep
lot
in
of
mind,
yellow, but
they're not,
Yeah, there was some yellow in the front half of this one, too.
yeah,
and they're not going to average a 2:12
Okay, so they
because
should
of
make
traffic.
it.
So it's again,
But choice.
80 minutes compared to 79, 78 minutes, whatever.
Choice can't.
I
make
mean, yes, correct.
Correct,
So,
okay.
like, worst case scenario is you're going to stay in second.
it. I'm excited.
I am too.
I am
Palomar
excited.
doing something different. Oh, Palomar is under investigation for contact.
Oh.
Palomar and 787. That's a team report. Obviously, we don't know who hit whom. Oops hit whoops. But it is in the log, so.
Not too bad. How about Kerdog running up for second?
Do you think next time we see Kurt, I can call him Kurt Dog?
Yes. Yes, we can. I think,
I think
he would
that's
smile
okay.
at that. I think
Hey,
he would
Kurt
smile.
Dog.
I
It's a
really
terrible
do.
show. Hi to Kurt, I guess?
I had a curse word at home.
I've been reliably informed that there is a cat, a pet cat that is at the track.
Wow.
Georgie, the track cat. And as somebody who is totally ambivalent towards track dogs, love the idea of a track cat. Very here for that. So thanks to Georgie, the track cat.
All right. We'll take it.
Thanks to all y'all for being here this weekend. It's your fine Saturday with us at DriverSeye Live. Kazmarek, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Scott Michaels. All still with you. Ryan is back now.
Got 4 steals and
Ryan.
3 blocks.
In what?
My daughter playing basketball.
Oh, nice.
Let me tell you, the basketball skills emphasis in the super waspy suburb of Minneapolis are a lot different than in the Stockton City League, let me tell you. wherein the like actual concrete, let's work on fundamentals is less important than just ball as hard as you can. And then also we're going to do in Stockton, and also we're going to do mixed gender teams. So it's like, if they would allow breakaways and actually enforced no double dribbling or traveling like they did in Minnesota, my daughter would be fantastic, but they don't. And it's
They
just
don't
about
allow breakaways.
no. If there's a breakaway, they blow the whistle.
But that's like a fundamental part of basketball.
Yeah.
Fast breaks are like,
yeah.
you'll love a fast break.
It's and you can't do full court press, which I kind of understand. I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. So it's a little bit different.
Good news, everybody. Just because you thought college football season is over, doesn't mean you're in the clear. Now we're talking 7-year-old City League basketball. 8-year-old City League basketball.
8. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I took a guess. I don't know when your daughter's birthday is.
So, Brendan.
Yep.
That cat is Lone Star Rally's cat.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, according to Scotty Elkins in the chat.
Very
which,
good.
Wow.
You think about it, makes sense because, after losing a lap earlier, they have clawed their way back to the lead.
Clawed their way back.
Who's Claude?
That's very good, JT.
Who is Claude? No? All right.
Yeah, no, they're doing very well in GP2. After that early lap loss, they relatively trouble-free.
Brendan, what's the weather outlook for tomorrow?
Windy.
Yeah, windy, a little bit cooler. We're at 65 at the moment. We're headed to 57 tomorrow. Areas of patchy fog early, overcast, 10 to 20 mile an hour winds, high 57. It's actually supposed to be partly cloudy through most of the day. That has changed to overcast. The fog has me a little bit concerned. Recall, Mr. West, and Mr. Tammy, actually, the very first race we ever covered, race weekend we ever covered in the world racing. Sunday morning started some hours late.
Yes.
Due to a pretty substantial fog delay. My specific concern here, the sight lines are very good, which is wonderful, until you can't see between the very aggressively spaced out corner stations because of the fog. That was always the standard in my marshalling experience in Florida, where at Sebring especially, you are prone to some ground fog. And if you couldn't see Marshall's post to Marshall's post, you couldn't go racing. As soon as you got that visibility back, you were fine. Ooh, rally cross for the Camaro.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good rejoin. I'm happy.
Get
with
that team a cat. That was good stuff.
Was that because it was dragging its butt over the...
No.
No.
That's a rallycross. Somehow, inexplicably, that is a layered rallycross show.
That vehicle, of course, as tested by the California Highway Patrol for some time. Very adept at running through dirt and mud.
Doug Main says there's a gray tabby that lives at the garages here at Eagles Canyon.
No.
Its name is Porsche.
Porsche. Probably.
Yeah, there's an E at the end.
Probably Porsche.
Porsche. Yeah.
One hour and 10 minutes left to play here.
Why?
Eagles Canyon, these hallowed grounds. Is this the least hallowed venue we've been to? That doesn't mean it's a bad venue. I just want to be clear. I just want to say
Us at DriversEye Live?
no, almost certainly not.
Or are we talking about Racing League through all of history? Because like there's a DriverSeye era World Racing League, and then there's not.
In
Yeah, 'cause
the,
there
in the
was
modern
Pittsburgh.
World Racing League era.
So like Motorsports Park Hastings is probably not in the discussion then.
Correct.
Yeah,
That
okay.
is probably less hallowed.
That is certainly
Ozarks?
less hallowed. I think Ozarks was interesting because it was always going to be posed as like the obvious, super not driver friendly, but like driver reliant technical track. And I mean, nowadays, if you were to tell people we're going back to Ozarks, I think it would be a very, very uninterested
Guys,
reception.
great news. Screaming Goat Racing are retooling their car to have a smaller motor, a 4.8, which I believe is
What were
the
they, a
truck motor
5.5?
in the light-duty Silverados to
LT1.
run their BMW and GP1,
Oh. Oh, how I
which
feel
was
about
they
that.
kind of suggested to me at the last event at COTA that they thought that they were probably just trying to push that particular chassis too hard, and that they needed to do something to get into GP1. So I think that's going to
That makes
be
me
the
a little
ticket.
sad.
4800cc, I'm pretty sure, is that Chevy truck motor. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Instead of putting a 4800cc truck motor in it, what if you put 48 100cc bike engines on?
No. They would have to replace them all the time. Ask me how I know.
Because you've covered the 25 hours of
I
everything.
have. That's correct. It's weird. Not a single one of those was running when I got there.
That's weird, huh?
Huh?
How does that happen?
How's that work? There are about 9 current gen Honda Civics running around, though. That was very interesting.
Presented by Honda Research West.
And Spoon.
Oh, and Spoon, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope Honda Research West is back with us in Road America. Pretty common event for them.
Yeah, I hope so too. Or Mid-Ohio, I would take them as well.
Yeah?
I feel like Honda Research West should be running at Mid-Ohio and not Road America for a multitude of reasons.
Multitude, right.
Car selection.
Well, the problem is
proximity to headquarters.
They're waiting on Honda Research East, and nobody wants to do it.
That's true.
Honda Research Ohio, since it's basically its own country.
That was the most appalling pit stop I've ever seen. I was happy I wasn't Scott Michaels in that moment.
Is Scott gone? He leave us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Forever. Oh.
He's like me watching this rundown by Hitman in GTO.
And they've
Because
closed up the gap even more since
Yeah.
It was 75 seconds, like, I don't know, 8 minutes ago. It's
Hour and
now
a
at 53 and a half.
Well,
Jason Marks in the car.
A 201.8 versus a 208.4 from NFC, and I was going to say the 208 was a one-off, but just backed it up with another 208.
Would you rather have Lucas Auer in the NFC car or Aaron Povolato?
I mean, at United States tracks, definitely Aaron Povolato, but I don't think Lucas Auer's terrible.
Did you know that Jordan Love is a factory Mercedes driver?
What?
Jordan Love.
In that he gets paid to drive a Mercedes?
It's a Mercedes junior driver right here.
Oh, the guy's name is Jordan Love?
Yeah,
Probably not an alumnus of Utah State University.
probably not.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Wild, when I open that particular motorsport news website, my CPU just chugs. That's weird.
Crazy. Is it a Motors News website?
Have you tried
It is a news that covers motorsport
Yeah, singular.
commercially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sports Car 360? No.
Comes the
Hitman?
mighty Supra.
That's Hitman.
Oh, that's the
right there.
Hitman car.
Yeah. Last? No, there's Oh, yeah, last stop. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So they've made the stop. It's happened. They're here. They stopped. Get used to it.
So NFC. Let's NFC.
Uh-huh.
NFC due in. This is 22 laps. That should be just a quick splash.
If Aaron Povolato's not already in the car, though, I would prefer to make my splash now.
Sooner. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Like,
yeah.
And by splash, I mean just fill it.
We assume Povolato's back with the team this year. I actually don't know. I haven't seen a driver list this weekend. But I agree with you, Ryan.
Palomar back down to 39 seconds. Some consistency here. I would venture to guess that this is the same person that started the car.
Wait, 39. I'm seeing 49. Oh, I see more than that.
I see 2 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
minutes,
doing the
yeah.
thing again. Okay, cool. Now I can take a picture of it. Somebody will believe me.
This is it does say 39.2. Yes. It also says Race Racing has a 1 lap gap, but I
Now
think
it
that's
says
the
50.
next place. Oh no, you know what? These
It's-
are I think to overall. Because
Intervals
that
to
is
overall.
Palomar's gap to Stratus 59.
Why would it be the gap to stretch?
I'm
Oh,
not saying it should be, but the number is kind of
okay. Got it.
not exactly, but close.
Weird.
We
Okay,
do have
that,
responsible math back though.
we do? Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah. Nope, not found.
What?
Did you just
You're
punk
kidding.
me?
Someone's coming up.
No, really? Does it say not found again?
It says not found.
Refresh the page and try it again.
My page or like command a refresh?
No, just Control F5 your dashboard.
Loading. Well, it's taking forever, which means it is working.
Yeah. Should I leave the camera tilt on this camera for tomorrow?
Yes. Can you zoom this one in, like, some?
What do you exactly
Nah.
want me to do with it? Because like the
literally
track,
put your 2 fingers on the screen and then swipe in.
yeah, but the track already goes coast to coast on tower to. I get where you're getting at.
And we need runoff as well.
No, we don't.
You don't
We
need
do.
runoff, but there's no runoff. There's like.
So all the
50
information on the
either
right hand side of the screen is worthless. I only care about seeing the apex. So I would rather see the cars better on the apex and exit when they're at a slower speed than because right now only like a third of the screen is actually even being used.
I agree with you a little bit.
I have survey data to support this.
No, I know, but we would have a solid 1.25 miles with absolutely no track coverage. And I didn't want that.
I mean,
I made this call.
No, I think
I
it's
understand that.
And then tilted it for our.
Well, that's, you know. Oh, irresponsible math says no chance.
Yeah,
That's too bad.
for Hitman.
No, for
Or
Palomar.
for Palomar. Yeah.
Hitman.
Oh, NFC is in.
Okay.
Hitman has come through. So
Wait, really?
forget the theoretical.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Unless something else happened.
Unless they just hunt him down.
I mean,
Our
this
young man has to hunt down their young man at a rate of 9 to 1.
So they're changing front right on the NFC Mercedes.
Interesting. I wonder if they were
And-
going to try and make it on a set.
Possibly left
and
front.
then couldn't make it.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a big reason for their pace drop off as well.
Well, now they have
Because,
to.
I mean, 206.78 is kind of far outside of that car's very obvious pace window.
Oh, spin, turn 15.
Trouble.
Which turn?
That is, oh, sorry, that is Stoic, turn 15. So camera 11 coming onto the front straight.
Aha.
Yeah, that's the Stoic Supra. I was
And
worried it was
Supra's
going to
back
be
out.
Hitman Supra.
Which gap they're going to have to hunt down. I don't think there's...
Minute 5 plus whatever they're going to lose at pit exit here. And we had already said early on that Hitman, by virtue of making that insurance stop, was putting themselves in a position where they absolutely were not going to need to save fuel.
Right.
So unless they are trying to stretch a set of tires, I can't imagine this puts NFC in a world where they have really any obvious advantage over that Hitman car.
Angry driver and fresh tires.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds a lap is about the number they're going to need here.
So they're going to need to dip
Between
into
2 and
159s. Have they done that at any point?
Chad said they got the Jetta into the 59s on a clear lap. Like early this week.
I don't see them doing better than an 03 on this.
I mean, fresh tires,
here we go. This is
but it's
probably
also much brighter and sunnier. So let's wait and see here.
1-1. 2 minutes. 2 minutes point is the fastest one I can find.
Let's let WRL itself. We'll have something exciting at the end.
This did not go the way that I thought it would. I thought. I thought it was even closer than this, but also this pit stop really kind of threw me for a loop. The tire change very much caught me off guard. Let's also remember this is for the GTO class win. The overall race lead is still very much in the hands of the number 58 from Stratus, who also is making what should be their final stop of the day. As we crest 4 o'clock local time, and as I would say in my previous career, we're in the minutes, boys.
Is the GP2 class going to have to stop again? Yeah. The 321 and the 151, I think, are both going to need to stop here.
They're 6 laps apart.
Yeah, but they're both going to need to stop.
True. Good point. Choice and Palomar. Choice is quicker on track now, even. I would like to make a brief call to those of you who are still following along. If you happen to be down in the pit lane or in a motorhome or something like that, watching along with our coverage here, please come find us tomorrow. I would really, really like to talk about this track from a driving perspective. We've seen a lot of it from our trackside cameras. We've seen, with thanks to Ginger Racing Team, the onboard camera there. It would be really nice to get a sense of the thing that matters most, which is not how it looks or how we talk about it, but how it actually drives and races. It'd be really, really cool to have one of those conversations tomorrow. That'll drive, I think, whether or not this is a return venue for WRL. And just shy of, well, we are 50% of the way through the end. Just about. Since it's only 7 hours tomorrow. Be nice to get some impressions of what it's actually like out there. Seems all right, but that's 35 miles an hour behind a Chevy Equinox is my only driving experience. So.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Well, big mission.
Brendan's bad rental car decision strikes again.
No, it was the deer that struck this time.
The what?
I hit a deer.
When?
Thursday night leaving the track.
Well, if you would just look at the local yellow, you could have avoided this.
Yeah. I live in Pennsylvania, which is like renowned for being, aggressively deer heavy. I've never hit a deer in my life. I go to Texas. I'm here for 4 hours. I leave the day to deer.
So did they bring you another car?
No, it's all cosmetic. It's actually not. I mean, so the road from the track into Decatur is a 70 mile an hour 2-lane road.
All right.
Like it is Texas. And I was, doing 70. It was at dusk, and
I would
three
postulate,
deer standing across the road, and you can only do so much.
I would postulate that if you hadn't picked a reverse or Equinox or whatever Chevy box.
I picked a Rogue, actually. And then I got to the parking space, and it was a Ford Transit van instead. Well,
Oh,
this
that'd have been much better.
but it's all cosmetic. It just took out the little pod on the lower right front where the turn signal is, and where the fog light is. So that's gone. And
I'm just saying,
dinged up the trim, and it pulled out the bumper. So I'll replace the bumper with it.
The mighty X7 would have made that stop in time.
It was not going to happen. Not in those light conditions.
Mm.
That was not happening.
Does it not have emergency braking and stuff?
No, remember, it's 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, but it's got radar on the front. So it can see further than you can. Oh, well, I mean, that's...
No, I got no alert whatsoever. Even as I was coming up to them, I got nothing. It was an experience. It was my right foot and my two hands. And obviously, there's a reason I don't drive race cars, I guess, because it was not sufficient.
Wow. All right.
I mean, honestly, if the car in front of me had been, the car behind me had been in front of me instead, I'd probably bet that car.
I mean, keep in mind you're doing a bit over 100 feet per second at that speed.
Yeah.
So
in the dark with, it was literally like a blockade of deer, and I went to the middle. Yeah. Well, it was 6 o'clock. I'm not making excuses for myself, like a racing driver. They would. But
I've driven a Chevy Equinox, and I've driven literally every other car on Earth.
oh yeah.
A lot of
forgot
other
about
cars
that.
would have stopped much shorter.
I mean,
It's
it wasn't. It
reaction.
just wasn't going to happen. It wasn't.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't.
All right.
Hide a Brendan's
anybody.
family at home.
That's right.
Well, that's good.
It's actually high to my life at work.
Does she have this on at the bar?
No, I don't think so. They've done that once, I'm told.
I was more responding to Michelle in chat, but all right.
No.
Hi, Layla.
Is that my mom?
Yes.
No, this might be the other Michelle Kazan.
Hi, Mom. Mom, I hit a deer. I'm fine. Car's not. I'm fine.
Man, you should text your mom more often.
No, I absolutely should. You are absolutely correct about that.
My son hit a deer the other day. I'm finding out
What am I
the live broadcast.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do? File the insurance paperwork and move on. I got work to do, I don't got time for that. Hi, Mom. Mom, there's a cat here.
Ooh, look, shiny. Distraction.
I'd pull up the chat and say hi that way, but I can't because my whole connection will just give up.
Do we think Forsyth Motorsports is the Forsyth?
We have this
Absolutely.
conversation. Yeah,
Okay.
Jerry is involved. Jerry Forsyth,
Okay.
for sure. On and off of the Rapscallion number 469 down at turn 13.
Predicting a completely irrelevant change for 7th overall this lap.
I think it's been doing
To be clear, nobody can hear what Ryan just said. Ryan Bauer just said. Talking about the NFC pace differential here. It's 2:01.8. So it is on pace with where it needs to be in GTO, but relative to what it needs to do to catch up to the 34, it is very much not. It was going to need to go about 2 to 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than the Hitman Racing Supra, and it's
Not.
it did a second last time, but it's just not going to be enough. Stratus 59 is in the 157th.
Pretty good.
Oh, and that's Scott's completely irrelevant change from 7th overall.
Nice.
And it's been doing that pace since the green flag. There's
Kind
the
of
change.
fun to notice how much later in the race the fast laps are for the NPO ones. So we kind of postulated this at the beginning of the show that it was going to take so much more for those GTU cars to get up to tire temperature and pressure and everything, and that in the really cool conditions, being so so much lower on weight in the GTO cars, it was going to take quite some time. It actually took the sun coming out, it looks like, for them where...
Yeah, but they did that straight after a restart, so the tires would have been cold.
Yeah,
The bigger variable was just no traffic, I think.
love you too, Mom. Mom, I hit a deer. Anyway. Oh, cat interview. Talk cats tomorrow, that's fine. Mad Cats? What's that 90s racing electronics throwback? Same. Yeah, first steering wheel.
Remember to check the chat.
I can't.
Why?
Oh, wait, which one? Discord? No.
What?
Maybe tomorrow.
All right.
Tomorrow. Yeah, we can do it. We'll figure it out.
All right.
VMix call. Two seconds at a time for NFC over Hitman, and then Hitman responds with a 202 of its own. I'd like to give shouts to Ginger Racing here as well, not just because they provided us the onboard camera from the 46, but that 53 has been circulating pretty much all day.
Nice.
Some laps, now they may have been in the pits a little bit, but
Yeah.
in general, it's not a bad debut for that car. This is the BMW 135i. Debut appearance, new build, still plenty of issues to be worked out. It's not quite there on pace yet in GP1, but you're doing the right things by cycling through the drivers, getting data, learning as much as you can about the car, about the way it changes through all the conditions we've had thrown at us today. Maybe you learn some things on setup. Certainly learn things on tire wear and fuel consumption. Yeah, kudos to them. Because at the very least, it's been a ride.
I have a question, Bridget.
Uh-oh.
Are we going to set the distance record for any races that have occurred at Eagles Canyon?
Yes, and I know this because Eagles Canyon posted a couple of weeks ago about how they were extending the pit wall because they were going to be hosting their first ever endurance race. Yeah.
Well, this is it. Distance record, probably not lap record. I'm sure some dentist has brought their McLaren P1 out here. Or similar.
Concrete anyway. I think there are some... This works, this facility as it's laid out currently works for a couple of different options in racing, but not every option in racing.
It strikes me as too small to run an SCCA weekend. Is that
Well, it's funny you say that, because it's actually not. If Hallett's not too small, then it's definitely not too small.
All right.
So we obviously cover the SCCA Super Tour on DriversEye Live as well. And I say that firmly as DEL and not as WRL. But we will not be returning to Circuit of the Americas. Instead, we will be returning to Nova Motorsports Park on the equivalent weekend. And it got me thinking when we showed up here. What a trade-off, huh? The car count actually isn't bad. But it got me thinking, like, oh, well, maybe in the future you just come to Eagles Canyon instead. Like, I would love to spend another weekend here and watch racing. Hospitality has been great. The track ownership and management has been phenomenally helpful.
Hit another deer?
Once, Ryan, not going to hit another deer. I've made it 33 years without doing it once. I'm going to make it 33 without doing it again.
Are you only 33?
How old do you think I am?
Like, older than that? Oh, that's a separate.
I've never even been in a car that's hit a deer.
That's not true. I'm sorry, do you not think there's deer in Northern California?
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought you said I've never been in the car that said.
Oh,
I'm like,
hitman!
absolutely. Oh, hit. They're hitting.
Oh! Track blockage! Oh! Oh!
Wow.
Rapscallion with the sympathies then.
Wow. Okay, we're gonna get out of the road here. Yep, there we go.
I think this 34. I think this 34 is being hustled a little bit.
I think Justin Marks
Okay.
may be driving a bit quick.
Where is the 123?
Jay's.
Sorry, Jason, yes.
We'll have Justin too. I don't, maybe they're related.
They do. It's the.
Oh, Stoic is off at turn 5.
Turn 4 and 5. Yeah.
That was very odd.
Supras are slippery right now, so.
Yeah, 2 for 2 on Supers. That's Rapscallion.
So I know we don't have code 35 here, but do we have code Brown here?
So far, yes.
Because that poor BMW that had to go in between the Miata and the Supra, that was just enough space.
What does this do to the gap?
Oh no!
Oh, 469 again.
Yeah, this 469 has been backwards a couple of times over the last hour or so. Briefly engages reverse.
Nice.
So NFC comes through 2016. The Martin is still still out at 51.8 seconds. That cost Hitman 17 seconds or so.
It's not horrible.
I didn't see it when it happened. It didn't. There was no contact that precipitated that, right? No. Okay. 51 seconds is still a pretty sizable gap with 43 minutes remaining. Anyway, what I was just to put a point on what I was going to say about ECR here. I think the only challenge that it might have for doing bigger weekends is the paddock space down at the bottom end is still kind of cramped. You could pave over everything, but the whole track is kind of built into the side of this hill. So it's a tiered paddock.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out.
But
Underground, in-hill garage paddock.
I mean, there's plenty of room up here at up as you go northbound, but most of the space up here is either garages or race control and hospitality. And I just don't know that it would support a large weekend of, 150, 200 plus cars.
I mean, there's an idea. Why don't more racetracks do that, where you're constrained by paddock size, and you just make the world's largest parking ramp? And you just
Probably
go double
trailers. Trailers would be the issue.
Trailers,
Yeah, but you just make the ramps bigger and wider, obviously. Like, you make it tall enough, and,
inclined for the low cars. Yeah, definitely a lot of expenses. There's
a good
drain
idea.
that you're gonna have to take care of.
If I was an oil sheik in the Middle East trying to put on a fun race for everybody to come see because I like racing, no other motives at all.
And you're in a city centre race circuit where there's randomly no space in America. Just build sideways. Why would you build up? Or down? I'm looking at these shots we've got and seeing nothing but space.
God, you don't understand.
I'm really struggling to understand the logic, yeah.
No, so they have apparently bought all kinds of other property very recently. They're building an off-road venue out to the west.
Wow.
In the background of this shot here, yeah.
Are we going to see Zach Johnson make a trip to Eagles Canyon?
Monster Jam ECR. What's Zach up to? Should we do an interview with Zach?
Hold on.
Is Zach in the class this weekend?
Probably.
Like weekend off.
Zach's making that Monster Jam money.
That's right. You know what Zach didn't have? Lower third.
That's true.
Bam.
Hi to Zach at home.
Hi to Zach, wherever you are.
I was going to say, I assume he's doing FTF qualifying.
I assume today Monster Jam. But if he's watching literally anything else, it would be FTF.
Unfortunately, the AOA Corvette has not come back out. So it's most likely going to be losing 7th to the BMW from Fast Track Racing.
It is worth noting this will be, I mean, obviously, but we don't have to think about championship points implications. But this is a championship event, and there will be points implications.
This will be a drop for lots of people in the championship. We've got several heavy hitter teams not present. So this is a freebie for Hitman and NFC and the 99.
Right? I mean, that's kind of the advantage to coming to some of these. Like, okay, if you're, let's say you rent your seats out, your customer decides, well, we don't want to go. Or you tell your customer, hey, I don't think it's worth it for us. It's, you know, we're still getting our car ready, or we've got this, or we've got that. Like, I understand that. Also, it is kind of a freebie. Like, if you say, well, we want to go win some races and the ones we want to participate in the tracks we like driving at, that's fine. But also, you only need to run what you need. I haven't looked at the points rules for this year yet. But I suppose I should.
I mean, we are purportedly the world's leading experts on WRL.
Yeah, but the points rules was on its own page last year, and now I don't. 24 points rules, there it is. Best 13 finishes count for the national championship. Eastern region is best 8, Midwest is best 7. So, and that includes the double award for High Plains. But
I think that's going to force people to go. I'm excited.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's actually the Midwest finale. And if everything works out the way that you hope that it will, maybe a nice little Triple Crown style trophy to go with it. Maybe DriversEye Live should just sponsor the Triple Crown.
Is there still a Triple Crown to be had?
Yeah, of course. There's always a Triple Crown. Why? There's always a Triple Crown. It's the Triple Crown. Everybody's got a Triple Crown.
Last season, we were going to sponsor FTF rounds. Is that still available, you think?
I don't remember that being a thing.
No, Ryan was going to sponsor FTF rounds.
I feel like it was more than just me that talked.
It wasn't me. I wouldn't know what anything to do with that.
I don't know, man.
There may or may not be another. I was going to say there may or may not be other esports promotional organizations involved in DriversEye Live at the moment.
Oh, okay, that's right. My apologies.
But do you have a Triple Crown, Brian?
I don't.
Val, you have a Triple Crown? Oh man. See, I want to sponsor Triple Crown.
Truck.
RJ.
Truck.
DEL3C. Ryan Bauer, have I got an idea for you?
Dude, we've had this idea.
It's called the Bad Idea Endurance Series.
And the bad idea is that it's Grand Am.
No, but that's it. But it's Grand Am, yeah.
We've already given it out.
Just Grand Am.
Multiple times.
We are in closeout mode.
We're going to close out. We're going to step our foot down. We're going to lean on our pivot foot. We're going to get our elbows out.
What's a pivot foot? Oh, basketball.
Come on.
Ooh, GTR has brought their little utility cart up here. Oh, what do you
All
call
right,
it? It's not a golf cart. It's a utility.
It's golf cart. It's golf cart.
Still a golf cart. Doesn't even have a roof. No roof. Man cart. I like that.
All right, here's a question.
Yeah.
Of all of the WRL teams, if there was a WRL 3-on-3 tournament, can you name some teams that might be better than others? I'm not asking for a winner per se.
I mean,
This is what we should do during our next either fog or weather-related thing.
Chad, Johan, and Ari.
All right.
Our next lightning delay. Let's head outside and play basketball.
No, inside. Surely there's a portable hoop somewhere, in like a conference hall.
In the grass in the tri-oval at Daytona.
Brendan, did they do the thing that they used to do on the West Coast here, where you go to a church and they have a multi-purpose room, and it's carpeted, but they still have the basketball like stripes and stuff taped?
Listen, I go to no.
Have you not seen that?
I grew up in Catholic churches. We didn't have any extra rooms.
Oh,
It was
okay,
just
all right,
the
that's
church
fair.
and like a small social hall because
Okay.
Catholics aren't social.
A lot of the Protestant churches here, if you're like in the actual chapel,
Yeah,
there's legit basketball markings on the carpet.
that's amazing. we had a gym and cafeteria, right, where it was a combined gymnasium, auditorium, and cafeteria. So like the basketball hoops were up in front of the auditorium stage, and
Right,
then
but
at
was
the
it
other end,
carpeted?
behind the other hoop. No, it was not carpeted.
Okay.
No, that is, I do like that. We'll just find the nearest non-denominational Christian church, and we'll go play a 3-on-3 during the weather delay.
That's good. I think that's a solid answer.
I like that. Good idea. One of your best.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Somebody down in the little spectator enclosure down by turn 1 is cheering on either the 89X or the 68.
All right.
They came through turns 1 and 2. Very excited. Is Eagles Canyon the next answer for a 24-hour race?
I would say no, because there doesn't appear to be any lighting or safe places to place any lighting.
Definitely no lighting.
Wait, you need lighting for a 24-hour race?
So the
Sebring says no.
Sebring says you definitely do.
Sebring says you do.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't do that.
Oh, and 24 hour. So what? They differentiate between their 12-hour race and 24-hour race.
Well,
Yeah,
it's not,
I mean,
12-hour race isn't really like dark. It's dark for like half an hour.
It's
We ran
dark,
the 24
dark.
with the 12-hour lighting.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
it's dark. It's just not dark for that long.
Sure.
Dark for long enough.
Yeah, that's what I.
Dark for long enough for the light bill to be enormous.
That's
So I'm
just
told.
generic.
I'm just saying, if you can run that race, I think you can run a 24-hour race. But
Yes, agreed, for sure. The problem is no one wants to staff everything overnight. They'll staff a security gate, but that's kind of it.
And even then, sometimes, you know.
but
I mean,
Sometimes
you
you're at
pay,
a premiere.
You pay everything. You pay the marshals. You pay like local staff. You're paying
24
security
hours
staff.
it's pretty unnecessary. I think
Yeah, I
there
know.
is a case to be made to keep that to the
Wow.
top level of motor racing. I don't really think we need that everywhere. 14 at Daytona is great.
Yeah, but this country only had one meaningful 24 to 25-hour race, and now
24 to 25.
To be fair, the lighting there wasn't much better.
It's only had one at a time, because while Thunder Hill was good, Daytona was not.
that is true. Some are
At some
saying
point
only
around
one can
2014 it
survive.
switched.
Yeah.
I mean, as someone less biased than you guys, I would say Daytona was always at least as good as Thunder Hill. But
It was fine.
and I'm not a Daytona prototype fan, but
2010 era Daytona was pretty weak. The year they stopped running the flat six Porsche and ran the Cayenne engine, like all the variety went out of the Daytona prototypes and everything was just a V8 Riley.
Well, at least the drivers were interesting. But
Were they?
There were interesting
so.
drivers. I think there was a wider variety of interesting drivers at Thunderhill for a couple of years than
I
it was at
didn't
Daytona.
say there wasn't. I just think Daytona was.
They
It had
were
its
better, interesting drivers at Thunderhill. I think. Is WRL taking over the sanction for the 25 hours at Thunderhill? Some are asking. Nobody is asking.
It'd be
That's a
better run.
huge economic driver for that town
Yeah.
that they didn't get last year. Like it was stark. It was like, oh, this is, oh, okay.
Oh, I've got it. I've got it. Well, we've already done the 24 at High Plains. I was going to make a Glenn County joke. Glenn concert, Glenn County.
We do a crank up the volume. And we'll do what Bob Marshall talks about, where
It's
it's like,
called
we're going to do a
crank it
whole
up.
lap on board with just the sound of the car, and then like
It's
2/3 of the way
sounds of
through the
speed.
lap, give up.
I don't think we should do a crank it up. We're too close
What?
to it here. You want to do crank it up?
People love it. What are you talking about? We've been
Dude, I
talking for
We
7
haven't-
hours?
I was going to say, we haven't taken a break all day. Why would we start now? All right, mute us, Ryan, and then let's crank it up. Welcome back.
What?
Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur, Texas. World Racing League rolls on. Beginning of the 2024 season, we are inside the final 25 minutes of race 1. Our 8-hour enduro today in the home stretch. We'll do 7 hours tomorrow, 8 o'clock Central Time, right here on the World Racing League YouTube and Facebook pages. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JC Tammy, and Scott Michaels join us for the afternoon on the microphones. Ryan Bauer on the ones and the twos.
Brendan, I've really enjoyed this race. When am I going to have the opportunity to watch another one?
Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., like I just said, Ryan.
No, I mean after that.
Oh, that's funny you should ask, Ryan. You, in particular, are going to have the opportunity to see the cars and the stars of the World Racing League.
What?
At Barber Motorsports Park.
Yes.
March 1st through the 3rd.
Excellent. We're excited. I'm also
By some margin, the biggest event happening at Barber Motorsports Park that weekend.
Yes.
Less people get sucked into the Alabama Boat Show.
Over 15,000 people combined will be present.
That is probably accurate. And let me tell you, the cell towers agree.
Yes.
Enjoy that. That is a great weekend. We love Barber Motorsports Park. Great people, great track, 60 cars. It's a fully subscribed weekend. Waitlist spots are available, I am sure. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, the first competitive race weekend on the new surface.
With
Up
new
there in
chairs.
Lexington, Ohio, April 5th through the 7th with new chairs. Somebody will be at that race, which is great news.
I think it
unsure
says
who,
me.
and it's a double. I think you're right, but maybe you should go to VIR instead. We'll talk about it. I know you don't want to do that. We'll send you to Ohio. That's fine. Road America moves back into April this year, April 26th to 28th. The track kind enough to us off of Mother's Day weekend and get us into April. It's be a little chilly up there.
I was going to say, Road America in April might be a little cold. That,
I mean, it's cold there in May, to be fair.
that could be a little bit of a adventure.
Yeah, but should be a good weekend up there anyway. Love Road America. And that'll carry us through April. Doubleheader in June. The one-day enduro at Daytona International Speedway on the infield road course there, and the similar one-day enduro on an infield road course to come at the end of June at Charlotte Motor Speedway, which, dear viewer, dear participant in the World Racing League, please make an effort. We're really
my
looking forward to
birthday.
Charlotte. I think, is it really?
The 27th.
I am really looking forward to Charlotte. I think that has the potential to be a truly special event as part of the DriversEye Live Triple Crown TM unofficial. Yeah, really excited for that one. And yeah, if you've got the time, the car's gonna be ready. By all means, send it up to get it up to Charlotte, and then a month later, head to Road Atlanta. Gone is the production and GT split experiment, and that'll be a race weekend for kind of the all skate like we typically get.
The travesty.
8 to 7, probably. You might guess. For the event there at Road Atlanta, and then High Plains to wrap up the Midwest Championship. We're going to Watkins Glen in October for the first time. We head to Sebring to wrap up the East Championship there in November, and then of course the National Championship wraps up at Circuit of the Americas, as it always does. December 6th, 7th, and 8th. Feels like just yesterday we were at Circuit of the Americas. In actuality, it was 2 months ago.
Yes.
2.
Yes. That's a long time.
Think of all the things we've done since then.
I've been ill
We went to
the entire
Sebring.
time.
We went to Homestead.
So have I, Scott. So have I.
All the places we've been. Sebring, Homestead, Sebring again.
And I'm going to go
Eagles
to Homestead
Canyon.
next weekend.
I've been to Daytona, so all of us
Homestead
have just been
again.
to Florida. Think of all the
NOLA.
time spent in Florida in that break.
We really should have somebody based in Florida at this point.
I'm trying, dude.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm trying.
Sam's there.
Oh, does he want to go to
Oh.
Homestead?
He absolutely does not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Does WRL want to go to Homestead?
I
Unclear.
imagine that people will not drive to Homestead.
Yeah.
If people won't go to Brainerd, they're not going to Homestead.
Wildly different reasons for that, but yeah, you're probably right.
Ooh, Scotty Elkins in the chat steps up. Don't joke about that too much. I might take you up. We might learn you how to do some stuff, Scotty.
What? Oh. Does Southeast Mini... I'm sorry, I don't remember Scotty's mini bike. Serious name. Oh, Sean Moffat loved to crank it up.
I got
Oh,
bills.
we're here for that, yeah.
Well, Scotty, you don't know how little we pay, so before you get too excited.
Listen, Scotty doesn't know. I bet he's never heard that one before. He's never heard that before.
How do you think Brendan can afford his CX-90? It's by not paying the rest of the
I
money.
don't...
I heard he was in there. He's ordering a Premiere. It's got massage seats.
I gotta put a quarter in it. Anyway. Anyway. There goes our Mazda sponsorship. Oh, GTR's in and out.
Much better than Whataburger. Are there any Whataburger apologists in the chat?
Yep, right here.
Really?
Went Thursday. Yep.
It's not that. It's replacement level at best.
What are you gonna go to that's better? No, Cookouts. I've actually never done Cookout. I took.
I would rather go to Cookout.
North Wilkesboro last year. Are Whataburger burgers better than In-N-Out burgers?
No, no chance.
Are you sure?
No chance.
Are you sure?
Thank you.
Whataburger. You know what I love about Whataburger?
That
There
is
are
available to you.
copious veggies on their burgers. Good lettuce, good pickles.
In-N-Out doesn't have that.
Also,
They have
also, In-N-Out.
In-N-Out.
Listen, I like In-N-Out's burgers. They're good to quite good. They're very good. Their fries, nope.
Why are
You have-
I don't
you
order
have-
fries.
You have 2.5 minutes to eat their fries. If
Bad
you do not eat it
fries.
quick enough, they're bad.
Bad fries, real bad fries. Oh, Hardee's. Ryan Bauer in the production, in our ear in production, is suggesting Hardee's. Absolutely not.
Yeah, Hardee's is bad.
Hardee's is a half a tier above Jack in the Box, and we're not doing that.
Jack in the Box is bad too.
It's real
I
bad.
did not miss that. I would much rather go to Culver's than Jack in the Box.
That's fair.
Jack in the Box.
It's not good. I had it for breakfast a couple of years ago at Barber, and I was like, "Oh, Jack in the Box." I remember it being pretty good when I would travel as a kid, and I stopped in to grab some breakfast. And, like, just
As
immediately
someone who
regretted
has
it.
worked in fast food, I am disappointed in all of y'all.
Yeah, JDT has worked at literally every fast food establishment ever opened.
The takes.
We
These
can
are great
resume
takes.
these.
It's not even. It's not the takes. It's the fact that this conversation always has to happen when you get more than two Americans in one place. You end up discussing
I'm,
fast food chain
You're an
restaurants
American.
as if it matters.
you're an American. You're contributing.
Yeah, American Scott Michaels.
Uh,
Noted American Scott Michaels.
Not first.
Dr. Scott Michael.
I don't want to reveal that information right now.
Alright, so it's at the final 15 minutes.
JT brings it back again. Yeah, NFC.
It's 54, 55 seconds. It's
Didn't go anywhere near the direction they would have needed it. And I think they knew that. I think everybody would have looked at the board and said, well, against somebody that isn't Jason Marks, maybe, but
We do have.
you've got best on best there in terms of driver lineup.
We do have an extremely irrelevant change for 6th place overall coming up.
Oh,
Nice.
Probably on this lap.
Stratus 59, king of irrelevant position changes.
There it is.
Moved up.
Congrats.
That's a GTO on GTU battle, obviously. There's not too much interest there. Do you have anything else close at the moment?
Oh, you guys have set off the chat now.
Oh, fast food?
Oh no, it's Ryan. Sorry, I wasn't reading you. Ryan, stop it.
Yeah, Del Taco's pretty good. I had quite good tacos in Decatur yesterday. Well, they were birria, so birria in Decatur. Sure. Or they're all right. The State Street pizza, though, I still have half a pizza left in the hotel fridge. That will be dinner.
So good news, both CPRI and ASM have come back out to, I assume, just do a few laps on their cars, make sure repairs are in good working order. So hopefully we'll be seeing those cars back out tomorrow with hopefully a bit better day.
Yeah, CPRI punched so far above its weight this morning.
They did.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like ages ago, and it was a different track, different landscape, different circumstances. But for that car to have led, I mean, for the bulk of the first hour in really difficult kind of slowly transitioning conditions, under overcast skies and fairly cool, windy overall conditions, was really, really impressive. It was unlikely that it was ever going to stay that way. But it really kind of threw us a curveball first thing this morning. It set the tone. Somebody down there in the pit lane at the far end, and somebody waving.
Just after I said that, the 150 ASM Honda S2000 is getting a black flag for smoking.
I think that one a day. I'd like to make it to the checkered flag, but 58 Stratus Sebaco NP01 comes through start finish to complete lap 210. And with just over 10 minutes remaining in our first 8 hours of the 2024 World Racing League season. Hasn't been a barn burner, but I think maybe a shed burner. No,
There's little barns in the nativity.
nativity burner. You can't say that. Jesus, Scott, come on.
Wow.
I was purely talking about the car.
A lean-to. Spun 89X. Oh, I almost said Camaro. Aston Martin between turns 1 and 2. There it is. Gonna point the wheels to the right. Get some gas and be on its way. My guess is he doesn't want to get out into the soft. Yeah. See, this is so much tougher though. And you've really got to get some wheel spin here to flick it around. But the more he moves this direction, the closer he's going to get to the apex of 1, which is not really a spot you want to be in.
Who knows? auto stop, hopefully turn off the traction control.
Yeah, see, that's it. You got it, and you really got to. Yeah, there he goes. I think if he keeps it going in the dirt, he'll be fine. Yeah, he got it. The other advantage there is if he had gone to the right, because the road drops away and kind of cambers itself on the inside of the curb, you're going to get much softer ground there. Whereas the way he went far out to the left, I think probably that was an overall better choice, at least as far as getting stuck was concerned. A largely cloudless sky will greet us at the checkered flag here in a few minutes' time from the Eagles Canyon Raceway. Tomorrow morning, a little bit of a look ahead for us. Oh, it's the Georgie the Track Cat is headed away from the spectator area. More of that. Anyway, tomorrow, a little bit of a look ahead. Different conditions, cooler, less sunny. Not damp, but maybe some fog early in the morning, and a track, at least on video, that looks a little more similar to what we had this morning as opposed to what we have this afternoon. 8 o'clock Central Time will be the green flag. We'll be live a few minutes before that. And it is a 7-hour enduro, so we'll finish 2 hours before we did today. 8 a.m. start, 3 p.m. finish. It'll all be live on the WRL YouTube and Facebook pages, thanks to, I'm going to say thanks to us, but that's not right. With coverage here on DriversEye Live with everybody except Scott, what I understand. Scott's always welcome here. You know,
Scott's busy. Scott's got
there's iRacing things happening. Yeah. But thanks for being with us today, and please do join us again tomorrow so we can finish on a strong note for the first round of the 2024 World Racing League season. The only 2 cars I'd be worried about not coming back out tomorrow are the 135 and the 80 that were involved in the incident down at turn number 1. I think the 80's got a better shot at coming back out than the 135 does. But again, Rapscallion is spaced quite close by. So maybe. We'll wait and see. It's been a good start to our campaign here in 2024. Really, really fine venue. NFC taking little chunks of time out of the 34 now, down to 47 seconds. And were it not for the utterly dominant performance today by the Stratus number 58 in first place overall and in GTU, this would be another race victory with a margin of victory well under a lap. 47 seconds over 8 hours is still wildly impressive. And let's not forget, this race was won with about 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. 3:35, let's say. We'll be a little more specific about when that car was in. But we were on the full course yellow for that incident I just referenced with the 135 and 80 down at turn 1. That Hitman car made a late pit stop to top off and set itself up to be able to make it on 2 more stops from there. And not to have to worry about fuel save, just to be able to push right the way through. And all the full course yellow, well, the remaining full course yellow fell kind of its way. But even if it hadn't, it would be hard to see this race panning out in any other way. We thought at the time that could be a race-defining or race-changing decision. And with a late tire change by that number 123, that was really all the extra it took to go the direction of the number 34. So kudos to everybody down there at Hitman Racing for getting the strategy absolutely bang on. Proof positive. You're still going to make the right decisions at the right time in order to find yourself in a competitive position. And all kinds of other things happen. That car was near enough 2 laps down for the GTO class lead, and still good strategy and pit stop execution put it right in this position. So, preemptive congratulations. With just over 4 minutes remaining. Not going to take much more for that car to get home. Stratus number 58 is your race leader. That is the blue accented Sebico NP01. I'm looking for it out on track. It's headed down into turn number 13. 13A and B with 3 hours 20, I'm sorry, 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Should put us pretty firmly at the 2 laps to go mark here when we cross the start-finish line. As I look to my left-hand side out of my hospitality perch up here. Turn number 1. Race leader crosses the line to no flag signal, which I said should get us right at 2-0. A little smoke out of the BMW that the car is following.
Whoa. Hold on.
JT seems concerned.
Yeah, look at the GTO lead.
It dropped 10 seconds a couple of laps ago.
Okay, yeah.
It's stabilized since.
Oh, we're good. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's right at 45, 47.
Yeah.
I think everybody has kind of backed off there. We were in the 201s. Obviously, those are 2 quick drivers capable of doing quick laps without pushing very, very hard. But
Yeah, no, sorry. I saw something different. Error on my end.
the GP1 lead, Battle Choice Racing v Palomar Racing. Looks like Palomar is going to get home without needing the splash of fuel, which, again, wild fuel economy. 2:11.7 last time around. Picked up a little bit of time, but the margin is still up above 1 minute, well up above 1 minute. And that battle, despite, as we said, Palomar kind of doing everything right on strategy, and Ryan calling that shot early. It did get the lap, or the margin down under a lap, but, I mean, that choice car has just been rock solid and so consistent on pace.
Yeah, and no, they've been matching each other almost evenly going on for
Which,
the
I'll
past
be honest with you,
3 hours.
I think says a lot about Palomar.
Yeah,
I mean, give
absolutely.
Choice the credit because they've done everything right, and I mean, man, that car is so sorted at this point, and works so well as a GP1 car. But that Palomar team, building on what they put together from last year, and again, done everything the best that they can, tried to run their optimum race, and looks like it's going to earn them a podium finish there on the same lap as the class leader. White flag waves at start finish, and Stratus number 58.
Are we going to get a race at the actual advertised length?
I withheld.
Isn't that wild? Little sports racer, the NP01. I think it's been a while since we've seen a very obviously GTU favored outcome like this. Yeah, and I mean GTUs I think have picked up overall wins since then, a handful of them, but this is the first one for a little bit where it's felt like it was almost an inevitability, where both GT classes run at 9-1, and this layout just happens to very much favor those NP01s. And credit to Sebico and Stratus, because that car has been reliable for a car that has not always been that way. In fact, both that car and I think the 59 have been very, very reliable all day. And were it not for a penalty or two, that 59 could have well been up there on the overall podium as well. But the spoils of the day head to the blue crew, number 58. Out of that 3-car effort, we'll come home with the overall race victory in a couple of corners time, and racing set to do the same in GTO, and more to come from the production classes as well. But for the final time, for the 216th time, Stratus Racing, Stratus number 58, heads into turn 15A, 15B, and just behind that little gaggle of traffic will arc onto the front straightaway to greet the checkered flag as the clock ticks over 5:01 p.m. and win the Saturday 8-hour enduro at Eagles Canyon Raceway in GTU and in overall. Buzzes the camera on the way by as well, which we appreciate the heck out of. Hitman Racing in the number 34 Toyota Supra out there working the final lap as well. Spinner on the final lap out of turn number 3. So it might be the 89X Aston Martin, but we'll wait for that. NFC Mercedes is working its final lap to claim a second place in GTO.
It's PC Racing trying to bring the car
PC
home.
Racing is a spinner down there at turn 3A and 3B. GP1 not going the way of PC Racing. It does go the way of Choice Racing. And the number 522, Palomar Racing, the number 38, just comes across the line. Again, really, really impressed with the run from Palomar, maximizing fuel mileage and pace and all of the right things to run an efficient race and haul itself up onto the class podium and on the same lap as the GP1 class leader as well. There is Hitman across the line to claim the GTO class victory after 213 laps of racing. GP2 Lone Star Rallycross by 7 laps over Kerdaug Racing. Number 151, good debut from that Toyota GR86. See more of those here in GP2, but for race 1, weekend 1 for that car in endurance trim, that's actually quite an impressive result. Split 5 Racing, another lap behind in the number 15. We'll round out the P2 class podium. Rapscallion Motorsport, number 27, will bring home the GP3 class lead with 45 laps in hand over the 85. So a day of mixed fortunes for Rapscallion Motorsports. Some good, some bad. We'll await some word on the status of the number 135 that was involved in the incident down at turn number 1, is whether or not we'll see that car tomorrow. But GP3 class and a finish for the 469. Certainly be worse. Gentlemen.
Scoundrel.
Thanks. We have come to the conclusion of race 1 of several in the 2024 World Racing League season. Our Saturday is wrapping up, and we should do the same here. Allow ourselves to get some rest and to come do this thing again tomorrow morning. If y'all have any closing thoughts, you're welcome to send them both my and the viewers' way. Otherwise, we'll look forward to tomorrow and get ourselves ready to do this in slightly shorter form.
I like to look forward until tomorrow. Actually, that's not true. I want to hear what ended up coming from Watermelon Gate.
I forgot about Watermelon Gate. We'll tell that story later. Yeah, right. I don't know, Ryan. You talked first, so you gotta start us down this path here.
This was fantastic. It was a great opening race to the best race series in North America.
That's right.
That's all there is to it. If you're not here, you're somewhere else watching something else, and you're missing out on. Today was not tight action the whole time, if I'm going to be really honest.
No.
But we learned a lot. and we've got tomorrow to pick it back up and see what's what. We're looking forward to the season here. I think we're setting up battles with a lot of teams that ran really well at the back half of last year that didn't have the points because of their either spotty participation or their spotty reliability record prior. So a lot of those teams off to a good start here already. I look forward to seeing that tomorrow.
Yeah, it was a very good start to 2024, especially with a new track for us. We got very good racing done today. We got to see quite a few hot poles, so great job by the recovery teams. Very little incidents out on track. So hats off to the drivers for doing such a great job. Everyone who put on the race for us today. It was just great watching your standard endurance race. It was great to see that cars that were able to stay out of trouble profited from being reliable and from going out there and driving in a conservative manner. And it was great to watch and see how it all unfolded, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
I won't ask Scott to recap 3 hours he was here. But Snickles did join us today as well. And appreciate him stopping by and offering his insight and, frankly, carrying the broadcast when Ryan wasn't here.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Every now and then you get these reminders that as much as we get sucked into the racing and the on-track action and wow, look at how exciting this series is and how far it's come. And all of those things are great and all of them are true. But every now and then you get a reminder that, we are here to cover and help promote amateur endurance racing. And at its heart, it needs to be clean and respectful and a good learning and growth and confidence building opportunity for those that participate, and a good competitive environment in a healthy and professional competitive environment. And I think it is undeniable that is exactly what today was. Like JT mentioned, very, very little in terms of contact and incident. What we had down here at Turn 1 was purely incidental. And the fine folks at Eagles Canyon Raceway have allowed us to do that with hot poles, and at least to the extent that it was safe to do so. They made every attempt and every effort to keep us racing. And that's what we're here for, is to have cars going quickly out on track and ultimately arrive at a checkered flag, and to allow us to tell the story of how we got there. So I think we have done that reasonably well. We've kicked off 2024 in fine fashion here in the World Racing League, and we will do it again tomorrow to carry on what we began today. 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. We'll get a green flag from Eagles Canyon for race 2 for our final 7-hour enduro of the weekend. Early start, early finish tomorrow at 3 o'clock local time. And I know that those of you who are racing folk, not just WRL folk, will have some other options for what to follow on these here internets. But do stop in and check us out tomorrow morning here on the World Racing League YouTube and Facebook pages. For Ryan West, for Scott Michaels, for JT Tanny, for Ryan Bauer, who debuts in fine form on production duties here in the World Racing League. Hopefully have a couple of other little goodies for you tomorrow, production related as well. And we will do that first thing tomorrow morning as we go green from Eagles Canyon Raceway. I am Brendan Kazmarek. I have appreciated your company immensely throughout the day, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Until then, take care.